He's on fresh rubber, so I wouldn't be surprised seeing him in the barrier at hairpin 1.
Brilliant. Okay. Well, yeah, take it easy.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna need all the luck I can get. So yeah, first time, fresh rubber, icy. It's not looking good, bruv.
It's not looking good for you, is it? So right, let's head up to the front of the grid because I think we're about a minute or so from getting going. Let's get in the photo. I'll get one more. And the camera. Come on, cameraman. Here we go. There we go. That's straight on the socials. Love it. At the BUKC, remember. At the BUKC. Oh my God. Right, just to go around the outside so I don't kill the cameraman again. Let's. Sorry, Safe. I'm making you jump over carts here. Let's come around. How are you thinking this race is going to go for you, my friend? Tell us who you are and who you're racing for. We spoke to you at the previous round as well, didn't we?
You did talk to me last round and it went very badly.
So, do you reckon I'm a premonition of a bad race again?
Yeah, pretty much. I think you're a curse.
I've actually heard that more than once today, so...
Well, hopefully it goes better today.
Good luck. All right, let's... why not? Let's grab a Loughborough driver as well. We've got Giulio Peroni. We've got to get a Loughborough driver in here at some point. Giulio, PFI is your favourite track, isn't it?
Yeah, some nice memories here with you, I guess. But yeah, let's hope we can have a good result. Yeah, after Buckmore, I just want to get through lap 1 without any incidents or pain.
That is generally your struggle, isn't it, mate?
Yeah.
So you're going to listen to Jacob's instructions and keep off those curbs?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, around here they're not even faster, to be honest, so it's not
good luck
using them. Thank you.
Good luck, Giulio. Let's hope Loughborough have a better time out this time. Not a very strong round the last couple because they had a very poor qualifier and then didn't go so well in the previous rounds. Very, very strong round at Buckmore for rounds 1 and 2 for Exeter with a first and a second place. Southampton, of course, getting a win as well in round 2. I'm really much looking forward to seeing how this race is going to go. I think if we're ready in the comms box, I'm going to head over to you because I believe everyone's ready and on the grid. I think there's one more driver. Over to you in the comms box again. John Ratcliff, Andrew Mather.
Thank you, Piers. Good morning, everybody. From the commentary box here at PF International, Andrew Mather and John Ratcliff on the mics for you today here for rounds 3 and 4 of the 2023 British Universities Karting Championship Mains Championship. Really looking forward to this one today, mate. PFI, brilliant circuit, the best circuit, and the Jaffa Cakes have just arrived as well. Thank you, Adam Nather from University of Sheffield. No curses for them today. This is the premium circuit in the country, mate. Nearly 1.4 kilometres in length, 10 turns. Still relatively new. It was established in 1994. Obviously, we've got the extension to our left with the Lichfield Bridge and the Loop, which the first time I came here wasn't even there. I'd say championship as well. Very interestingly poised after Buckmore Park, and with good driving conditions for the drivers today. This is going to be a big challenge for not just necessarily getting your way around this circuit, but getting those points on the board.
Yes, exactly. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back once again. Very much looking forward to the racing today. You're showing your age there, mate. I think I was 11 when the Lichfield Bridge was put in. So,
yeah.
But yeah, very excited to be back. As you say, a completely different circuit to what we had at Buckmore last time out last week. That one very technical, not really any time to relax. This one you've got a number of quite long straights, so the slipstream effect really coming into play during the races today. And also, as we've heard on some of the interviews, the drivers on fresh rubber. Look how slidey it is coming out of the pits already.
So last week, if you were with us, we saw very slippery conditions because of the track itself, very frosty. I don't think it's quite going to be as bad as it was 8 days ago, but this first race is going to be another one where getting on top of the conditions kart-wise is going to be very important because of these new tires. Let's talk about that in a short few moments, though, because we are going to get ready for our first race of the day in Sprints Round 3. First race of the day, a 25-minute sprint here around PFI. Let's have a look at the randomly generated grid for race 1. On the front row of the grid, Birmingham B will start the day on pole position, Brighton A alongside them on the front row. Manchester A and UClan B go from row number 2. Nottingham A looking to improve, not too far from their home base here. PFI, round 3, we'll start from row 3 for them, Oxford Brookes A alongside them as well. Row 4, Loughborough C and Nottingham Trent A on that one. Surrey A have had a really good season so far. They start today from row 5 alongside Loughborough B. That may say B, it's actually the A team. That's the one going for the Prem's title, remember. Warwick B and Southampton A form up the 6th row of the grid. Reading A, very impressive. Starting the day second in the standings. Row 7 for them in this first race. Coventry B alongside them on that one. Cardiff B and Manchester B are on row 8. Swansea A and Brunel A starts from row number 9. Bath B and Lancaster A. Lancaster had an impressive performance in their debut in Mains 1 week ago. They start on row 10. Oxford Brookes D and Brighton B on row 11. Brighton have a tendency to do quite well around here at PFI. Leeds A will be looking to improve. They start the day on row 12 alongside Liverpool A. Loughborough D and Leicester A go from row 13. Loughborough A, but it's actually the B team in the Clubmans, starts on row 14 alongside York A. De Montfort A and Bristol A start on row number 15. Birmingham A need a consistent day. Did not have that at all at Bookmoor Park. They start today on row 16 alongside Cardiff A. Pretty much the same situation for them as well. Exeter A and Warwick A on row 17, so that's your championship leaders going into round 3 today, starting 33rd on the grid. Liverpool B and Sheffield A form up the 36 kart field. Now we should remember, a bit of housekeeping if this is your first time watching the BUKC, those are randomly generated grids to the effect that as a team races 4 times across the course of this morning, they sit 2 of the 6 races out. Everybody's average grid position equals 18.5. So if you're Exeter A, your championship leaders this morning, going into this morning, starting 33rd, you're not expecting too much from this race, John Ratcliffe. You're looking, though, to see if you can get a good score on the board, have a flyer through the order, and really set yourself up for when you've got better grid positions later on in the morning.
Yeah, exactly, as you say. Each team competing in 4 of the 6 sprints this morning, and only 3 of those 4 results actually count. You can drop one of them, so if you have a kart issue or you just spin it, you run out of talent, you can get rid of that result and take one of your better ones. But as you say, if you're able to get a good result right off the bat from a position that maybe isn't ideal, 33rd being an example there for Exeter A, then you can set yourself up in really good stead for the day ahead. And if one of those other ones later on in the day doesn't quite go to plan, then you've already got that banked up.
So just whilst the grid forms up after the 3 or 4 laps of practice, we mentioned it earlier, brand new tyres on the karts. Why are we making such a big thing about it, John?
Well, we've already seen, we saw a second ago on the screen, a few drivers going for a spin at turn 1 and turn 2, which is usually flat out, even in a cold-ish morning like it is now. It's usually pretty flat out pretty easily. Already drivers spinning on those cold tyres. So difficult. It's going to be difficult to get that rubber up to temperature in this first race.
It is indeed. It's quite a hard tyre. Now we had a driver on the grid comment about being used to owner-driver tyres, X30 tyres, but they're a lot softer, a lot grippier. They get the temperature in the tyre a lot quicker. So it's going to be an interesting day because this circuit, I mean, all of the circuits that we go to are known to an extent by the owner drivers. So what we mean by that are drivers who've raced since very young. They come through the ranks. We've perhaps seen them here on Alpha Live in British Kart Championship events. This circuit, though, very much an owner-drivers circuit. A lot of the big events are held here. Kart Masters, the British Grand Prix, for example, is held here. This is one that if you're someone who's come through those ranks, you should know this place like the back of your hand.
Exactly. Yeah, lots of drivers with quite a bit of experience here, but possibly, as you say, in slightly different machinery. So attacking this circuit is one thing, but attacking it in a Club 100 kart can be very different to what some drivers might be used to. Now, there are a couple of stragglers going around. I think there's a kart tester going around as well. So I think we might be ready to get underway immediately. Of course, these Club 100 BUKC days, we jump straight into the action. Drivers get 3 warming up laps for the sprints, and then this afternoon we'll be having our first Enduros of the season as well, but we'll get into that a little bit later on.
We will indeed. So the first of 6 races of 25 minutes here at PFI. Round 3 of the BUKC 2023 will be underway shortly. The number 42 is out of position there in the middle of the field, watching for the lights. Green, and away we go for the start of race number 1. Good start for the number 61. Into turn 1 they go. Look, there's just no grip at all. It's already one half spinner towards the back end of the field. Under the bridge they go. Gets tight and narrow through there, especially as then you turn left up the hill, round the banking. That's a nice line round the outside by someone coming from the back of the field. Onto the bridge for the first time we go, John, and just for the drivers, there's no grip out there at all.
Exactly, that's a spin there for Brighton A at the top of the hill, and you can just see there's ever so slightly too much throttle, and they're just impossible to catch. As soon as it starts to spin, you've already lost it. Oxford Brooks A, though, in that number 1 kart, have already gone to the front, and there's a move down the inside for second place as well. A couple of drivers going side by side. We thought it might be a bit calamitous down there at hairpin 1 on lap number 1 of this one, but actually the drivers being pretty respectful.
They are indeed. It's a bit of squeezing at the back end of the field, though. It's been a good start as well for Nottingham Trent A. I'm expecting big things from Nottingham Trent A today. They're one of the Midlands teams. They have access to this circuit. It's not too far a journey for them. However, I can already see on the digiflag there penalties, and I think they're going to be jump start penalties for quite a few teams. Karts number 76, 34, 1 and 7. So that is jump start penalties. Now, the penalty is 2 positions per row. So if you were to say meant to be starting from 3rd and you've hopped yourself onto the front row illegally, that would be 2 positions. So that's going to be at least 2 positions for Nottingham Trent A, Oxford Brooks A, Reading A and Liverpool B. And more importantly, that's our top 3. That's our 1, 2, 3 on the road at the moment have all got penalties even before the end of lap 1.
They're not giving us an easy job right off the bat, are they? We're
No.
already having to work it out.
Big trouble.
Oh, that is a big loss of grip there for your leader. There you can see race control at the top of the screen just confirming those penalties, but 34 of Reading A now moves to the front.
UClan B have also had a jump start penalty, so that's 5th place on the road. Should correct that Reading A's penalty is a track limits one. Main area for track limits around this circuit, John, last corner, as there's all kinds of stuff going on in hairpin 1 we can see out of our window here. 2, 3, 4 wide in places as everybody's scrambling for a bit of space on the road. Here they all come. Here comes the cavalry into hairpin 2. Problems for Nottingham Trent A. They've got out wide. Look how many positions Nottingham Trent A just lost there. They got wide onto the lower grip part of the circuit. This track evolves very quickly, I find, John. I think Trent A lost about 15 positions there just through running wide.
They just got absolutely swallowed up by the pack, didn't they? When they're all together this close, this early on in the race, as you say, one little mistake like that and you can lose countless positions, and it's going to take them quite a while to try and get those back.
Just to finish off the points on track limits, the final corner, as you see at the top of your screens there's a big curb on driver's left, which the drivers have been told to stay away from. Let's just try and gauge where we are with this race then. Remember, all penalties are applied from the back first, so effectively I think your leaders at the moment are Coventry B. Reading A have a penalty, we know. Brooks A have a penalty, we know. There's problems there for the number 3, looking like they've lost drive. That's Manchester A, and that's one of our teams that we're looking at the start of the day need a good day. There's more chaos coming off of the bridge. 2 round, 3 round. Again, drivers just getting wide and off the racing line and finding themselves in a bit of bother. That's a long way off for, is that the number 16 up there? That was Sheffield A, and Sheffield A were in 12th place. Well, the Jaffa Cakes haven't worked so far this morning. That's them off and with a lot of work to do from the back end of the field.
We're still going to eat the Jaffa cakes.
Oh yeah, we're still going to eat the Jaffa cakes.
Sorry guys, can't take those back. Now another team that had to take avoiding action there was Cardiff A. Another team that needs a good result from this event. They're currently sat in 5th place. We were talking about Manchester A earlier. They're in 16th at the moment. One of the teams we do expect to be fighting at the front, but kicking off the day with a kart failure is not the greatest of starts.
No, so Reading A leading this race on the road by 0.8 of a second, but already have a penalty. Brooks A likewise also have a penalty. So Coventry B are effectively your race leaders and now the fastest karts on the road. Number 4 looking down the inside there, that's Loughborough A trying to get past Bristol A. A little bit more housekeeping for you if you're wondering what the difference between the karts with a black background on their number board on timing, the 34, the 1, the 30, the 61 as examples, and what's the difference to the red ones. That's subclass position within the mains. Black number boards are the Premier teams. They're the ones we would expect across the course of the day to be fighting for the big points and the big trophies across the season. The red ones are the Clubman teams. May have a driver or two that can compete and have the speed of the Prem teams, but as a full squad, they'll be fighting for those Clubman honours with drivers developing their skills, getting their experience, maybe looking for more success in the future years of BUKC.
Exactly. Now Coventry B, they are looking very impressive. We said that they were the fastest car on track. It's not by a small margin. It's, I think, nearly 2 seconds that they've got as the fastest lap. But just as I say that, Oxford Brooks A now actually go just a little bit faster, 1:19.119, and now the top 3 karts all dropping below the 1:20 mark.
Very long circuit this by BUKC standards. It's the longest lap of the year. Here's the 61 and the 13. This is the fight for 7th position on the road. UClan B and Birmingham A. Birmingham A have had some success at this circuit over the last few years, and Birmingham A looking down the inside there. Lovely move, getting on the racing line. See, again, the track is getting warmer all the time, John, but it's still that problem that if you get even half a kart width wide and onto that area of the circuit that hasn't had 36 karts going over it for the last 8 minutes or so, you lose your grip, you lose tyre temperature, and you just run wide.
Exactly, and that's why in these conditions it can be so difficult to even just overtake as well.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you move off that line, there's barely any grip, so you find you're then having to brake earlier, which isn't very conducive of making overtakes stick. Now, we were speaking there about the Birmingham A driver. That's Benjamin Boros, who's behind the wheel of that car. They started in 31st place for this one, and already moving up the order well, already into the top 10.
Well, Benjamin, one of those drivers that we were talking about earlier, has a lot of experience from owner karts racing. More than likely been around this circuit many times before and has raced in BUKC before. It's one of those circuits that from the air, as Boris looking for another move here, this time on the number 23 of Southampton A. That's your team currently 3rd in points at the start of today after their round win confirmed at Bookmore Park for round number 2, combined with their qualifier win at Wilton Mill in November. That's a good move then for Birmingham A. Look to see with the fastest lap. The circuit from the air, it looks, if this is a very niche way of saying it, a classic karting circuit. Lots of straights, lots of hairpins, no corners that on an aerial view look too complicated, but it's just got those nuances, this circuit, hasn't it? The curbs are a little bit different to other places. Oh, as Benjamin Boris spins! So Birmingham A are going to lose a number of positions, and all that hard work that Benjamin Boris has done so far in this race, he's got to do it all over again after that spin at hairpin 2.
And the comms box curse
there we
comes
go.
out already
First
in race
victim
number
of the
1.
day. It's all right. It's my former university. It's allowed.
Yeah, at least, well, I take a little bit of a flack for that as well. I did talk about it for a little bit. Apologies, Benjamin. We'll have to see how far he can get back up the order. We're not even 10 minutes into this race, so luckily he's done it, as you said, the previous round, relatively early on. He's chucked it away, so hopefully he has a bit of time to try and get back up the order.
But to just finish the point on this simple-looking circuit not being very simple, the last corner from the air, it was just looks like a left-right chicane. But what you tend to find is that the car, particularly these tyres, don't want to get round that final right-hand corner. It's hard to put into words if you've not experienced it yourself. But you almost feel yourself being thrown out wide, and that big curve that we talked about earlier, being a track limits area as well, it's like, no, it's coming. I want to get round the corner. You've got to be very precise with your liner find round this circuit.
Indeed, yeah, very precise. I've known a few people to take just a little bit too much speed around that final corner, and once you get on the curbing on the outside, it often drags you even closer in to that wall, and that wall on the outside is very, very close already. And a few people I've seen make contact with that one.
It's a threading the needle circuit, I find.
Yes, no, it definitely is.
As opposed to Bookmore Park, where last week you could be a little bit more robust with your braking style and your turning. You almost have to be quick around Bookmore Park.
Yeah, exactly. No, you've got to chuck it around Buckmore, whereas this, you very much got to be very feathery with your inputs at times, and stringing together a good lap is very, very difficult around here. Of course, no qualifying in the Mains Championship, but that's going to more come into play in the Inters Championship, which will be happening tomorrow. Of course, we don't cover that on our live streams here on Alpha Live, but you can keep up to date over on live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC for both today and tomorrow's racing.
So, sit rep with the race, 15 minutes to go, 10 minutes down. Reading A still have position on the road in the lead, but if you're just joining us, if you missed the first 10 minutes, if you missed the first lap of this race, Reading A already have a track limits penalty, so even if they were to win this race by 30 seconds, it's a place deduction at the end of the race, so they can't win it. Oxford Brooks A similarly have had a jump start penalty already, so although they start second on, or they are second on the road, they will have demotion. So Coventry B, the number 49, are still, in effect, your race leaders ahead of Loughborough C and Southampton A.
Exactly. Coventry B having a great opening race, and that gap between themselves and Loughborough C now over 10 seconds. That's huge.
There is Reading A at the front of this field. Coventry B just managing this race at the moment. They may be aware of the situation. It's with the long straights here, there is an opportunity for drivers to have instructions communicated to them, especially along the pit straight by their teams. Bit of hand signal, some gestures as well to let their driver know, no, you're in a good position here, don't need to push, don't need to throw this one away. We did see happen for a couple of drivers last week at Bookmore Park.
Just one thing to mention as well, the number 3 that sort of looks like it's involved in this lead battle actually isn't. That's the Manchester A car that we saw pull off near the start of the race. Obviously, has been taken back to the pit lane, has jumped in a new car and has left the pit lane, and just happens to have rejoined the circuit with the leaders. Didn't actually fight Oxford Brooks particularly hard going through the hairpins and allowed them through, which is nice of the Manchester A driver. But hopefully shouldn't get too much involved with this lead battle, but just to note there that the number 3 is not involved.
Just looking a little bit further down, who else has made good progress? You can see Benjamin Boris is starting to pick off positions again. It's back up to 11th place now. York A are running nicely at the moment. 8th place for a team that we normally find in the Inters Championship. And just as I say that, they've got a contact warning. That's a little one. That's a little commentary box curse. But they've been doing very nicely so far this season, I think, John. It's good to see them here in the mains. Ranked number 59 last year, so good for them to take that step up, get in the top 54, and they definitely belong here with the performance that we've seen so far.
Yeah, they definitely do. They are certainly a team that impressed at Buckmore last time out, alongside a few other teams. Of course, Derby A being one of those as well. They had a fantastic round number 2 at Buckmore with some brilliant results, and then also Brighton A, not quite able to string together an incredible result by the end of the day, but showed signs of brilliance throughout.
If you are tuned in from the Derby ranks, don't worry, I think I'm right in saying, just looking down, no, not in this race, that's fine. This will be one of the 2 races that they sit out in this morning and early afternoon session, the sprints round. 6 races in total, each team races in 4. A single driver taking those 25-minute races. And as John mentioned earlier, this afternoon we've got a bit of a change, as there's some squabbling going on behind. Benjamin Boris has picked up some more positions. I think, is that the number 27 involved as well? Number 59 of York A, as we mentioned. Penalty for Liverpool B. That's the number 76 kart for an ABC bump and pass. And there's Exeter A. First sign of Exeter A so far today on your screens, the number 2. Good position for them, great position, in fact, for X-Terray. At the start of the day, by our calculations, 179 points from a possible 180 in the championship. The more important thing, though, John, I think, is that 8-point lead that they've got heading into today. They can't win the championship today, but they can take a massive step towards it if they can continue this form, as Manchester A have had another problem at hairpin too. You know, if Exeter A can continue this great form that we've seen so far this season, it really does throw it to the others, the Southamptons, the Birminghams, the Oxford Brookses, the Loughboroughs, to say, come on, you've got to up your game because we're running away with this championship.
Yeah, extremely impressive start to the year. First at qualifiers, a first in round 1 and then a second in round 2. As you say, only 1 point off the absolute maximum that they could take so far this year. As you say, can't quite actually take the championship today, we don't think, but put themselves a great sense. The 49ers gone straight on at the first corner. That's Coventry B.
Yes, that is your race leader in effect. Now, Coventry B, I think they will have just got a little bit deep going into turn 1. They've taken the escape road that actually puts you on top of the bridge, and then I presume that they have then just gone over the bridge. Now, I'm going to ask a question here, John Ratcliffe. Is that allowed? In these conditions, I know the Coventry B driver has made a mistake there and has done the safe option, but has he not effectively just cut off the loop onto the Litchfield Bridge?
It's a really difficult one as well, because you'd expect maybe he'd just wait and let some people through to allow for it, but he was what, over 10 seconds ahead of the next kart, being the 51 of Loughborough C, so this is a really difficult one.
I think we might hear some more about that. Let's see.
Is that considered track limits if you cut out a quarter of the circuit?
It's taking some liberties, I think we'll say. So let's keep an eye on that if there's anything from race control. I mean, the other teams in this race and looking for the race win will argue that there needs to be something perhaps done about that. A bit of sporting professionalism, shall we say?
I definitely would want something to happen. That gap between Coventry B and Loughborough C now 2 seconds after that excursion for Coventry B.
I mean, they have lost that. If you look at it in this way, they have lost a lot of time. They are now 20 seconds behind the race. Well, I say the race leader, the lead kart on the road, which has a penalty, which is effectively not the race leader. So they have lost time with that one. So they will argue they've not gained an advantage from that mistake and taking an alternative line. They've taken the old line. They've taken a very wide old line before the bridge was even here. But they are now going to be under pressure from these drivers here, the number 51 of Loughborough C. Benjamin Boris has come back into this race, so he's already had one spin out there this morning. Now he's got the kart back up to 5th on the road. And that this has been a bonkers race to start things off. Birmingham A will now be able to see, they may not know it, the effective race leader once penalties have been applied.
Yeah, exactly. This has put Benjamin Boris in a great stead to take the lead here. There's a move
lovely
down the inside, a late one. They are going to go wide, though, on exit. If they're able to chop it back, no, they're not. So a good attempt at the move there from York A on Southampton A, but not quite able to make it stick.
Well, we've got a race on here. 7.5 minutes to go. Loughborough C, Birmingham A, Southampton A and York A all trying to close in now on Coventry B, who, after being comfortable in this race, have put themselves under a lot of pressure now. The pace at the moment is in favour of Coventry B. 121.2 last time. Actually, no, it's about even between this group of 5. Reading A continuing to set fastest laps. They will be kicking themselves, I think, at the end of this race, because if it wasn't for a bit of excursions with the track limits early on in this race, they would have this one, for me, John, absolutely comfortably ahead of BUKC and the rest of them.
Yeah, they've managed that gap really nicely out in the lead, haven't they? And as we said earlier, second in the championship. That's absolutely amazing. We did not expect Reading A to be that high up. And to start off the day with a win would have been perfect, but clearly it wasn't meant to be.
So previously one of those teams that, the classic clubman almost. I remember having some drivers who were very, very quick, would be race winners, but other drivers who were not as experienced, didn't have that speed, were maybe a second and a half off the ultimate pace, so they would end up in clubman. But this year they've formed a very, very good squad. Oliver Vasey Fisher. Name's just popped back in my head. Oliver Vasey Fisher used to race for Reading A. Bristol A with a contact warning. How are Bristol A getting on at the moment? They are currently in a fight for 24th place. 24th to 23rd place.
The lap times all closing up now, it seems. At the start of the race, of course, the disparity between lap times was pretty large as drivers were trying to find out where the grip was. Turned out there wasn't really much anywhere. But they managed to close down those lap times now. That Reading A car still at the front of the field. Now dropping down into the 110s as now Birmingham A take the fastest lap of the race. So 1 minute 10.886.
They do indeed, and they've managed to get past Loughborough C. Benjamin Boros has had an up and down season so far. Some great speed at Bookmore Park, but had mistakes. Lost points as a result. Here is a chance, by our calculations, for Birmingham A to take the lead of the race once penalties have been applied. Now, plenty of time on the clock, 5 minutes on the clock. We've already seen a spin for Boros in this race. He's got to pick the moment. We've seen the 49 have that off-track excursion as well. Southgate in for them at the moment. Through the middle S. Big curves on the inside that can unsettle these Club 100 karts. If you're in Benjamin Boros's shoes right now, John, where are you thinking about, where do you want to make that move for this this position on the road?
Well, purely hypothetical, because there's nowhere be fast enough to be in Benjamin Boris's shoes. But yeah, it's a great question. There are multiple good overtaking opportunities at this circuit, but I'm thinking the best is using that slipstream effect down the back straight into hairpin number 1 is probably where he's going to want to do it. But again, as you said earlier, he may not know how big this move actually is.
Indeed. Go past the back marker there, which is the number 17 of Brighton B. Can Birmingham A set up for a move here? You can see Boros trying to shrimp down there. He's a lot closer than he was 1 lap ago, but no, that's a wise decision. Tighter though, this is going to be a chance now. Oh, just caught Coventry B at the wrong moment there. But you could see for Birmingham A, that was a much better line through hairpin 1 than 1 lap ago.
Exactly, yeah. No, a bit of a mistake there from Coventry B into hairpin number 1. But as you say, Birmingham A just catching them on the exit. And it's difficult to, as we said earlier, get off that line to try and miss clearing the rear of the cars, or just taking a bit of curb there on the exit. Clearly, Boros feeling he is the faster kart here, just getting a little bit impatient at certain points of the circuit. Just has to try and plan at this move ahead as they come out the final corner. He gets a good exit. The 49 pulls across to just show, nope, I'm still ahead here in this train, and stays ahead for now as they head under the bridge and into the first section of corners. Where is Boros going to decide to go for this move? As we said last time, he was a lot closer down the back straight into hairpin number 1. Is he going to be even closer this time around?
Got to get this run. Oh, big massive curb hit there from Coventry B. This may be the opportunity for Birmingham A to get down the inside. They have got down the inside. It surely will be a textbook easy overtake for Benjamin Boros and Birmingham A into 3rd position on the road. Now they've got some work to do going into hairpin 2, because Coventry B will try and come back at this. And oh no, bit of oversteer, and once again getting offline. That's done the business for Coventry B. Birmingham A now in a very strong position in this race. Without penalties, it would be a good 58 points on the board, but by our reckoning, with the penalties that we saw from lap 1 for the top 2, that is effectively Birmingham A into the lead of this race.
Exactly, yeah. You can see what Coventry B were trying to do there, trying to get the switch back, going a little bit deeper and cut it back and try and get Birmingham A back on the exit. However, with it still being very, very slippery offline, just got that bit of oversteer. Luckily, managed to catch it, but lost that key few tenths of a second to try and go for that overtake, and now are going to have to settle for what you say, effectively 2nd place.
Indeed. Still be very good points for Coventry B. They started the day 20th in the overall standings, but more importantly 3rd in the clubman class behind Loughborough A and Nottingham Trent A. Now a bit more work for these drivers to do as they're catching back markers now. Here's the 51 of Loughborough C on your screens going into hairpin number 1. They've got Exeter A behind them. And I love this drive from Exeter A. We've not talked about them a lot in this race, John, but this is going to be scary for the rest of the field, that straight away, race 1, they started 33rd. It's the race where you would not expect Exeter A to get anything to write home about, and they're going to get 6th place. Okay, it's not a race win, but it's a very good haul of points to then build yet another strong round from.
Exactly, yeah. It's similar to as we saw at Butmore Park. We never really saw, oh wow, there's Exeter flying through the pack. They always just sort of swung under the radar and slowly and methodically worked their way up through the order into good positions and good amounts of points to push forward in that championship. And that's exactly, as you say, what they've done in this opening race. Was that a battle between Coventry B and Loughborough C? No, I think there were 2 fires. That's 49 is going wide there. They were certainly battling with someone. It might have actually been them trying to get back through on the number 13. I think it was. So they were still battling there, the number 13 of Birmingham A and the 49 of Coventry B going through the first couple of corners. However, a bit of a step of oversteer for Coventry B sends them wide and loses them a couple of tenths once again.
Yeah.
I think is that Exeter A and York A also having a battle there? All kicking off at the end of this one.
It is indeed. Time will expire now, and Reading A. Oh, cheeky of them. They've just what that has done is extended this race by 1 more lap. John, they got over the line before the timer hit 0. That is not good news if you're Birmingham A and Benjamin Boris, because you've now got to defend this position for another lap in this race. All still to play for. New fastest lap from Reading A. 1 minute 10.256 down the inside they go of one of the back markers. This has been a very good performance from Reading A. They'll still get a good amount of points from this race. Don't you worry, Reading fans at home. By my calculations, it should be 3rd place. It's a very useful 58 points, but what is happening, John, in this battle for Birmingham A and Coventry B?
I want to keep an eye out for that. They were only 0.3 of a second between the two of them as they went across the line, and they are still battling, as we can see out of the window. Tried it down the inside, did Coventry B, and they're going to be side by side on the exit of hairpin 2. The 34 of Reading A is going to come across the line and take the win in the race on the road. However, this is your battle for the win, and down the inside do go Coventry B on the last lap of the race.
Very good response from Coventry B. 3 or 4 minutes ago, they looked done. They looked out of this, but they've fought back here. This is for 60 points in the first race of the day. Can Coventry B hold on as they continue to formulate this Clubman Championship battle? BUKC have taken 2nd on the road, but also have penalties. But what a win for Coventry B, fighting back after problems. They take the full complement of points. A good score as well for Birmingham A after they had a spin mid-race. Loughborough C 5th. Exeter A will be absolutely over the moon with 6th place from their back of the grid start that they had to do at some point in this round. They've got it out the way. Good score on the board. York A 7th. Southampton A 8th. Decent score for the team, currently 3rd in points in the championship, that is, at the start of the day. 9th for Loughborough B, and the A team, but it's not the A team, it's the B team. The 2 Loughborough cards finished 9th and 10th. UClan B in 11th. Cardiff A 12th. Warwick A have come over the line in 13th. That's a good result for Warwick. I think they came from the back of the field by quite a distance. Nottingham A 14th, 15th for Surrey A. A really good first race there, John Ratcliffe. That was just what we were hoping for here at PFI. Close racing, interesting racing, and these tricky conditions catching some of the best drivers out there out.
Exactly, yeah. Slow-ish start as the drivers trying to work out where the grip is as the lap times began to tumble. But it really hotted up at the end there. I was very, very impressed by Coventry B fighting back. Birmingham A having that spin earlier on in the race, fighting back up to the front, and then, I'm not going to lie, thought they would get past Coventry B and then just immediately drop them. Very much didn't. Coventry B fought back. We saw them initially trying to overtake through the first couple of corners, which didn't happen, and then later on in that final lap, managing to get the move done. Very impressive.
Very good stuff indeed. Let's head down to Piers Pryor in the paddock for the thoughts after that first race of the day.
So, an action-packed first race here at PFI. Of course, the circuit was very slippery to start with. We've grabbed our race winner on circuit, Tom, for Reading A. A very strong race, won on circuit by a long distance, but unfortunately a track limit penalty. Were you a bit adventurous with your lines on lap 1?
I think, you know, to be honest, I think what the problem was is that going down the right off of the bridge, there were people who just sent it in from a mile back, and they caused a bit of an accident on the apex. And like, to stop myself being hit by them, I did have to go wide. But then again, I didn't really gain anything out of it. I just held my position and stopped me from being shunted off. So I think was it 10 seconds I won by? I don't know how much a track limit penalty is. I'm a bit new, but
it's a 2-place penalty, I believe, or 1 or 2 place penalty, I think.
2-place penalty.
1 or 2 place, I can't remember. They said in the commentary, so I think you'll still be in the top 5 somewhere. But still, very quick on circuit. Obviously, a good place to be for this afternoon. But yeah, you've done a few laps around here, haven't you?
Yeah, I've done a couple of laps. Oh, I'm good. I mean, to be honest, I think one track limits warning didn't make up for 10 seconds, did it? But you know, it's racing. Obviously, we've had a good first race, took to it really well, and yeah, no, we look forward to the next couple of races. It's a good start.
Good start indeed. Right, let's see if we can walk down the grid. Let's grab some people as they come off. Let's have a quick word with our second place on the road. How did that go for you? It was clearly just not quite at the pace of the leader. However, I think the leader, Reading A, had a penalty. I'm not sure if you had a penalty as well. Did you see?
I believe I did have a penalty, unfortunately. So, yeah, it was a tricky race. It was just changing conditions the entire time. So, at times, you know, especially sector 1, they're going through the tunnel, and it was quite slippery, and it eventually got better and better. But unfortunately, just wasn't able to match the pace of Reading A. So yeah, that just happens.
Looking forward to the endurance race format this afternoon, are we?
Oh yeah, definitely. I think if the conditions stay dry and stay sunny, I think our Oxford Brooks A will definitely be somewhere there on top.
Brilliant. Okay, thanks very much. Well, good luck this afternoon. That was Oxford Brooks A there, of course. Well, let's. I think everyone's left the grid. Unfortunately, I was hoping to grab a word with a couple of drivers who were starting at the front of the race and didn't have so much success in that one. We've got another driver starting on the front of the grid. Can we grab a word, please? Yes. That'd be amazing. Right, so you are starting second place. You saw how the first race went. I think top 3 or 4 drivers all got penalties.
Yes.
What are you going to do in this race?
We're going to see how this goes. Looks like there was a lot of track evolution, so not too sure where the track conditions are going to be. I'm just going to have to go out there and find out, try and make the most of my practice laps, and then we're going racing. We'll see what happens.
We are going racing. Sorry, we didn't catch your name and who you're driving for, so we can keep an eye.
Aiden Johnson racing for Bristol A.
Bristol A. Okay, well, let's see how you get on in this one. Good luck. And we've got very, very fluorescent. We had a word with Mr. Team Ukraine in the last round. Can we grab a quick word, please?
Yeah, sure.
Right, so we grabbed you at Buckmore, and how did Buckmore go for you as a whole? Were you happy as a team, or were you not so happy?
Yeah, well, Buckmore went really good for us as a team. For me, it was quite tricky on race 2, round 1, but round 2 I was able to recover from P33, so yeah, first time pole here at PFI and at Buckmore, so it will be a bit of fun, yeah.
It will be a bit of fun. Have you done many laps around PFI before in these karts, or at all?
Yeah, last year I did a really good wet race lap here, and yeah, been here a couple of times now.
So the dry today, the tracked lap times were going down and down as the whole session went on. That previous one, I think they dropped by almost 10 seconds. What are you expecting from the circuit in this one?
Oh, it's going to be much grippier than race 1, definitely, and I think yeah, you're going to see much faster lap times from us lot.
From you?
Yeah.
Well, good luck. Let's have a wander down the grid. Let's grab someone we haven't grabbed before. Let's take a seat. Do you mind if we just slide on in here? Hello. How are you doing? What is your name? Who are you driving for? And give us your thoughts ahead of the race.
My name is João, and I'm racing for Coventry C. Yeah, I think it's a good chance for a nice result. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to race here. Yeah, nice track. I definitely don't like Buckmore. I like this one.
You like this one? Have you driven here before?
Yeah, just last year on BUKC as well. So yeah.
It is a great circuit. It's a bit different challenge to Buckmore. Talk to us about the differences between Buckmore and here.
I mean, Buckmore is much tighter, obviously, and this just feels like a proper racetrack. you can really feel the differences. All the corners are much faster as well, and yeah, even in the asphalt rubber, I think it just feels much nicer.
And you can see that you've got a bespoke helmet design here. I like the arts and crafts that have gone into it. Tell us about when you did that and how you did it.
I looked at it and I was like, nah, I'm tired of this, and I just bought some tape and I just started putting things random, and yeah, that's what we came up with.
Anyway, it looks great. So easy to spot on circuit. Let's wander down. All right, mate. All right, let's wander down towards the back of the grid and see if we can spot anyone who's going to come through the field. Let's wander down. Grab someone we haven't grabbed before. Let's go over here. This person looks very professional. You're far too professional. Which uni are you racing for, and what is your name?
Patrick Kibble. I'm at Birmingham. So yeah.
We had a great race from Birmingham in the last one. Birmingham A, correct? Yes. Yes. Your teammate Ben Boros came from 31st to I think like 3rd place, and unfortunately had a spin. Where did he end up?
I think he ended up 3rd again. So it was really brilliant drive from 31st. I mean, there's carnage going on all around him. So just picking your way through. And yeah, get to the front. That's what I want to do as well. So.
Did you have a few words of advice from him?
Yeah, just keep it clean, I guess.
He didn't follow his own advice, did he? So right, let's go right to the back of the grid. Let's get the person bang last place. Why the hell not? Last place. Are you gonna finish the race there?
Hope not. I'm planning on getting right to the front.
Right to the front, that's bold. Well, in the last race, we had Birmingham A's Ben Boros going from 31st to 3rd place.
That's good.
You're 36th, so can you go one better?
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for.
Right, carts are going. Andrew, John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Lovely to hear from some of the drivers ahead of race number 2 here in round 3. I believe those are the wrong grids, though, on our screen. I shall run you through them, though, starting with Coventry A, who are on pole position. Alongside them on row number 1 is Bristol A. Row 2 sees Oxford Brookes D and Southampton A. And row 3, it's Sheffield A and Derby A. Then behind them, Coventry C and Loughborough B round out row number 4. And then rounding out the top 10 are Brighton B and Nottingham Trent A. Then it's Edinburgh A and UCLan B on row number 6. They're followed by Cardiff A and UCL A on row number 7. Then it's Loughborough A and UCLan A, then York A and Lancaster A. And then Oxford Brookes B and Brunel A rounding out your top 20. Then it's Manchester A and Surrey A on row 11, and Liverpool B and Coventry D on row number 12, as now you can see us catching up on your screens. 25th and 26th are Oxford Brookes E and Birmingham A, as we heard from that Birmingham A driver on the grid just a little bit ago. Then row number 14, Cardiff B and Swansea A. Then row 15 are Exeter B and Brighton A. Row 16, Leicester A and Reading A. Then it's Cambridge A, Hertfordshire A, Leeds A and Nottingham A, rounding out your 36 karts on the grid for this one. And also, fantastic to see lots more unis sending in their logos for our grid graphics, making them look very smart, aren't they, Andrew?
Yep. Still a few stragglers.
Come on, guys.
Get on with it.
What are you doing?
So you're not missing anything at the moment if you're watching at home. These are the practice laps that each of the drivers have to get themselves acclimatised with this still quite cool Paul Fletcher International Circuit. Great part of the world to come racing. Great to be back here for Alpha Live's first visit of the year. And if you're enjoying the coverage so far, do make sure that you've clicked that subscribe button if you're watching on the YouTube channel. And if you're enjoying the commentary as well, at @MM across your social media networks. Apologies, we are having some internet troubles with COMMS Box Cam. We are recording it onto a hard drive. But yeah, we're having some issues with that today that are beyond our control. But, John Ratcliff, we've still got the spreadsheet of doom in action.
Yes.
We've still got the Jaffa cakes in action.
Yes.
If you are a team and you want to not be cursed at any point today, a few disclaimers in terms of conditions that you need to read when you put into the commentary box. Your Victoria sponges and Jaffa cakes and is that banana bread with Adam Chapman there. Someone's been busy. Someone's getting paid too much to be cooking that. Bring your peace offerings to the altar of the COMMS Box curse up at Race Control. We've already had some Jaffa cakes from Sheffield.
Thank you very much,
It didn't
Sheffield.
work in race 1.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
Adam Nather will get a race win today after his ultimate cursing at Buckmore Park. So, yes.
Well, it looks to be Ami Jurga who's behind the wheel in this one.
Yes.
I think, starting in P5 for the Sheffield A-Kart. So I'm interested to see what she can do. Of course, she's been racing supercarts recently. Very different to BUKC Club 100 karts, but I think she's very quick in both. And oh, look at this! Thank you very much, Piers. We have some cake now in the commentary box. Oh, we're barely going to be able to fit out of the door after today with all this bribing going on.
I've got a suit that I need to fit into for an awards event in about a month's time. I think I'm going to need to go for a run after this.
Well, one of the longest kart circuits that we go to, so a perfect one to go for a run around.
Bit of incline as well. Yeah, no, some very good drivers in this one, as you mentioned, John. Ami Jurga, one of them. How about Denisenko? I remember watching Denisenko. This is a good story, I feel, for drivers perhaps racing tomorrow or just coming into this. I remember watching Denisenko race in a rookies race, which doesn't count for championship points. It is primarily to do about getting you your race license. And I remember 2 years ago, I think it was on pace carts duties, watching him win a race by a quite literal country mile.
They trusted you on pace car duties?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they were short-staffed. And here he is now on the front row of a grid in the mains race.
Amazing.
2 years later.
Let's
see what he can do. It just shows the progression and the ladder that this championship, even within itself, allows. Exactly. And after this, who knows?
The sky's the limit.
Come race me in the Club100 Endurance Series. That's what you want to do. Anyway, race 2, 25 minutes on the clock once again. This is denoted as a heavyweight race. In terms of the racing action, you don't need to worry about it too much, but you will see drivers weighted up to a slightly higher level. Let's give those gravitationally challenged taller drivers as well. They struggle with weight. A bit more of a chance against the short whippersnappers. Pace kart pulls off. Here we go, ready for race 2. Watching those lights to go green. There they go green. Good start from both drivers on the front row of the grid, but it is going to be Denisenko who leads Johnson into turn 1 through the chicane, feathering it through under the bridge. Clean start, John Ratcliff.
It was a clean start. A couple of cheeky moves there to the inside through turn number 2. But as you say, Denisenko straight to the front. A really good start from himself. But the battle commences in the mid-pack. Look at them coming off of the bridge, all managing to keep it facing the right direction. A couple of drivers really scything over to the inside there to make sure they're not losing any positions as one dives to the inside there. Bit of contact through hairpin 2, and I think there's more commotion going on in the background. We've got one spinner.
Patrick Kibble was tipped round at the back there, so not a good start for Birmingham A. But we saw in the first race, this circuit in particular is one you can fight back around. I think there's also some penalties that we're going to be talking about again in the early stages of this one, but good start here at the front of the field for these leaders as they're coming into the final sector.
Oh, we've got one driver off there. That is at the chicane, isn't it? Can't quite see the number as of yet, so we'll watch out for that. But we have had a change at the front, I do believe. That should update as we come across the line. The number 15 of Oxford Brooks D now into the lead.
Well, finally, Oxford Brooks joining the party. They've been a bit missing in action so far this season. Here we go,
that
with
was
Brooks
close.
D at the front of the order. A Brooks versus Coventry battle. Where have we seen this before? Denisenko going to the inside as they come onto the bridge. Goes for P1. Ami Jurga's still there as well in the number 16. Manchester A running wide coming off of the bridge. Proper race brewing here. Jurga looking to the inside of Denisenko. There's a little bit of contact. They squirrel their way through turn the hairpin number 1. There's a spinner as well in hairpin number 1 that I think is the number 58. We'll keep an eye on that as the timings run through, but a really feisty start to this race, John, here in race 2.
Exactly, yeah. Ami Jurga in that Sheffield A-Kart looking for it down the inside at hairpin 1, but the door closed by Denisenko in the Coventry A-Kart, exiting hairpin 2. Denisenko was pointing forward, saying, come on, let's work together. Let's not allow the number 15 of Oxford Brooks D to pull away here. Clearly, those two karts, thinking that they're faster and working together, will assist both of them moving forward in this race, as we've still got 23 minutes on the clock.
Another penalty coming in as Denisenko looking just having a look, not going for a move there, but it's Cardiff B who've received a ABC bump and pass. That's not a black flag. That will be penalty positions at the end of this race. I think there was a move there as well. Was that York A going down the inside? Dennis Enko going for an attack again, coming onto the bridge. Is this going to be an opening for Jurgen down the inside? Coming off the bridge. Yes, it is. Expertly done by Ami Jurgen there for Sheffield A. Saw there was going to be an opportunity there. Through the right-hander coming off the bridge, placed her cart there, brilliantly took P2.
Denisenko's getting shuffled backwards here. He's not happy with it either. Down into, I think, 5th or 6th place now and might lose another couple at hairpin number 2. That's the number 7 of Nottingham Trent A, who are moving through the field nicely. However, they do already have a penalty in this one.
They do indeed. Track limit warning for Brooks E, and there might be some as well for York A there. Trent A continuing to progress up through the order, up to 3rd place now.
As you said earlier, that move from Jurgen was fantastic.
Yeah,
just read it perfectly.
We talked about it a bit at Bookmore Park, that what we often see with drivers 1, 2, 3 years into their time in BUKC, it's about picking the moves. And here's another one from Jurgen down the inside. Easy as that. Sheffield A take the lead of the race. Trent A through into 2nd place as well as they go up round the banking onto the bridge down the inside as well. Here comes Manchester A. They're all getting involved in there. It's going to be tight coming off of the bridge here, 2 by 2 for 4th place. And poor Oxford Brooks D are getting battered here.
They are indeed flying back through the order. It seems that whoever gets to the front of the field then suddenly slips back over the next couple of laps. This battle out of hairpin 1 really hotting up, and that's just created a nice little gap between the top 3 and the rest of the field here. Still going side by side through hairpin 2. We've got, what is that, 8 or 9 carts involved in this battle as they head down towards the chicane?
A plethora of carts heading
great word for it.
into the high-speed chicane. Fastest cart on the circuit at the moment is Hertfordshire A. In the number 18, 11th place for them at the moment. Through comes Cardiff A. First time we've talked about Cardiff A so far here at PFI. Mixed is the word I'd use, John, for Cardiff A's day at Bookmore Park. They had some great results. Fraser Brunton took race wins. But again, if they're looking to get a really good position in this championship, they need a more consistent day here today.
Exactly, yeah. That is Harvey behind the wheel of the Cardiff cart, who got very angry with me that I mispronounced his last name last time around. So I was thinking about doing it again for fun, but I'm going to be nice and not. But he's moving through the field nicely after a decent start here, and we have had a change at the front. You are right, Nottingham Trent A to the lead, which we missed on our cameras. Actually, Sheffield A being shuffled down to 3rd there, so now it's Manchester A who take 2nd position.
Manchester A, who start the day in points and 16th in the championship, not where they would have expected to be, having finished 3rd last year. This is a chance for some good points. Once again, we've got the same scenario we had in the first race. The P1 cart on the road has a penalty from the early stages of the race, so cannot win, cannot take 60 points from this particular race. Down to Manchester A now to see if they can find a way through.
Just as you say that, they're going to go side by side down the start-finish straight, and they're going to get it done even before we get to the first corner. A great move there from the number 3.
Now, we saw earlier Birmingham A fly through in race 1. We expected them to pull away, but again, that's difficult to do around here with the long straights at PFI. Slipstream quite powerful round this circuit. But will we start to see one of these scenarios, John, of a cooling period, a peace between Manchester and Trent A? Are Trent A going to try and push Manchester A along, you feel, to isolate and drop Sheffield?
They definitely should, but peace in the BUKC isn't usually two things that you hear in the same sentence. So I'll be interested to see whether they do decide to work together here. Now, one thing I do want to mention, Hertfordshire A, still your fastest car out on circuit, 1 minute 10.843 for them. They're currently in a bit of no man's land between this battle of 3 at the front and then Loughborough B, who are sat in 5th place. So I think they're definitely one to watch there in the background. About 2 seconds off of this battle as they went across the line last time around, and that now dropping down to only just over 1 second.
Yeah, pedalling very nicely indeed at the moment. Other position changes to tell you about. The number 4 of Loughborough A has got past Cardiff B for 9th place. So good work there from a team very much in the fight in the clubman category. Trente playing the role at the moment of rear gunner, pushing Manchester A along. You'll just see those little nudges here and there. Those aren't deliberate. Well, I say they are deliberate. They're not aggressive. They're not bad pieces of driving to try and push them out the way. This is oh, they made a bit of a mistake there and got a bit of a gap and are now going to be on the defensive from Sheffield A. It's sort of akin, isn't it, John, to bump drafting that you may see in oval racing from time to time. You're working with the cart ahead, you're using the speed that you get from the slipstream you've got off the cart ahead to push them along and increase both carts' lap times as you're progressing up the track.
Exactly, that's something we only usually really see in oval racing, isn't it? Working together like that, using the aero to the advantage of both cars, but also working here at PFI as well. However, Manchester haven't really needed that, it seems.
No.
They've managed to pull nearly half a second gap as they crossed the line that last time around. However, as I mentioned earlier, Hertfordshire A now making this battle of 3 a battle of 4.
Yeah, and there's 16 minutes to play with in this race. Contact warning for UClan B, the number 61, the university based in Preston. That's all down the inside go Hertfordshire A. Beautiful move there on Sheffield A to take 3rd place on the road. This progress continues.
Indeed, looking very, very quick is the driver of the Hertfordshire A kart, still with that fastest lap. All of our top 4 now, the only karts actually on circuit to be dropping down into the 1-minute 10s. So all clearly getting faster together and managing to pull away from the second pack, which is headed up still by Loughborough B, as they come across the line to start a new lap. Check over the shoulder from the number 3 car of Manchester A, just working out how big that gap is and trying to pull a gap over the following 2. As I thought there could be a little cheeky move there from Hertfordshire A, thought better of it under the bridge there, but on exit do manage to get it done. Down the inside goes that number 18 car up into 2nd place, and now only with clear air between themselves and the leader, slightly wide off of the bridge. Not sure if that was assisted by the number 7 there of Nottingham Trent A, but either way, as I say, no karts between Hertfordshire A and Manchester A now. A straight battle for the lead, and still over 14 minutes to get it done. So I don't think this battle is over one bit.
Track limit warning for Reading A, number 34 there. Just looking further down the order, who's progressing. Birmingham A up to 22nd. We saw they had a spin earlier on in this race. There's another track limit warning for Reading A. They need to be careful. Don't want to pick too many of those up. Get 3 of those and it's a penalty. While sometimes you may see TL times 3 appear on your screen. Here's another battle. This is the number 40. This is Brunel A. Fighting with, I think, the likes of Oxford Brooks B and Cambridge A. I had to check that then, because it's something that we're seeing. It's becoming a theme, isn't it? I see a low-digit number and think, oh, this is a good team. Surely this will be a little bit higher up the order. But no, this is Leeds A, number 5 seeds from last year, fighting with Brooks B, number 8 from last year, all around in the low 20s, 25th through 29th.
Yeah, very unusual to see. To explain, if you haven't watched the BUKC in too much detail, the numbers on the carts are the seeds from last year, so where they finished in the championship. So as you say, unusual to see the number 5 and the number 8 battling this far down, as the number 8 does go down the inside, but it's going to go wide. Yeah, the Leeds A cart not happy with that one, and now Oxford Brooks A opened up for a move, an attack from one of our much, much higher digit cart, the 118 of Lancaster A.
I think it shows just how competitive the championship is this year, and we've been saying it for years that this is a very unpredictable series, but I think it's even more unpredictable now, because that general level of driver commitment and talent across the board has increased again here in 2023.
It really has. It just seems to increase year on year. Just one thing to mention, we have had a change at the front of the field. Hertfordshire A now taking the lead of the race, and at the line already gapping Manchester A by half a second. So I have a feeling that they might just continue to pull out that lead through the rest of the 12 minutes here to go.
They're really in tune with the machinery underneath them. There's a mechanical flag for the 118 of Lancaster A. Now that'll be that race control have spotted something with the 118 that is unsafe. Oh, there's a spin there. Is that Birmingham A? Yes, that was Birmingham A. That was Patrick Kibble going for a spin into hairpin 1. Don't think Kibble lost too many positions there because it's a bit more spread out now, but that's not good news for Birmingham A at all. What it means for Lancaster A is that they will have to come into the pits to address whatever the safety concern is. Now that could be something with the cart, it could also be something with the driver's equipment. So I say that because the normal one is an exhaust come off because they've had some contact with someone or something, and we hear it going by. It isn't one of those for Lancaster 8, but unfortunately that is pretty much their race run. Not a race run at all though for Hertfordshire A. They are pulling away ahead of Manchester A, Trent A and Sheffield A. This is a very good run for a team with a very rich history in this championship. Went away for a couple of years. But former champions back in 2013, two-time champions. Good to see them back here at the front of the order fighting for race victories in the BUKC.
But it's again like we saw in the first race. We were expecting this driver has closed down this front pack so quickly. We would expect them to overtake and then press on at the same pace, but that just hasn't happened due to that slipstream effect that we have here at PFI. Hertfordshire A still managing to extend the gap little by little every lap, but that slipstream just keeping Manchester A and Nottingham Trent A in play.
Bump and pass penalty for Southampton A. Now that's an important one to note because that is one of our championship contenders, the team in the top 3, the winners from round 2 a week ago. This is what we've seen so far. Yes, there are teams in the top 5 of the championship standings, but unless their name is Exeter A, John, we keep seeing these occasional races where Southampton A are 17th, they've now got a bump and pass penalty. That's not where you want to be if you want to be fighting for the big trophy at the end of April. More good news in a way for Exeter A as those championship leaders.
Exactly, yeah, stringing those results together, not only stringing your own results together over a 25-minute race here, it's stringing together 3 that actually count of those results over a full round is so difficult, and that's why it is just so impressive, why we're so amazed that Exeter A have been able to get a first, and a second, stringing it together that consistently at the front of the field. Just amazing from Exeter A. So yeah, it's a tough one for Southampton A here in 17th, but comparing them to Exeter A is a tough one as well, I think.
And just to check, Exeter A not in this race.
No.
So if you are thinking, well, where are Exeter A? Why aren't they in the top 10, Andrew? They're not in this race at all, which is fine. It's one of the 2 that they sit out. Here's your fight for second place. Coming out from the bridge section now, Manchester A and Trent A. Trent A do still have that penalty from early in the race. How do you play this tactically? 9 minutes to go. Sat there in 3rd place. That's how you play it. You're going to keep working with Manchester A to try and reel Hertfordshire A back in. Easier said than done. Sheffield A still there in 4th place. I think that's the right decision at this stage. It's too early to throw in the towel for the race victory. There is an opportunity. You know, again, Hertfordshire A driver could make a mistake. We've seen mistakes so far today. That gap is only 8/10. I like that move from Trent A's driver to go, no, let's keep working together.
Exactly, yeah, just keep pushing each other forward and hopefully try and reclose that gap. Now, a couple of bad laps for a couple of teams high up. York A getting a track limits penalty and a contact penalty on the last lap. They're in 9th at the moment. UClan A in 12th place at the moment, getting a black flag. ABC bump and pass ×2 for the UClan A kart. They were pretty impressive out at Butmore Park, currently 14th in the championship standings coming into this round. So not a great race there to kick off the day for UClan A, as I think they're going to be coming in the pits next time around, at least they should be, to serve that penalty. But here is a good battle. This is just outside of the top 10, I think, or possibly just inside of the top 10. as it is. That is Cardiff A battling with Liverpool, I believe. Yes, Liverpool B. And just about Cardiff A getting to the front of that pack. In the background, though, who's also battling? It's UClan Aston and their Cardiff B and Surrey A, as Cardiff B go to the inside there. Just trying to squeeze out the rival onto the grass and taking a lot of curb on exit. Not happy with that one was the number 33. That's Surrey A. Trying to fight back on the exit of hairpin 2. Not quite able to get the exit, though.
Yeah, UClan Cardiff B giving as much as they got there from Surrey A. We'll call that a draw, a score draw for the pod-to-pod contact to move on. But there is a contact warning for Cardiff B in all of that, and I imagine there's one coming in for Surrey as well. But 7 minutes to go. Hertfordshire in control of this race. 1.6 seconds is the lead now. Just looking further down, are they going to catch any traffic, do we reckon? I think they're okay. They're okay now. Now that the track conditions have improved a bit, everyone's staying close together. We're not going to be seeing drivers going 75 seconds off the race lead and into the clutches of being lapped, which is good news if you're Hertfordshire A. A little bit more hand gesturing coming over the bridge. Contact warning for Cardiff B. Just waving hello, saying hello to all the drivers that they're battling with.
Of course, the sister cart, though, looking for it down the inside. That's Cardiff A. A little bit wide, though, on exit, though. Could open themselves up for a move from Liverpool B. However, as we saw earlier, just making a bit of contact on that exit, losing the momentum for Liverpool B. Not able to take advantage of the poor corner for Harvey there. But, yeah, Surrey A in the background did get back through on Cardiff B. And I think Southampton A have also followed them through. So the Cardiff B car. That was a lot of curb on the exit for Cardiff A there. We've seen a few drivers doing that now, just taking a little bit too much speed through that right-hander, finding themselves on that curb on the outside. And it really does get you unsettled, doesn't it, when you get up on that curb?
Does indeed. And the number 6 trying to draft alongside 59 of York A there, but no luck there. So I think the gesture there from the York A driver was at the 3 times contact warning penalty that they've had at 10:31, which has just happened. So that is a new penalty for York A that they don't agree with. Well, look at this, fighting there, and we're all having a little chat with one another now. This is Cardiff A and York A down the pit straight. Cardiff A feeling aggrieved there, feeling that was perhaps a bit of an aggressive chop from the York A driver that we already know is rattled from the penalty the lap before. They've now gone deep into hairpin number 2. That should be Cardiff A through.
It's a lot of contact on the exit. They did make it stick in the end.
Yeah.
So I'm confused about these York A penalties because I saw them come through earlier, a 3 times track limits and a 3 times contact. Those 2 same penalties have come through again. So whether those are 2 new ones or an accidental repeat, I'm not sure. But either way, York A getting a few penalties in this one.
Might be having a little chat with the clerk of the course after this race, perhaps. Which, if COMMS Box Cam was live today, you'd probably be able to see just behind us. But never mind. Side by side, through the chicane, under the bridge again. It's a great race again. Contact! 2 carts off, 3 carts off, 4 carts off. That was Cardiff A, York A, and I think Liverpool B and Surrey A were involved in that as well. Just way too aggressive. You've got to give each other space under that bridge section, and that's a calamitous error by really both drivers involved there, York A and Cardiff A. Let's have another look at it on the replay. So York A are side by side. There's a bit of pod-to-pod contact there, and then through the bridge. So I think what happened there, just as we get the camera cut, is Liverpool B have tried to come in underneath Cardiff B and York A perfectly legitimately, and York A on the outside aren't aware they're there, have tried to then squeeze across, pincer manoeuvred, 1, 2, 3 off, and poor Surrey A had nowhere to go, got involved in that as well.
It was very Singapore 2018-esque as well. Drivers coming off on the inside and then taking out the drivers who were still there on the outside. So all those 4 carts dropping down the order considerably. Now, I've lost internet on my laptop, mate, so I think this is wrong now, the live timing, so we're going to ignore that. Keep an eye out on the left-hand side of your screen, though, as to where those drivers end up on the timing screen. Still yellow flags down through the first couple of section of corners, so whether we've got a driver stranded on the outside, not too sure. The camera's not quite able to see that, as I think there was a driver sat on the exit there, so drivers now needing to be a bit careful as Yorkay, there you go, getting a black flag.
Unfortunately,
really
it
has.
has been coming for Yorkay. Way too many contacts, way too many track limits. That's going to be a black flag all day long to come in, sit for 30 seconds, calm down, and then continue with the rest of the race. Having said that, though, there's only 2.5 minutes of this race to go. Hertfordshire, though, let's give them a bit of praise because this has been a very mature drive from Hertfordshire. 3.2 seconds clear now. On your screens is the battle involving the number 63 and the 30. This is all around 10th place again, isn't it?
It is.
This is Derby A. First signs of Derby A today. A Derby A on for another top 10 in the mains. Where did they start, John? Sixth. Okay. Well, that's a good performance. You know, you try to convert those high grid positions into good points when you're a new team to this level, and at the moment they are doing just that with less than 2 minutes on the clock. Change on the road as well that I don't think we've talked about yet. Trent A now ahead of Manchester A, but remember Trent A have got that penalty, so this is good, still very good points for Manchester A.
Exactly, yeah. Last round at Buckmore, if we saw someone pull out a 3.2 second lead, we'd probably be like, it's a decent lead, but Trent A still in the fight. Here at PFI to pull out that kind of lead, incredibly impressive for the Hertfordshire A kart. They have been on absolutely top form throughout this race, and the only kart to dip down into the 109s. Here is the battle for second place. The 7 of Nottingham Trent A leading the 3 of Manchester A, as you say. However, Nottingham Trent A having that penalty, so Manchester A not really needing to worry about it. However, they might not know that unless they've managed to memorise the number of every kart, which seems unlikely.
Trying to work out which of the carts is still not going round. I think they'll be at the bottom of your order now, John. It is Yorkay.
Yep.
I think Yorkay have in effect parked it on the loop up round the bridge.
They're getting a very strong talking to in the pit lane, one of the two.
Yeah, I think we've got the Cardiff cart, the Surrey cart's running again. It's the Liverpool B. Okay, Liverpool B I think actually survived all of that chaos because they're running there up in 9th place. Apologies for that. Liverpool B fans still running well. But I say we know there were 4 carts involved in that incident coming out under the bridge. 23 seconds to go. Hertfordshire A in control. Trent A and Manchester A having this nice scrap for second on the road. Sheffield A will be happy with this result as well. 4th place, decent haul of points. Loughborough B as well. Loughborough B have had a nice race, I feel, here, John, because they're in 5th spot. We'll be getting similarly a big haul of points.
Exactly. And the cart behind as well, Brighton B, an impressive race as well. Of course, Clubman winners from last year.
I don't know what it is. It goes against all theory that distance travelled for the student team impacts into good results. Brighton B should be terrible here. Brighton A should be as well, but they do well. They've done really well previously here at PFI, and they're having a good start to the day here as well.
A good start for the B team, not so great for the A team. 23rd at the moment for Brighton A. So unusual there to see the B team so far in front of the A team, but possibly just a few calamities happening for that A team, as I do believe we've gone on to the final lap of the race.
And the leader is coming around the final couple of corners now. Wow. Really good result this for Hertfordshire A, as long as they can get through the last couple of corners. Very mature drive through the final chicane. Nowhere near track limits, doesn't need to be anywhere track limits, because Hertfordshire A take victory in race number 2. Nottingham Trent A will be second on the line but have a penalty, so Manchester A will inherit that spot. Sheffield A 4th on the road. Good result for Ami Jurga there. The Jaffa Cakes have worked. Loughborough B 5th. Brighton B will come home in 6th in a few seconds' time, because there's quite a gap between Loughborough B and Brighton B. There are the number 17 out of the final corner. Good result for Brighton B. It's going to be a change on the line there. Coventry A will get 7th place. A shake at the head from Pavlo Denisenko, but they do beat Loughborough A home there to 8th. Good result for Loughborough B. They survived a bit of a melee up at the bridge to finish in 9th. Derby A are 10th. Another really good result for Derby. Coventry C in 11th. Cardiff B had a battling performance to 12th. Oxford Brooks D were a factor early on, led early on, finished 13th. Brooks B 14th. Brooks B 15th. Birmingham A 16th. for them, they'll hope that to be a drop. It is at least a few positions gained after spinning early on for Patrick Kibble. 17th, Edinburgh A, 18th, Surrey A, 19th, Leicester A, and 20th for Cardiff A, who will be very frustrated with that result. John Ratcliff.
Exactly. A few teams not having the most ideal of races there, one of them being Cardiff A, as you say, in 20th, Southampton A, 29th, Reading A, 30th. Some big names there not getting the positions that they need to early on in round number 3.
The door is open for any of these teams to get a strong result here
Piers is ready.
Round number 3. We're ready down in the paddock with our roving reporter Piers Pryor. Piers, over to you.
Another action-packed race, number 2. Action all the way through the race there. We saw some great racing in the front, some less good racing at the back. Let's see if we can grab a word with our eventual race winner, Alessandro Saranetti for Hertfordshire A. Alessandro, are we about to grab a word? So that was a nice drive through the field there. 30th to first, I believe. Is it?
Yeah.
34th, so nice plus 33. That was pretty easy. Tell us how you did it.
Pretty easy, mate. I'm out of breath. Well, I can't. No, I've been out of it for a little bit too long, but honestly, it was fun. Like, it's what BUKC is about at the end of the day, and it was a little bit of fun.
Good, as long as you're having fun. You've done a fair few laps around here. You reckon that helped you a little bit?
Yeah, some may say I'm a little bit of a local hero here, so. But no, it's all right. Like, I'm sure most people have done quite a few laps there as well. So, but the car was good. So.
Hertfordshire A, that's another win for you guys. Think you've got a good chance of a strong result today?
Yeah, we've got some pretty quick drivers, Isaac, Jake and Callum. I think they can get some good results. In the endurance as well, seeing our pace, I think we can do something here, especially after the bit of a stinker of Buckmore, as we only had 2 drivers in the field. So. Yeah, it'll be good, I think. It'll be good.
We look forward to seeing you go around this afternoon. Thanks very much. Right, let's grab a word with someone else. We always chat to people who do well in the race. Let's chat to someone who didn't do very well. Unfortunately, I don't think you finished that high up in the field, did you?
No.
No. Well, that's not a very well-placed GoPro mount, is it? Sorry, we can't actually hear you now.
You closed now.
Sorry. Anyway, how's that? I mean, as I was just saying, we normally chat to people that come at the front. Why not this time chat to someone who's not so mild at the front?
Right down the back in 33rd. I was hoping to get a little bit higher up the pack, but it didn't end up happening.
Yeah.
I was struggling for grip out there, and I don't know, just not my day.
Hey, sometimes the carts don't work well with you. Is this your first time at PFI?
It's not. Unfortunately, I've been here before. I should be better by now, but no.
You had fun though?
I had fun, definitely, always.
Hey, and isn't that why we're here?
That's exactly it, and looking forward to endurance racing in the afternoon as well. Hopefully have a fast teammate with me, so we'll do a bit better.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different challenge, the endurance races in the afternoon, isn't it? Because this morning, of course, solely on you, of course, over the 6 races, 4 drivers, each having a race, and you have to make sure that you all have a good race. But in the afternoon, actual genuine teamwork.
Absolutely, teamwork and strategy as well. So looking at when to call people in for the pit stops. So. Yeah, completely different question entirely, so we'll give it a go.
You will give it a go, I'm sure. Let's go and grab some people in the queue for the weighbridge. Of course, that was a heavyweight race, so 82 kilos, I believe, is the minimum weight. Of course, if you're not actually 82 kilograms in race gear, then you'll be having some lead on the car, or some weight, so it's often lead or steel. Let's grab a word with someone. How are you guys going over here? Let's have a word with both of you. Why don't you come in? We grabbed a chat with you before the race.
Yep.
How did that go for you? Better or worse than expected?
Worse than expected.
Worse than expected. How much worse than expected? Rate your performance out of 10.
I think I was alright. I got binned on airpin 1 at lap 2.
Standard.
Yeah, standard. And but other than that, the pace was good. So yeah, a shame. But that's a race in the afternoon. So
another one this afternoon, of course. The team race this afternoon. Yep. And what about yourself? Where did you start? Where did you finish approximately?
I have no idea where I finished, but started 29th, and I think we went forward, so all good.
It's not hard to go backwards in 29th.
No, I know. I can manage it, but we did okay.
Hey, you had fun though.
Yeah, exactly.
That's why we're here. Let's walk down the grid a bit more. Actually, let's grab some words with people who are coming onto the grid. Guys.
No, we're not.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
When are you on?
We just finished up then, so good race, but hectic, a little bit hectic.
Hectic indeed, that's what we like.
Yeah, always good fun when it's a bit crazy, but yeah, no, good race, had a good decent pace, so yeah, happy with the results. So yeah.
We saw there was some 3, 4, 5 wide action on that one. Were you part of that?
I think in the midfield you kind of have to be, so yeah, a bit crazy, but I think it is what it is with karting. You come to expect it these days, so yeah.
Especially on a track this wide as well.
Exactly.
Great, well done. Let's See if there's anyone else interested. Yeah, here we go. Why don't we chat to Michael? Once you're off the weighbridge, we'll grab a word, mate. We've got I think an award-winning race engineer, and Michael Preston. Award-winning. Tell us about what you've been up to the last couple of weeks.
Obviously last week we had Buckmore, and then since Buckmore I've been in Poland with the ESL R1 Championship on it's a new sim on Motorsport. So that's been a good experience with Williams Esports. One teams there, so all the teams are there really. Commander, Red Bull, everything. Yeah.
Pretty cool. I was watching it. It looked like it was a good event, and hopefully will grow. It's pretty cool that you're able to drive during the week, and then sort of over the weekend you're engineering, and then back to driving again.
Yeah. It's been a hectic few days though. There hasn't been a lot of sleep involved, but.
When do you get any uni work done, mate?
I'm a grad.
Of course. Hence, you're actually there. We go.
Yeah. So this is my weekend.
This is your weekend in the week. Anyway, well done. We'll catch up with you later. We've got some people coming on the back of there, like their one-way system they've got going on here now. Of course, Club 100 always very, very organised. We travel all over the country in these wonderful carts. It's the best hire carts in the country. Let's grab someone random. Let's cut through here. Watch out for our cameraman Sophie doesn't fall over like she did earlier. Young man.
Right.
Where are you starting?
25th.
25th. That's that end, mate.
Is it?
Yes. Anyway, you're racing for, and your name is?
Bath, and I'm João. Bath A.
Bath A. And have you been to this wonderful circuit before?
Yeah. I've done here, so I forgot to qualify in my freshers. So I came here in a rookie. I won it, but then they told me off because I was too fast for them.
They told you off for being too fast? Yeah. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah. I remember when you raced.
Hey, so if you were that fast, then let's see you do it again in this one, eh?
Oh, man, cheers.
No worries. Right, let's walk on down. Let's see. Again, we often linger around the front of the grid. You know, that's where a lot of the interesting racing lies. But you get a nicer class of person towards the back. So let's wander down here and grab someone random. This person doesn't look like they know what they're doing.
Hello.
What are you doing?
I'm putting some weights on a cart.
How much weight?
I don't know. I've just been given some.
Excellent. And you are racing today, or just helping out?
No, I'm racing. I'm in race 6, starting 31st.
For what's your name and which team are you?
Daniel Skelton, Coventry A.
Excellent. Well, you put that weight on. Let's watch you do it. Let's admire your technique. Oh, that's a bit haphazard. You know. Oh, I've seen better. Right, let's move on. Seen better. Hi there. Hello. A very, very colour coordinated suit, boot, helmet, glove combination we've got going on here.
Yeah. Just Southampton A, Jonathan Dalton. We've had a bit of a dodgy morning. Mike started 4th, but he had a few issues, so got to try and claw it back now and hopefully get to the front. We're pretty good in the championship, so hopefully we can get another podium. That'll be good for the team.
Well, you've got all the gear. Let's see if you've got an idea. We'll find out on track. Right, let's move on. Okay. I'm enjoying this. It's good fun. Everyone's in a good mood today. I feel like Buckmore was a bit subdued. Everyone was serious first round of the year. We grabbed a word with Theo at the first round of Buckmore. Theo, we're back. Hello. Oh my God, I've gone. That'll make the blooper reel. Theo, sorry about that. Talk to us about Buckmore and talk to us about today.
Buckmore is bumpy, very bumpy. You interviewed me when I was doing...
I remember.
Yeah. I nearly died.
I was there too.
I nearly died.
You nearly died?
Yeah, midway through the race.
But you're back?
Yeah. Recovered.
Hey, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Exactly. So I'm going to win now.
You're going to win?
Maybe.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, at least top 5.
At least top 5. So Theo racing for?
Oxford Brooks A.
Right, well you heard here first. Theo, top 5. Let's see if that happens. Andrew and John will keep an eye on that for you. Of course, Andrew and John calling all of the shots throughout today. Our wonderful commentators. They'll be here with us for most of the year, I believe, as much as I'm aware. Let's grab a word with someone we haven't spoken to. I don't believe we've spoken to Mr. Flowgas, to Montford University. Anyway, Flowgas, are they your sponsor?
No, it's just the company that my dad works for, so I'd give him a cheeky, put it on the back.
Anyway, Flowgas, you owe him some money. Invoice in the post, right?
Yeah, I guess. In these times, yeah.
Are you going to find flow and make your way towards the front?
Hopefully with the gas pedal.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, that was good, wasn't it?
That was good. That was quick. That was better than mine.
Thank you.
Anyway, let's hope you're driving as quick as your wit. And then our pole sitter, Jack Smith. Is that a stock name you got on, like, I don't know, Shutterstock or something?
Yeah, I'm like a default character.
You are, yeah, exactly. Was it? Are they? No, what's it called when it's a known, not
NPC?
NPC, exactly. Are you going to be an NPC in this race?
We'll see. If I get loaded into turn 1, we'll find out. So
I think that's probably quite likely, as long as you know it's going to happen, though, right?
I'm expecting it. I can already feel the push behind me.
He actually is. He's keeping his foot in. He's already full throttle. Jesus Christ! Simmer down, mate. God. Anyway, talk to me. What's on your mind?
Nothing really. I'm just going to drive.
Pure driving.
Just pure driving. Jack Smith in it, so just got to keep it default.
Yeah, default. No, they didn't program thoughts.
So yeah, well, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. Anyway, you're Jack Smith driving for
U-Clan A.
U-Clan A. How's life in U-Clan A at the moment?
Not too bad. I was fighting for the lead at Buckmore and then spun out, so we're hoping not for that this time. So yeah.
At least you were fighting for the lead. You'd rather spin from the lead than, 29th.
True, yeah, but I just don't really want to spin in general, to be honest.
Are you going to be living up to your visor strip here? Just nod your head down. We've got the Kart Bandit, drive up visor strip.
Oh yeah, we'll try. I just don't want to get any penalties, to be honest. So,
to be honest, judging by the first couple of races, if you don't get any penalties, you'll probably do quite well. So good luck. I think it sounds like we're heading off towards the grid. So I'm going to grab one more person. Let's just grab someone around. Wait, hello. We spoke to you briefly at Buckmore, didn't we?
We did, yes.
How's things been since then? Like everything good at uni? Like you've been eating well?
Yeah, preparing for PF later on, today later on. Should be a good race.
Should be a good race, right? You heard it here first. Should be a good race. He seems well prepared. Andrew, John, I think I'm done chatting waffle over here, so over to you.
With the first round of Buckmore.
Thea, we're back. Oh my God, I've gone. I'll make the blue.
Piers Pryor, stick to the sports where you're sat down, sir. Here's John Ratcliffe with your grid.
Here we go then. What a fantastic action replay from the Alpha Live staff. Cheers for that. Right, let's look at the grid for race number 3. Another lightweight, this one. It's U-Clan A who line up on pole position. It was good to hear from them before the start there. Loughborough D lining up alongside. Then it's Liverpool A and Leeds A. And row 3 is UCL A and De Montfort A. Row 4 sees UEA A, always a tough one to pronounce there. They're on P7. Behind them are Warwick A. Then it's Edinburgh A and Coventry D who round out the top 10 there, followed by Oxford C and Exeter A. One to watch there from P12. Hertfordshire A, your race winner in that last one. Can they repeat that in this one? They're on P13. Then it's Nottingham Trent B, Birmingham B, Southampton B, Manchester A and Brighton A. And rounding out the top 20 are Nottingham A and Oxford Brooks A. They wanted minimum top 5, if not the race win, so definitely one to watch there from P20. Then it's Loughborough C and Oxford A, then Warwick B and Loughborough B. Row 13 sees Bath A and Southampton A, then Coventry A and Coventry B, then Cardiff B and Manchester B, rounding out the top 30. Then it's Bath B, Lancaster A, Oxford Brooks D, Surrey A, Derby A and Oxford Brooks E, rounding out the 36 karts on the grid once again for this one. Race 3 of round 3, as we say, another lightweight race for this one. We did quickly mention that earlier, but just to clarify, race number 1, 3 and 5 of this morning's racing are lightweight races. That's a 75 kilogram minimum driver weight for these ones. Then race 2, 4 and 6 of this morning are heavyweight races, which means an 82 minimum kilogram driver weight for the racing. So ever so slightly different, but can prove quite challenging in places and really changes how the kart is affected by your inputs. That little 7 kilogram extra minimum. And of course, you want to be as close to that minimum as possible. Quite a few drivers pretty far under not only the 82 kilogram, but also the 75 kilogram. Some very small drivers. As we mentioned earlier, vertically challenged was a very nice way of putting it from Andrew. But a lot of drivers waiting up to 75 or even waiting up to 82 that can prove tough for some of our slightly heavier, slightly larger drivers. However, a good reason to get down the gym, if not only to just try and go faster in a kart. Now, we've got one kart pulling off the circuit already there, straight into the pit lane.
That's Joshua Valance pulling in there.
So already a mechanical failure, it seems, there for one of the karts. Luckily, I guess, happening on the warming-up laps and not during the race. So at least Joshua Valance can jump into another kart that hopefully will be a bit more mechanically sound. As there's a big crash down at hairpin number 1. We've got 5 drivers off there on the warming up laps. Drivers managing to get it back together. The 25, though, has jumped up and out of the kart. The 68 as well looks to be stopped there.
And there's pod damage on the left-hand side of that kart, so maybe a delayed start.
I think it will be. So it's the 25 of Bath A and the 68 of Coventry D there. There were at least 3 or 4 more drivers involved in the initial incident, finding the wall on the outside of the circuit. However, they all were able to get back underway. The 68 of Coventry D now does get back underway. However, Bath A still stuck on the outside of hairpin 1. The fantastic staff here at Club 100 running over to assist. Whether they're able to get that kart back started or whether he's going to have to try and hot-foot it back to the pits.
For those of you wondering, where's Jacob? There he is.
There he is.
There's the Welsh giraffe.
I've missed that beautiful
here.
man.
Best hugs in Wales.
A true legend, Jacob is. Of course, if you've been watching BUKC for a number of years, you'll know exactly who that man is. He's having quite the chat with Bath 8, trying to sort out their current predicament. There's someone I know all too well getting their warming up laps done, Mr. Lucas Ellingham. He'll be in the Loughborough B kart, I would imagine, the number 19. As just to remind you, it's the Loughborough B kart which is fighting in the Prems.
So we've got
and
Joshua
Loughborough
Valance
A
and Lucas Ellingham both in the same race.
Interesting.
Nobody told me that the Wilton Mill Kart Club ground was breaking out today. I haven't got my notes for that one.
I've got enough of those coming up this year. I don't need another one. Here we are then. Looks to be coming to the end of the warming up laps. The Bath A driver running back to the pit, so indeed getting a new kart. The Club 100 staff are going to have to quickly get the stricken car out of the way. Otherwise, that's going to be yellow flags through hairpin 1, and we definitely don't want that on the opening lap of the race.
Whilst we've got a break in proceedings, Spreadsheet of Doom points will be following shortly. We've gone back to the old paper route today because of some of the internet troubles that we're having, so bear with us on that one. And a quick shout out as well, particularly as we're on the PA, if you are a iRacer, budding iRacer, you're just interested, you want to get into iRacing, entries are now open for the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship for 2023. You want to head across to @_MM. The details are all on there. On our link tree, there's a button to the sign-up sheet. And if you enter and you win, you can get some free time in the cards off JV. He's giving us some.
That's
So
unheard
if you're
of.
very good at iRacing, you can get free in real-life track time off JV.
That's unbelievable.
That's your reason to enter, students. But yes, our first race for that is in the first week of March, so you've got about 2 to 3 weeks to get on the grid. We've got drop score systems and all the rest of it, so if that sounds like your kind of thing, do get signed up now. Entries are open.
Awesome. Well, very much looking forward to that. We saw Bath A there exiting the pit lane.
And it's all live streamed on Double Dash Motorsport.
Of course it is.
How did I forget that?
How did you forget that? Make sure you go over and drop a little cheeky subscribe on the Double Dash Motorsport Media YouTube channel. As I was saying, we did see Bath A coming out of the pits there, so in their new kart, however, probably going to be quite cold, that kart, both the engine and the tyres, so going to be a little bit more difficult for the Bath A driver at the start of this one, but at least their kart is in working order now. It seems like we have managed to get rid of a couple of the stricken karts there over the warming up laps, as our pace car leads us round to the start-finish, and we'll be getting race number 3 of round 3 here for the BUKC Mains Championship underway very shortly. Just to remind you, the front of this one, UClan A are on pole position. Alongside them are Loughborough D. UClan A, we heard in that interview, was the driver we saw at Buckmore Park, was doing very well, leading the race in their morning round, I believe it was, but just touching the paint and spinning it round. The UClan A driver is going to be hoping not to do that in this one, but we haven't got long to wait and see as we head now towards the green lights. couple of drivers already breaking formation, but here we go then towards the first couple of corners. The UK&A driver does take the lead, and the 43 manages to slip through. That's Liverpool A up into second place. How calamitous is it going to be into the first couple of corners? All being pretty nice, to be fair. A couple of drivers getting shuffled onto the grass on the outside though, but all still facing the right direction as they continue to battle there over the bridge section. A bit of contact side pod to side pod there. Some drivers getting shuffled out wide onto the grass once again on exit, and they're now 3, 4, maybe even 5 wide in places here down towards hairpin number 1. Who's that diving to the inside there, taking a couple of places. A couple of drivers chucking their hands up in frustration. That's always going to happen though on an opening lap of a BUKC race. There are yellow flags down at hairpin 1. I think we had a couple of spinners there, so we do have one down at hairpin 2. Oh, the driver just about manages to get underway and get rejoined and staying out of the way of everyone else, but that was particularly close between a few drivers there.
Yeah, it always is. It always bottlenecks here at PFI. Into the third sector go the leaders. Just had a run through of the scores. So remember, we're very much in the ebb and flow stage of the round. There's a couple of drivers going very wide. They'll be thankful there's the slightly wider bit of grasscrete there than in previous years, as more running wide out of the final corner. The 31's going to be up the inside. That's De Montfort A. Loughborough A, it's not the A team, it's the B team, it's the one in Clubman, is currently your round leader on 108 points from the 2 races they've done so far. Birmingham A are second on 105. Down the inside there go Warwick A for a move, a key move for the lead of the race. Warwick A to the front for the first time here today.
Indeed, a cheeky little move, and done very early on as well. Brilliant start there for the Warwick A kart. They were in 8th place on the grid for this one. So starting in one of their probably quite good positions, one of their more positive starts, but making the most of it certainly, and moving to the front of the field. A couple more spinners there down at hairpin 1. And the leaders on that first lap, because they were able to sort of keep out of the mayhem further back, they were able to create quite the substantial lead. That's now closing. The gaps are closing. Here's a move down for sort of 5th or 6th place, I believe. So that's going to be a good switch back there to re-overtake through the long right-hander, or are they? Don't know. They're going to get squeezed out wide and then thus lose a position through the following left-hander. But look at the lead that Warwick A have already secured here. They dropped down into the 111s. The first kart to do so was, just as I say, that Exeter A joined them in the 111s. But now, almost a second now, that gap. There's a move down the inside, a late one. That's either Exeter A or Manchester A trying to move forward. It's actually the number 5, my apologies. That's Leeds A going for it. And they've managed to get up to 3rd place.
Yeah, really good stuff. You can see Sam Hampshire and Ocean Bache working together there, the 2 and the 3 into hairpin 1. Exeter A and Manchester A go, and both are going to get past one of their rivals there. I think that was the 31 of De Montfort A, if I'm not mistaken. So Exeter and Manchester on the march. Ocean Bache had a day of 2 halves at Buckmore Park, had problems in race 1, finished stone dead last. In the second race, he flew along to take a race victory. Feels weird saying he's one of the most experienced drivers in this field now. I am old. So, early stages of this one. Still very much all to play for. All points still open. But Warwick A will be happy with this. UCAN A second. 3rd place for Leeds A. At a circuit where they've won races before. Liverpool A behind. Down the inside there is Sam Hampshire going for the move for Exeter A. He's got to be patient with it. And Ocean Bache, what a move that is. That is superb from Ocean Bache to have even more patience than those 2 drivers ahead. He knew the gap was going to open there, John, on the inside coming onto the bridge. He placed his kart there with confidence. 2 positions in 1 move.
As you say, yeah, read that perfectly. Just placed it perfectly, and through he went. He's going to go down the inside now of Leeds A. So here you can see, just as you were speaking about, that experience really shining through.
It's one of the characteristics as you come around the bridge. If you do commit too early, you can wash out, particularly on a cold day where the front tyres just don't want to give you, that grip round the corner. Here comes Sam Hampshire now down the inside of Leeds A, so at least on the lap, he's going to have no net gain or loss. But the key thing is now, arguably the favourite for winning this race, Ocean Bache, is now gone and clear up the road, trying to hunt down the 2 leaders.
Exactly, yeah, the XA driver just making sure he doesn't get left behind that Leeds A kart. Wants to try and stick on the back of Ocean Beach. Here's a move for the 21 on the 66. That's UEA A going through on UCL A there for 7th place as they come across the line now. But all this battling behind is just continuing to allow Warwick A to increase that lead at the front. I think they have managed to break the toe back to UClan A. But are they able to extend that gap enough to mean that Ocean Beach in the Manchester A car and the driver of the Exeter A aren't able to catch throughout the next 19 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. We have our list of dirty ineligibles. Was a problem there for Joshua Valance and the UEA kart.
Went very deep there. I'm not sure whether that was assisted or whether it was an outbraking.
Yeah.
We only caught that at the end there.
Gathered it together well. Just the one kart in this race to be aware of as not. Now, what we mean by ineligible is that they won't score round points. So it could be a driver who's having their second race out there. That's not allowed as part of the rules for scoring points. So wherever they finish, they'll get nil points. Manchester B are your ghost kart in effect. They're currently in 17th place, so well out of the way of winning or getting involved in the key aspects of this race, which is very good news if you're sat in this box and trying to work out all the points. 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go.
Good late move there down the inside, further back in the pack.
We've already seen how things can go wrong under the bridge there.
Still side by side over the bridge. They just about make it back into single file as we exit now down towards hairpin number 1. 23 on the inside of the number 1. A little half spin just behind. That was a good save, wasn't it? Just looked like that door was opening, and then as they realised as they were entering the corner, that door was closing. Managing to keep it together, though.
So easy to outbrake yourself into hairpin 1. Get a bit carried away. Bit of news from race control, by the way, to report on some of the final results from earlier. If you're with us for race 1, we'll have talked through the whole race how Reading A had a penalty and weren't going to be able to take 60 points and win that race. The penalty was on review rescinded. So Reading A did keep hold of that victory in race 1 ahead of Coventry B and Birmingham A. That is confirmed. Race number 2, I don't think we had anything controversial. So yes, Hertfordshire A had the victory. Alessandro Chiaronetti ahead of Yannick Brandt for Manchester A. All those results, if you have internet available, results.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC.
So Reading A did actually have a fantastic start to the day.
Very fantastic.
However, in race 2, I still do believe they were in 30th.
Yeah, they didn't have a good race 2.
Haven't managed to carry that momentum. However, once again, you do get one race that you can drop and forget about. So Reading A, I think, just going to be hoping that that's that one.
Yes, absolutely. They will hope to not need to worry about that one. But they have got work to do if they want to have a repeat of the kind of performance that we saw in round 2 at Bookmoor Park. Meanwhile, this race continuing, the 27 and 29 going side by side into the right-hander at the far end of the circuit. Down the inside, looking good there for the move. That is is that UClan? Is that, no, I think it's Edinburgh A fighting through, isn't it? So Edinburgh A having a strong run here. The 99 re-emerging from the pits, they've had a problem.
Bath B have had a black flag for rolling back after an incident. We also saw a black flag earlier for Brighton A, it was. So their day's gone from bad to worse there. And Nottingham A also having some issues, a couple of laps down. Not sure whether they pulled into the pits mechanical or something. Definitely didn't get a black flag earlier, so not sure what's happened to them, but they are right at the back of the pack. As you say, it's Edinburgh A leading this little train of karts, right behind Loughborough B of Lucas Ellingham. And he's going to try it down the inside late there. You saw the rears lock. Is he going to get a good enough exit, though, to make it stick? I'm not sure. Might actually be open up from attack from behind as well. And he is round the outside. What a lovely move there.
Really, really good stuff from that pack of 3. It's a very... It sounds bizarre. It's a hairpin, Andrew. It should be easy to overtake. No, it's not. It's a really, really tricky one to get right, hairpin 2. It's a short braking zone. Again, you've got to be very precise with your line. You've got to get the line out of the corner and getting on the power absolutely right as a low traction zone. And even a driver, we know how good Lucas Ellingham is. If you've watched Alpha Live productions over the last few years. If Lucas can get it wrong, anyone can get it wrong in my book, but Ellingham will fight back and have another go, sure of it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. If we know Lucas Ellingham, he definitely will have another go at that one. But yeah, as you say, hairpin 2 is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah.
It comes up on you quicker than you think. You have to brake a bit earlier than you think. And yeah, the last time I raced here, I got a black flag on the opening lap for braking too late into hairpin 2 and going straight into the back of Dante Dillon. So
it's a mental thing as well. You think so much about hairpin 1. You have so long to think about hairpin 1 as you come down the back straight. Oh, this is all getting a little bit clumsy. The driver in the red and black suit is not particularly happy, having a little chat with things and gesturing there to the effect of like, please sit behind me, sir. I'm not very happy with your driving.
I'm sure that's what he was saying under the helmet as well.
Yeah. All broadcastable. Absolutely fine. But I think it's you have so long to think about hairpin 1. You get through hairpin 1 and you go, oh, survived. And then you get to hairpin 2, it's like, oh my goodness, there's another one. Track limit warning for Nottingham Trent B, currently in 13th place. Here is Oxford Brooks A. I just can't put my finger on what's happening with Brooks this year. I'm not going to rule them out yet. It's Oxford Brooks A. Anyone who's followed the BUKC long enough will know. You do not count Brooks out of it until they are mathematically dead and buried. And they're nowhere near that yet, but they've got to find some performance pretty sharpish before we wrap up here today. There's still a lot of racing to go here today, and we have got an endurance round coming up, and traditionally Brooks are very good at endurance rounds, but this will be worrying for them and their title defence that in this race they're down in 13th spot. Here is the fight for, I believe, 6th place, and there has been a change in position. Loughborough B, Lucas Ellingham, has got past Leeds A. So more progress for the effort from Loughborough that is going for the mains title. They similarly have got work to do. You would expect Loughborough to be there at the start of today. 12th in points and round results of 8th, 23rd and 4th. We've seen those flashes, John, of that 5-time championship winning performance that we know from Loughborough. But again, similar to Brooks, they need to start scoring now if we're going to be talking about them in future rounds of the BUKC as title contenders.
Exactly, yeah. Once again, talking about that consistency, able to get those good results, but just not able to do it for 3 out of the 4 that count towards your points for the day. Lucas Ellingham having a good race in this one, as we see the 29 going down the inside of Leeds A. Edinburgh A now up to 7th. They can squeeze them out on the exit. They're still going to be side by side as they go down towards the S's and finally make the move stick there to Edinburgh A.
Have we noted the black flag for the number 23, which is on your screens at the moment?
Just come up.
That is quite a big one. That is Southampton A. They are the fastest cars on circuit, but they've had 2 times ABC penalties. That's a black flag, and that's much more serious than 2 lots of 4 ABC penalties, because you're going to have to come in, sit, have a discussion, and lose a lot of positions for their crimes.
Their crimes. You sounded like the team sport briefing then. You guessed it.
That's a black flag. Loughborough B, Lucas Ellingham, fastest driver on circuits now, 1 minute 10.066. What is that, 2.5 second gap up to UEA. Here's the number 5 of Leeds A in a sandwich involving De Montfort and Liverpool A as well, who are getting along quite nicely.
Lucas Ellingham's been on the unfortunate end of what we saw at the start, though. How the leaders were able to get that early gap has now meant that Lucas, although he's had a great race, I think he started in 20th, was it? No, 24th in this one, up to 6th, but now has 3 seconds to 5th place and then a further 3 seconds to 4th place.
Yep.
So it is a tough one to gain any more positions here, but still over 10 minutes to go, so he has time to try and put something together.
And if you get some, the 3rd and 4th are very close together, they could start fighting late in this race. There's still opportunities here for everyone in this almost chasing pack there at Oxford Brooks A. They've gained a position. Southampton A have come in for their black flag. And the particularly important one that we should refer to here, John, is that they didn't have a good second race. Michael Preston had a mare. He bottled it like he does in Club 100 iRacing. It all went wrong.
He's going to love you for that one.
Oh, he will. We're good friends. But to be serious for a moment, that is a real hit to Southampton A's title hopes. I know we're still in the first half of the championship, but the bit you have to consider at home, folks, is because there's 2 dropped scores, we're actually beyond halfway now once we finish this round of a potential full championship score. So your best 7 out of 9 count. After this one, I know it's round 3, but we'll have had 4 counting scores with the qualifiers as well. So today is all about, you can't win the championship today, but you can definitely lose it if once you've got 5 representative scores on the board, you're going, well, that needs to be a drop if we want to win this title, or when we've had another one that needs to be a drop there. And as we've seen so far just today and at Buckmore Park, so many variables. We're going to Wales later this season. We've not even seen any rain yet, where you might need to rely on one of those drop scores again. If you've used both of them up by the end of today, and it looks like that is going to be the case now for Southampton A in terms of a title challenge, that's not where you want to be.
Exactly. We just go back again to consistency. Just keeping that consistently is what you have to do in the BUKC to have a chance at that title shot. As you say, Southampton A, they got P7 in race number 1, P33 in race number 2, and then here in race number 3, currently sat in 29th, right behind their sister team.
To summarise for people who may be new to this, if you want to be a championship contender in a sprints round, 2 bad races out of 4 equals we need this to be a drop. Southampton A have already had one of those rounds this year. That was round 2 a week ago at Buckmore Park. It looks like they're going to have another one here. They're pretty much going to have a perfect run through this afternoon, through the 2 rounds at GYG, through the 2 rounds, the 4 rounds remaining of the season. That is a tall order to ask, especially when you've got someone like Exeter A up in 3rd place in this race, absolutely smashing it and cruising.
Exactly. I've no more to add there, mate. You've covered that perfectly. It's a tough one for Southampton A, but still got to keep your head up because anything could happen in BUKC. It could all turn around. You never know.
Looking unlikely.
But yeah, this battle continues though. I think it's Leeds A still at the front of that. For how much longer? Down the inside goes the number 1 of Oxford Brookes. Now moves to the outside, but they're going to be 3 wide. Down into hairpin 2. Back up the inside goes the 66 of UCLA. They're now 4 wide on the exit. All getting a bit frustrated with each other. I think not quite realising how all 4 of them were side by side at one point there. 43, that's one of the Liverpool cars. Liverpool A now to the front of this pack. Oxford Brookes A back through into 2nd in this little pack. And finally, it all sort of comes to a halt through this final section of corners, but I'm sure this battling will restart again once we start another lap here. So 43 still ahead of the number 1. That's going to be confirmed on your time, and I think that means Liverpool up to 9th, Oxford Brookes to 10th, Leeds to 11th, and UCLA to 12th.
Very well summarised. Oh, down the inside there, another big move through on the initial part of the bridge loop. Getting it down the inside on that first spot is one thing. Getting it stopped is another. Penalty for contact with Loughborough B side by side between the 1 and 43. This is more like it. From Brookes A down the inside, take another position. That's them up to 9th. 6.5 minutes or thereabouts to try and close down that fight up ahead between Edinburgh and De Montfort. I'm just looking further down the order, John. Are there any other not so good results that we need to mention? Surrey A are struggling down in 32nd, I can see there. Apart from that, I think all of our protagonists are doing what we'd expect from them, apart from the aforementioned Southampton A. Warwick A still performing very nicely at the front of this order. 2.7 seconds is their gap. Manchester A 2nd. The pace even. 1:10.3 for both of them last time around. Exeter A still there in 3rd as well. UEA A, the Norwich-based team, are the fastest kart out there. No, I'll correct myself. Loughborough B are now the fastest kart out on circuit in 6th place. So the rhythm of this race feeling pretty strong at the moment, John.
Exactly, yeah. As we mentioned at Butmore Park a few times, if you're near the front of the field and we don't speak about you, you're probably having a pretty good race.
Yeah.
And Warwick certainly are in this one. No penalties that I've noticed. I mean, they got to the front pretty early on in the race, didn't they? I think it was lap 2, I want to say, where they went to the front. And since then have been unchallenged. Manchester A and Exeter A worked their way through the pack nicely to get up into second and third, but just haven't been able to close down Warwick as Warwick now go even faster. The first kart down into the 109s, a 109.957 from that Warwick A driver, now extends that lead at the front to over 3 seconds.
I think the key thing as well for Warwick, this is their best grid slot, starting grid slot of this round. They started 8th, they've got 13th and 19th coming up, converting points. You know, they've done their back of the grid race, a very typical back of the grid race for one of our Prem teams. 17th was their result. That's not bad. You've got through half the field there. But there's a bit of form there, there's a bit of speed across the team that means this could be a really good round for Warwick with these performances. They've got to get through these next 4 and a bit minutes to close this one out. 3.1 seconds now the lead. In fact, that last lap was very good. Very, very good from Warwick down into 109s. Southampton A are the quickest kart out there on circuit, but they're down in 26th position.
I think they're seeing red, aren't they, after that earlier incident?
So red, they've gone purple on the timesheet. I'm here all week.
Nice, I like that.
And just keeping an eye on Exeter A as well. I think they're just happy to take a third place, but again, they've done some great work so far this season. They don't need to necessarily be taking race wins in this sprint round because it is very open. Here's the 29 and the 31 on these screens. Coming across the start-finish line now, De Montfort A to the inside through turn 1, textbook. Spot on from De Montfort A. That's them up to 7th place.
Yeah, great little move. Very tidy there. And the Edinburgh A kart just sitting back behind and going to work together. But again, the gap forward to the next car, which is Lucas Ellingham in the Loughborough B, that gap is massive. I think, 10 seconds on the timing. They've got basically a hairpin between them. So I think best to... Honestly, is it best to fight it when you know you're not going to be able to get any further forward? However, you've still got some drivers close behind.
Yeah.
Do you work together for a little bit longer before you start battling?
I'd keep working at least for one more lap. It's a longer circuit, this. But this 2.5 minutes is still a very long time in these sprint races. Manchester A trying to fight back now. I just wonder, is the leader started to hit some traffic? They've come through a little bit of traffic. At the final corner again. Place change will be confirmed. There it is. 7th place on the board now for De Montfort A. Loughborough B. A new fastest lap from them. UEAA are going to have some attentions here. And we are going to get, aren't we, our WMKC fight for 5th place. For those of you not aware, myself and the man in the box with me have commentated on a lot of races involving these two drivers, in particular Lucas Ellingham and Joshua Valance. They've both come through the ranks at WMKC. They will know each other well.
Indeed.
21 and the 19.
The X30 senior class at Wilton Mill Kart Club has branded the Lucas Ellingham show this year, as it has been, I think, for a number of years now.
Two different drivers in a way that Lucas does more X30s and Josh does Rotax, but say they have both come through the ranks. We've raced each other previously. So we'll keep an eye on that fight because it is very tight over the line. We just saw the 21 and the 19, another new fastest lap of the race from Loughborough B. 1 minute to go. Should be 5th and 6th place coming down onto into the hairpins now. Just see them out the window. Here they are. Here is that fight for 5th and 6th. Lucas Ellingham trying to get down the inside. He's going to look for the move down the inside on Joshua Valance for 5th place. Valance saw it coming though. Will try and fight back. Here we go. This is what we love to see. Side by side as they go through the S's. Valance gets it back. This is making me feel very old, John. But it's good fun nonetheless here in the BUKC. Two very experienced drivers. Oh, Lucas goes for one down the inside, puts his hand up. I think he knows that was a little bit ambitious.
Just a tad, but you've got to go for it. It's near the end of the race, but don't give yourself an unnecessary penalty because of it. I liked it out of hairpin too, how Joshua Valence started bouncing in the cart trying to get better traction, so Lucas Elliott was trying to get as well beside him. That was brilliant.
They grow up, but the cadet racer in them never truly leaves. Time is up. Warwick A. What a race this has been for Warwick A. Just some back markers to negotiate. Nice and cleanly. This is going to be 60 points for them. What they hope is the start of a charge here in round 3 of BUKC 2023. Manchester A will be happy with this as well. More good points for them. Particularly as they had a second place in the last race. This is looking very good for Manchester A in terms of the overall round. But for Warwick A, last couple of corners to negotiate. It's going to be a very good win indeed. And 60 points to Warwick A, getting the job done here at PFI. That is a race win. The easiest race win that we've seen so far today. Manchester A and Ocean Beach takes second. Exeter A, more good points there in third. Fourth for UClan A. Fifth, UEA ahead of Loughborough B. That'll be a nice one for Joshua Valence, coming home ahead of Lucas Ellingham there in the WMKC sideshow. Seventh for De Montfort A. First of the club teams home with the red number plates. Good performance from De Montfort A. Just being the odd one out in an otherwise all-Prem top 10 completed by Edinburgh A, Brooks A and Coventry A. Then a good series of performances from other club teams. Liverpool A in 11th, Leeds A 12th, Derby A 13th, Coventry B and UCL A all in the top 15. Nottingham Trent B 16th, Manchester B 17th but ineligible, so ignore them in terms of points if you're counting them on your abacus at home. Southampton A, not good, 18th place. That's not what they would have wanted in that one, but they did at least recover from a black flag. Bath A 19th and Lancaster A up in the top 20 again. The debutants there continuing to do good stuff here in the mains.
Another month to mention as well, Hertfordshire A obviously got the race win in our last race, but 23rd in that one. So again, as we've mentioned multiple times already, that consistency, what you need to be challenging for a round win, not quite coming to Hertfordshire A there. And to be fair to Southampton A, I think that's pretty impressive, getting back to 18th after a black flag here at PFI, where we obviously have big gaps usually between the packs. So fair play to the Southampton A driver.
Hugely frustrating because they had the pace to get a top 5 there. Let's head down to Piers Pryor. He's in the paddock.
Another excellent race. Race 3 now done. So that's a kind of lightweight race of the day. Let's see if we can grab some of our successful drivers. We had number 11 won the race. Well, we've got Ocean Beach in number 3, second. Ocean, second place. Happy with that?
Yeah, all right. Real races always finish second, so I'm quite happy.
There you go. There you go. Well done. We'll see if we can grab someone else. Number 11. It's a number 11 about, because that was our race winner. I can't see. Let's go and have a word with Theo. Theo, mate. You still going to be... It wasn't top 5, mate.
I don't know where I came. Do you know where I came?
About 9th, I think.
Yeah, that's not very good.
It's not terrible.
It's not ideal.
It's not ideal. However, next time, be better, yeah?
Yeah.
We move. Well, I'm very much a bad luck charm today. I feel like everyone I've spoken to has not done very well. I think everyone's heading over to the Weybridge, so we'll wander down to the Weybridge and catch up with some more of the drivers. The track is definitely drying out up there now. The lap times have kind of stabilised from this morning. Looks like turn 1 this morning was a bit sketchy. Hello there, Hugh. Who are you racing for?
Edinburgh.
And?
What?
And?
I don't know. Full race from me, to be honest. Just didn't have it today.
Hey, so we don't always have it all the time. It's okay.
Thank you.
What doesn't kill us makes us stronger, as one of our very wise people on the grid said earlier on.
Except when I broke my back climbing, that didn't make me any stronger. send me with week.
Anyway, better luck this afternoon in the team races. Hi there. We haven't spoken yet, have we?
Yeah, it was quite alright, but I got punted from behind. I just spun because of that. The pace was at least there, so in terms of pace, I came back quite a lot. They punted back because I was faster than the guys in front. So in general, it was fine, but these guys gotta be careful sometimes because they don't know how to brake. What do you think about it?
It sounds like most of the drivers are going to get a small, maybe a medium-sized telling off from JV. So if the commentators are ready in a moment, let me know when you guys are ready, because I think there's going to be a bit of a chat, and I'll let you guys discuss that amongst yourselves in terms of track limits, contacts, and everything like that. Let's grab some more people while we were just waiting for that. Hello, sir. Hello. Who are you racing for? What is your number, and how was that?
Car 44, Southampton B. Yeah, that was a fun race with this guy here.
Who are you racing for? What's your name?
I'm Daniel and I'm with Brooks D.
Brooks D. So that was good fun. What were you fighting over?
Somewhere to the back. We both got spun off early on, but we had great fun and both made up some positions. Yeah, it was just brilliant. Great race.
Excellent. Well, that sounds good. Jean. P1, sir. P1.
Yeah, I'm a happy man to say the least. I didn't feel like I had the pace, but yeah, we got there in the end.
Good, and clearly going all right. Today you've done a few laps around PF before. Yeah. Team this week.
It's
looking well done.
Apologies for the breakup in the signal there. Back with us here in the commentary box, halfway through this third round here at PFI for BUKC 2023. 3 more races to go, and I think we can now head back down to Piers Prior in the paddock. Nope, apologies. We've still got a few technical issues, and actually I think what's going on, if it's confirmed in my ear, that there's a rebriefing for some of the drivers.
You can go to an advert if you want.
And we'll take a short break here on the commentary and be back shortly with more action here
Sorry
at BUKC at PFI.
Sorry about that. Yeah, confusion.
Side by side, who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside. It's getting very close. He's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Hope you're enjoying
Welcome to Alpha Live, the live streaming service where you can be part of the action from home. You can watch via your smart TV,
We'll
phone,
come back to you
tablet,
in
or even your gaming console.
half a minute if you want.
We've got you
Do the
covered.
grids.
Just head to
Do
the
grids,
YouTube
yeah.
app on
Nice
any
one.
of your devices.
Sorry, I
and
should use
search
push
for
to
Alpha
talk to you earlier, Andrew.
Here you
I
can
didn't
watch
clock
all
it.
of the events as they unfold.
Right,
Or you could choose from our
15
vast
seconds.
library for those lazy days in, all in beautiful HD. Be sure to hit that subscribe button and click on that notification bell so you don't miss out on any future videos.
Hope you're enjoying the coverage here on Alpha Live. Let's have a look at the grid for race number 4 in the mains round 3 here at PFI today. On pole position, Manchester B, Oxford Brooksea alongside on the front row. Coventry D and Liverpool B form up row 2, and it's 2 Coventry karts in the first 3 rows with Coventry B there alongside Exeter B. Moving on to row 4, Nottingham Trent B and Hertfordshire A are on that one. Warwick B and Liverpool A, good opportunities for them from row 5. Bath A and Cambridge A are on the 6th row of the grid. Warwick A, we've just seen a race win for them. What can they do here from row 7? UEA A are alongside them on that one. Coventry A and Oxford A are heavyweights row 8 there. Oxford Brooks D and Bristol A on row 9. Sheffield A and Derby A are both there on row 10. Coventry C and Southampton B on row 11. Edinburgh A and Nottingham Trent A on row 12. And then Oxford Brookes C and UCLan B on row 13, Birmingham B and UCL A on row 14, Loughborough A and UCLan A with work to do from row 15. Oxford Brookes B and Brunel A are on row 16, Manchester A and Brighton B on row 17. Oxford Brookes A and Loughborough D have their back of the grid starts from row 18. It is a 36 kart field. Dirty ineligibles to tell you about in this race. Manchester B are ineligible for the rest of this round, basically. They only had one eligible driver for points, so if there's a Manchester B kart up at the front of this order in this race, I'm going to be like, nah, not interested, John Ratcliff. Not interested.
Well, as you say earlier, we've got a bit of a stoppage here as the drivers get a
rebriefing,
stern telling off. Or rebriefing as a nicer way to put
education. Further education. It's a university championship after all.
Yeah, one way of putting it, certainly. Jacob was very happy that we gave him a nice little mention.
So he should. Where's my payment? Where's my Victoria sponge cake?
He wasn't too happy with the driver's use of the circuit and abuse of the track limits.
He's one to talk.
Yeah, very true. Very true.
Oh, very good. But no, I think for those at the front of the order, it's we've seen some good racing at the front. I know, obviously, the race controller are rightfully not all impressed by what's been going on out there on circuit today, but from our vantage point, we see what we see on the stream. On the whole, it's been a good day of racing so far up at the front of the order.
Yeah, I think it's been fantastic. Some really, really good racing going on, some fantastic results, and it's just an interesting case of seeing who can string them together. Currently, Exeter A still doing a very good job of that today. This one, race number 4, another heavyweight race. Not many of our big hitters in this one, really. I'd say probably the biggest being Oxford Brookes A, who are down in 35th.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see what they can do in this one.
Yeah, it's a strange one. It's a good opportunity, this, for Oxford Brookes A to have a real a race that lights up their season. It's their back of the grid start, so you wouldn't expect this one to be one of their best 3. But that's not to say that it's not an opportunity to be one of their best 3. And yes, if it's a race just with how the draws happened, where they've got an easier path, shall we say, through to a top 10, maybe even a top 5. Who knows? It could be a race where they, if they get a good ranking at the end of the season, this could be one of those where they look back at it and go, God, that race at PFI on the 15th of February, that's where our season started properly.
It's going to look very silly now if they end up tracking
they're going to get binned on that one now. Because they didn't give us Jaffa cakes.
Exactly.
It's simple as that.
You need to bribe us to do well in the BUKC. When will you learn this?
I'm going to try and pull some of the comments up because I'm sure the comments have been buzzing away. Apologies that we've not been able to check in on them as much as we would like. And they're still loading.
Still won't load on your phone.
Apologies for that, folks. Technology, it's wonderful most of the times, but when it lets you down, it's a real pain in the whatever. But do keep your comments coming in. Do give a press of that subscribe button to Alpha Live, because we've got every single mains round coming up for you for the rest of the year. We've got GYG in a few weeks, which I am very excited for. I love going to Glanigors. I love the BUKC. How about you put the two together? It's a guaranteed barnstormer of a day. So very much look. I'm trying to think. Is this the first time? Is this the first time we've been since 2020? Or am I getting it that wrong?
I think you're right.
That was the last event before you know what. It was a very weird day. I remember being in the comms box and my phone just went crazy as a load of Premier League matches got cancelled. Blimey, so much has changed in the world since the last time we went to GYG for BUKC. But what I will say from that day, it was a great day of racing. So definitely tune in for that one in a few weeks' time. And we're at Clay Pigeon as well for the full 3 days of finals weekend. So we'll have the Mains Championship culminate on the Friday. We've got the rookies on the Saturday, and then we've got the individual drivers championship on the Sunday. So definitely tune in for that. And in between all of that, we've got Club 100 sprints at the end of this month, February, for the start of the sprint season down at Buckwell Park on the Sunday. That'll be very good as well. And plenty of other stuff to follow in due course.
And all of that action you speak about, all live on Alpha Live. So again, make sure you drop a subscribe on the channel, because you don't want to be missing any of that. We're nearly at 30,000 subscribers now.
Yes.
On Alpha Live. Very, very impressive.
Hello to Pedro, who says, watch out for João Maria Jorge from Bath Uni, one of the best racers out there. So we'll definitely keep an eye out for João there. And yeah, keep those comments coming in. The good news is, though, Piers Pryor has not had any more accidents. I think this break has given him a chance to just steady his feet. He's not good on 2 feet. He'd make a terrible skier. Good kart driver, terrible skier. But yeah, just filling a bit more time whilst we wait for the start of this 4th race of 6. Endurances coming up later on this afternoon as well for round 4. John Ratcliff in the box with me. Who's impressed you so far in terms of teams and performances that have been put together so far? Not looking at that screen because it's not up to date yet.
I mean, as I mentioned earlier, I think Exeter A have just continued to be impressive, haven't they? They were so incredible up to this point and continuing to impress throughout today.
Piers is ready again.
I think it's one of those things where, like we saw in that earlier race, they took a P3. They knew it was going to be a good result. They sat there. They stayed there. It was perfect, and they got a good result there, rather than trying to battle forward and grab those couple of extra positions, couple of extra points, which could help, but equally just stringing together those results is the main thing.
Good news for listeners and viewers who've already got bored of us rabbiting on. Piers Pryor is ready back down in the paddock. Piers, over to you.
So after a robust talk from JV about track limits, driver standards, contact, we move on to race 4 now. Race 4, of course, will be better after that word from JV. Let's have a word with our front row sitter. Hello, sir. Who are you racing for? Tell us about what's going to go down in this one, which hopefully won't involve contact to track limits.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Had a wee telling off. Starting P2 for Brooks. See how it goes. Send her around the outside. Hopefully be all right.
No contact, of course. Well, good luck with that. Outside often is risky, especially in the BUKC. Let's head on back. I've got to have a word with the man in red. Hello, sir. What is your name and who are you racing for? You're number 49.
Yes, David for Coventry B.
Coventry B, and how's this race going to go for you?
It's going to go amazingly, hopefully.
Excellent.
Yeah, hoping to move forward. Yeah, it's my second mains race, and at Buckmore was pretty good. Managed to get a P2, so yeah.
That's good. P2 on your mains debut.
Yeah, it's not bad. So.
And what have you done beforehand?
I did Inters last year. Won the championship though, which is good.
Hey, going from Inters to coming P2 in the mains is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, not too bad, yeah. But yeah, there's really quick drivers, so I'll try my best, see what happens.
I'm sure you will, And I'm going to take a guess. Your favourite colour red?
Yes, it is, yeah.
I couldn't tell. Right, let's move down. Yeah, go on then. Hello. Morning.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good, yeah, not too bad.
How's things?
Not too bad. Just getting ready for the race now, trying to think positive and see how the day goes, really.
Positive mental attitude, yeah?
Yeah, that's the one.
That is the one. And what does your positive mental attitude mean in this race?
Well, it's going to be a bit of a struggle because I'm quite heavy, so it's not going to be a good factor, but I'm just going to try my best and see what happens.
It's a heavyweight race though, right?
Yeah, but I think I'm about 16 kilos over.
0.3 of a second. I'm sure you can make that up in driving.
I'll give it a good go, yeah.
You're starting 8th, 10th? 8th?
7th.
My maths is horrific.
So's mine.
It's all right then, it's all good. Well, I can count to 1, so let's hope you end up somewhere near there.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah.
Anyway, what's your karting experience? Talk to us. Give us your life.
I used to do the schools championship back in the day. I've done a bit of MSA racing in X30 and junior Rotax as well. So I've done this for a year as well. So yeah, I've had quite a bit of experience.
It is a good experience, isn't it? And what's your favourite food?
Pizza, definitely.
What did you have for dinner last night?
Pizza.
Nice. Right, that bodes well. P17. That's inbound. All right, let's roll our way further down the grid. I think we got time for one more interview before we head off. Good day.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. I'm getting asked a lot how I am. I'm very polite bunch of drivers today. You're starting probably what, about 14th, 16th? 18th. What does the race look like? What do you see happening? Give us your forethought.
With the positive mindset, I stay where I am because I've never driven this track before. So
it's a good track.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I'm really excited. So here's hoping for staying where I am, but you know, who knows? Try and stay alive. That's it, really.
Stay alive. Well, enjoy. I think they're waiting on me, so I'm going to get out of the way. Andrew, John, over to you.
We can do grids again if you'd like.
Welcome back, everyone. Just after that short break for the drivers to be re-educated. I think is a good way of putting it. Right, let's have a look at the grid then. For race number 4, Manchester B on pole position, Oxford Brookes E alongside, then it's Coventry D and Liverpool B. They're followed by Coventry B and Exeter B. And row number 4, Nottingham Trent B and Hertfordshire A. And rounding out the top 10, Warwick B and Liverpool A. Behind them are Bath A and Cambridge A. 13th, unluckiest grid position. That goes to Warwick A. Will it be unlucky for them, though? Let's wait and see. Alongside them, UEA A, then it's Coventry A, Oxford A, Oxford Brookes D, and Bristol A. Around out the top 20 are Sheffield A and Derby A. Then it's Coventry C and Southampton B, then Edinburgh A and Nottingham Trent A. Then Oxford Brookes C and UClan B, then it's Birmingham B, UCL A, Loughborough A, and UClan A, rounding out the top 30. Then it's Oxford Brookes B, Brunel A, Manchester A, Brighton B, Oxford Brookes A, and Loughborough D, rounding out the 36 karts on the grid for this one. As we were chatting about while the drivers were being re-educated, the ones to watch, I reckon, Manchester A in 33rd and Oxford Brookes A in 35th. Both teams probably their lowest start for the sprints round this morning. So we'll see whether they're able to jump up the order.
Daniel White asked a very good question on the chat. Daniel, the answer is no. You know what to do. Warwick A, if you want to win this round, get him in now. Moving on from Jaffa Cakes. Other biscuits, cakes are available. Someone has spun off going through... That's a bit of an odd one to go off there. They won't do that again.
Usually either a helping hand or they really tried to break late.
Really got it a little bit wrong. There will be a scores and draws update coming soon. Thank you to the team in Race Control for providing us with those results, which we're processing at the moment. Results.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC if you're at home or you've got signal available to check those out. And if you've got a second monitor, a tablet or your phone or whatever, if you're watching on a big 50-inch plasma at home, look at you. live.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC. That's the live timing element where you'll get all the stats and facts that we see here in the box. All the race notifications, track map, etc. Really get into your statistical nerd hole on a Wednesday afternoon. Is it afternoon? Not quite.
Not quite.
Still 14 minutes to go.
Not quite, indeed. Once again, all of these sprint races, drivers getting a 3-lap practice just to get up to speed with the conditions out there on track, getting used to your kart as well. And I do believe drivers are allowed to come in and change kart if they feel that it is significantly underpowered or has a significant issue. However, if the kart testing team that's out there today then finds out it does not have an issue, then I do believe that a penalty will be given to the driver who has initially brought that kart in.
Yeah, and the reason for that is it's not that it wants to be completely discouraged, because if there's a genuine issue, there's a genuine issue, but because of the tight schedule that we have, we don't want to waste 5 minutes every race with drivers going, I don't like this one, this is 95%. It discourages people being Goldilocks drivers, and means if the kart isn't quite right there but still raceable, you race on with it. If it is a raceable kart and you bring it in and the testers go, well, this one's absolutely fine, you do potentially get that penalty afterwards. So it's to discourage that and mean we don't have any wasted time. Someone's had enough.
Oh dear.
That's what practice is for.
Exactly, yeah. Get in order. Well, good to see lots of people in the chat. Sam White says Tyler Ducross is Lewis Hamilton's hero. So
Really?
Love that.
I hear Ducross translates to touches the idle screws. I hope not. That would be an illegal manoeuvre. Good to see that we've got chat back. This is what we were missing.
We were missing it. We were missing it. Great to have you guys with us. Sahib Kana says, come on Liverpool. Also says, morning to you guys at DDMM.
Hello indeed.
Hello from me as well. I mean, you got a little plug for DDMM earlier, so I'm now going to plug mine if that's okay.
That's all right.
Please, everyone, if you wouldn't mind, just chucking me a little follow at Ratters Media on all of the socials, all the relevant ones anyway. YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Who even uses Twitter or Facebook anymore? Come on. As the kart testers having a lovely little battle down towards hairpin 1 there. Having a great time.
Oh, they're at it again.
They are.
Guys,
you can't stop them, can you?
Joe, Anwar, it's not sprints yet for the next few weeks. Do some work. Anyway, there's a race about to begin. 25 minutes on the clock. Race 4 underway here at PFI for round 3 of the BUKC 2023. All looking very even. Going into the first couple of corners. 3-4 wide in places. Are they all going to get under the bridge unscathed? They're jutting around. There's a few pods being pushed around there, but I think we're okay.
How did they hold that together? There are a couple of drivers who are practically sideways coming under the bridge there, but all managing to keep it facing in the right direction. Good battle near the front, though. They're going 3 wide down towards the hairpin. Who's that diving to the inside? It's the number 54 who's made up a couple of positions there. That's Warwick B moving through nicely. Looks to be a change for third as well.
5 wide. 5 wide going into hairpin 2. This is not going to
there they
work.
Are.
No, it is.
It is?
This is what the further education does. It means you can go 5 wide and you can get through the next corner. JV is a miracle worker.
Or everyone's just so terrified of him, they think, I should probably...
I think so.
Probably not do that in the immediate next race. We did have a couple of stragglers out of hairpin 2. I think a couple of spins or possibly just half spins. Some drivers falling near down to the back of the pack. I think one of them was Nottingham Trent A in the number 7 kart. Here's a move at the first corner, though. That's an interesting one. 76 did try it. The Liverpool B kart thought about it on Warwick B, but luckily just about thought better of it as they got towards the apex. Got pretty slidey because of it, but managed to feed in behind and is going to get another go later on in this lap. The 39 of Manchester B still at the front of this pack. 68 pressuring for second place, though. That's Coventry D trying to get through on Coventry B. Behind them, the battle continues. Liverpool B finally making that move stick down at hairpin number 1. So Liverpool B up to 4th, Warwick B down to 5th. Oxford Brookes E now trying to get involved as well. And just behind them, Bath A are looking for a taste of it also. Kind of breaking into 3 or 4 big packs now, and then look at this one going down into the S section just as we cut away there. There's got to be 10, maybe 15 karts in that battle in the background. As you lead in 3, Manchester B, Coventry B, and Coventry D just starting to pull away as that's a cheeky move to the apex. Move for 5th place. I think that was Oxford Brookes B going through, and it was indeed as we start another lap of this one.
Yeah, looking a bit better here, although there's lots of action going on in the second half of the field. Manchester B will be happy with this one. It's 1-2-3 for Clubman at the moment. Oxford Brookes A, we talked about them on the first roundup that this might be a good opportunity for them to have a really good race with a few championship protagonists not in this one. Well, they're up to 13th after 2 laps. That is much more like it. That's what we expect to see in this commentary box from the reigning champions, and it is Matthew Taylor in for them at the moment. Very experienced driver who's going to move down the inside, I can see, into hairpin number 2, but it's some... This will be the test now. They've got themselves up into the top half, but now they're going to start hitting drivers who warrant a position up in this top half. I'm looking at Sam Sanders in particular there in the number 21 UEA A kart. this is going to be a real test now to see can Oxford Brookes A get their season back on track in this race.
It will indeed be quite the test. An interesting one down at hairpin number 1 earlier on in that lap. We saw Coventry D trying to go for the overtake on Coventry B, losing them both time to the leader. The Coventry B car, I think pretty understandably, being very frustrated with his teammate, being like, what are you doing? You're wasting time for both of us here, and you're letting the leader of Manchester B get away. Now, luckily, because of the slipstream effect here at PFI, they've managed to basically close down that gap through that previous lap. And the battling continues. What was a battle of 3, now a battle of 4, and almost a battle of 10 going back down the order. But all as they were for now. Liverpool B had a good battle earlier on, now have got right to the back of this pack and trying to get themselves involved in the battle for the top 3. We've had a black flag earlier on a couple of minutes ago for Oxford A. Not an ideal race for them. And Exeter B, who currently sat in 18th place, have just got a penalty for ABC bump and pass. Same penalty as well, goes out to Loughborough A. Looks to be chopping and changing at the front though. No moves able to stick just yet, I don't think. It looks like Liverpool might have been shuffled back down by Bath A as I looked away. And thought it could be a change for the lead there. Not quite. Manchester B still holding on to it, but Coventry B were extremely close. There's UEA battling, and we do have a change for the lead. Down the inside goes Coventry B. Have they managed to make it stick? No, back to the inside. Just chopped off the front of the nose cone goes Coventry B, and they do take the lead of the race.
This is really hotting up. Look at this train coming out of the bridge section and down towards hairpin number 1. Coventry B have taken that lead. Manchester B to the outside. Bath A to the inside. I think it's Axel Slijepcevic who's in for them at the moment. And yes, the number 25 has got up to 2nd place. Fight behind as well. Brookes E and Loughborough B in there. UEA, Coventry, Warwick A doing well again. They don't need the offerings to the altar of the Coventry curse. They've got good scores on the cards today. They've already got a race win. This is a chance for another one. Now, really important bit of this race now as Axel Slijepcevic goes down the inside for Bath A. These two now got to work together. Everybody behind is scrapping around like mad, not getting themselves organised. You've got to push off the front now and work together as a 1-2. There's a gap there of 0.8 of a second as Oxford A get a black flag. If you can get that out to 1.52 seconds, John, you've then got something that you can work with and defend for the rest of the race. Even with 80 minutes to go. As up onto the bank. Was that Liverpool?
It was.
It was. And there's another driver involved behind as well.
Could that be Warwick B, possibly?
I have never seen a cart that high up the bank on the Lichfield Bridge entry before. Things you only see in the BUKC. Yeah. But no, really important for Bath A and Coventry B now. Don't scrap, don't fight, because there's some very, very fast drivers in this chasing group.
So, yeah, those being Oxford Brookes A now involved in it, and Manchester A and Warwick A now all on the back of this pack. UEA very much involved in the middle of it. But yeah, totally agree with you. They need to work together here, try and push forward that gap and break that toe as much as possible while these all continue to fight. ABC bump and pass penalty now goes out to Nottingham Trent
To note as well, we talked about Manchester A, the fastest kart on circuit at the moment. This is their last race. The way that the non-competing races work, sometimes you do get a team that does race 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's them done. Manchester A are in that scenario. They're currently second in the live points on 146, but that 33rd from race 1 is in play. As there's that Taylor looking down the inside of Sanders there. Sanders being forced out wide. Oxford Brookes A are through, and the number 22 of Oxford Brookes A will surely cede position to the A team. Fighting up ahead as well, involving Coventry A and Warwick B. This is a proper scrap at the moment.
Manchester's Kane Shepherd as well has done very well in that. He's nearly at the front of that train in the background now. As him, it's now Oxford Brookes A, UEA, and the Manchester A car all battling nearly side by side there for a couple of cars through the S's section. This is getting very close in this group battle. Might be back down the inside for the 54 and is Warwick A back through. Is it going to be the up and under though? It is. Coventry A, a lovely move there.
So for argument's sake, what do we reckon? Manchester A around in 8th place now? That would be leaving them on 171 as the clubhouse leader. If you golfists amongst you will know what that means. That's a good score. That's a very good score for a round of the best 3 results from 4. You needed 175 as Shepherd looking down the inside. That was a little bit too eager. Is now going to be under attack in the Manchester A kart. There's Taylor for Brooks A fighting as well. A bit of a gesture there to the number 54 of Warwick B. Doesn't want the 54 of Warwick B to defend. Wants them to get on with it. Taylor down the inside is still going to have work to do, but has got it done on the exit. Says to the number 54 to come on. No, we need to work together at this phase of the race. Manchester are now down the inside of Warwick B. UEA A as well. Everybody's having a nice little drive and a chat with one another, aren't they, here at PFI today?
As he's saying, I love you so much. You're amazing.
I think you think amazing things. Adam Nather's out there as well. Of course, Adam Nather's in this one for Sheffield A. Had a win at Buckmore Park until we noticed he had a 4-place penalty. Then it wasn't a win. Biggest curse of Buckmore Park, that one. Hence why he's made peace offerings this morning. And at the moment he's up to 11th place. But no, so Manchester A now up to 6th. That would leave them on 173, because remember their 33rd place that they had in race 1 is in play at the moment. That's what Kane Shepherd's trying to do in this race, get as good a result as possible to back up the 2 second places that Manchester A have got and put a score on the board that is so good nobody will be able to beat it. And he's having a really, really good go at that here in the number 3. Has got ahead of Brooks A. That, I feel, John, is a really key point in this race. That Oxford Brooks A kart that's been flying through the field from the back of the order has now been overtaken by another kart. Really intriguing to see how this next 5 minutes play out.
Indeed, yeah. We thought that they would sort of follow each other through the pack, didn't we? From the second to last row of the grid and the last row of the grid. But Manchester now getting back through. They were the ones who started just ahead of the Brooks A kart, now getting back ahead on this lap. And Kane Shepherd looking to now get up into, is that 3rd place? No,
yeah.
4th place, I believe.
That is a Felipe
place.
Massa situation. Kane Shepherd is faster than you, and Manchester B gladly oblige. Now, the bit I will just note is that Manchester B are ineligible in this race. I hope not, but I wouldn't want to see Manchester B now starting to try and hold up other drivers, because that's the bit of ineligible drivers that I don't particularly like.
It's not ideal for the drivers out there, but equally not against the rules.
It's not against the rules. As further discussions occurring between Brooks A and Warwick B. Negotiations continue, and Sam Sanders has the best seat in the house for it. He's a driver who will be competing, I hope, in the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. I say I hope because he hasn't got his entry in yet. Down the inside of Coventry B go Manchester 8. This is a very good run.
He's having a flyer.
This is the kind of performance. It's so much pressure. You know, you've seen your teammates put the team in a position to win a round, but it's all on your individual shoulders in your race to deliver that performance. This is a fantastic race so far from Kane Shepherd. If he continues on at this form, we could be calling this one very, very quickly. Won't quite be calling it because there's a number of teams that have only done 1 race, maybe 2 races with this one. It won't completely seal it up for them, but a 176 score as the results stand, that's pretty good. 176 has won many a BUKC sprints round over the years. Here's Sam Sanders looking down the inside of Warwick B and going by Warwick B. That's 7th place for the Norwich-based university.
Indeed, yeah, having to be relatively aggressive there on the chop-off on exit. I think the UEA kart had seen how much grief the Warwick B kart had given the Oxford Brooks A kart, and they wanted to get that done immediately, as we got a spinner there down at hairpin number 2. It was the 37, was it, of Birmingham B, having a little spin there. And if this race isn't hot enough for you, I have noticed as well our 2 kart testers are still battling out there throughout this one. Brilliant to see, brilliant to see. But I think they've actually now caught the back of the train of the actual race, so maybe you're going to have to back off ever so slightly. Right, let's look back to the race at hand. Oxford Brooks A now right on the rear bumper of Manchester B. Are they going to look for it? They did look for it, but making contact down at turn 3. That long sweeping left-hander. I think it wasn't enough contact to cause any particular issue for Manchester B, but the Oxford Brookes A car just needing to wait a little bit longer to make that move stick.
Adam Nather having a good run here. The number 16 at the front of this train. This is 9th place downwards, as down the inside there looks the number 10 of Brooks C on its stablemate Brooks E kart. And the hobnobs are out. Warwick A and Archie Hobson, who had a race win at Buckmore Park, is in this one as well. Going through the S's now. Big strides forward from Adam Nather so far this season.
This is just proving how much the bribery does work.
Oh gosh, absolutely. It's
scientific
guaranteed
evidence
to 90% of the time work all the time. But just looking through, so I know I keep mentioning this a lot, but a triple of second places for Manchester A would leave them on 177. There are still teams out there who could beat that, but we're talking teams needing Exeter A, for example, would need to win both races. Sorry, one race and get a second place in their remaining 2 to go in races 5 and 6. This would be a big statement for Manchester A if they can hold on to this second place, or maybe even improve further. A big move would be to take the race win, but they've got 4 seconds up the road to Bathé and Axel Slijepcevic to catch up in that regard. That is very much one of those things easier said than done.
Yeah, those two the fastest out on circuit. Manchester A just a little bit faster, couple of tenths a lap faster, but I don't think that's quite going to be enough to chase down your leader by the end of the race. But once again, as you said a couple of times today, never say never in the BUKC. This battle here continuing through the last few sections of corners. That long sweeping right-hander is a very difficult one because you dive for a very late apex. It feels very odd, and you open yourself up to someone cheekily diving down the inside and then parking it on the apex and forcing you wide. So it is a difficult one to race on, but an extremely fun one nonetheless. Right, let's have a look at this battle then. There's Oxford Brookes A still trying to get past Coventry B. It was Manchester B who they were having difficulty with before. They've been shuffled down to 7th. And here goes Oxford Brookes A down the inside. A late move at hairpin number 1. They're going to get squeezed to the apex, but managed to find a way through. And through follows UEAA as well. They're going to be left on the outside, though. Could they get hung out to dry here by 1 car, possibly 2? They'll still be side by side on the exit. It should just be UEAA who take it over that other car, but not quite able to follow Oxford Brookes A through.
Yeah, Matthew Teller using all of that experience he's got to make that that move work. Sam Sanders has a half little look there on Coventry B. Nothing moving there. So Bathé lead, but, and it's a big but, Manchester A are now the fastest cart out on circuit. It is a heavyweight race after all.
Oh, side by side.
Sam Sanders trying to fight through here. Coventry B defending to the inside. Manchester B looking to the outside. Remember, they're ineligible in this race. Still side by side as they go under the bridge. Sam Sanders is going to have to be brave around the outside. There's going to be a lane on the inside for Manchester B and possibly for Warwick B as well. Warwick B have still. Oh, wow, how have Warwick B taken that? Back down the inside goes Sam Sanders on Coventry B. Fantastic racing here in the BUKC. UEAA are through and up to 5th place.
How was he even managed that? That was incredibly impressive from Sam Sanders. As you say, brave being the operative word there, through under the bridge, keeping it stuck in round the outside, and it did work out in the end. But as you say, Warwick B managing to follow them through, now up into 5th and 6th respectively, but that bit of battling has allowed for Oxford Brookes A to extend that gap. I think that's looking like 2, maybe even 3 seconds now between them.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to that fastest lap. Manchester A on the charge here. That gap is coming down very, very quickly. And there's still 7 minutes in this race to go. Bathé have not got this one done yet, and it is that kind of thing now. Second place would be very nice for Manchester A, get them a very good score, but as here can Warwick B back at UEAA as they go through the first chicane and under the bridge. This time Sam Sanders will have the inside line as they whip round onto the bridge. surely we'll have a good position. Yeah, just takes that position in front. All calm for Sam Sanders in that scenario.
However, who's going to get the better exit here?
Yeah.
Does look to be the 54, moves to the inside. Oxford Brooks C trying to follow through as well. And both do squeeze through on Sam. Sam holding the inside though on the Oxford Brooks kart, who tries to go up and under and doesn't make it work.
This second half of the circuit is where Sam Sanders in this particular kart, in this particular race, is a little bit stronger. I think he's struggling a tad. And it's minute levels here. He's just struggling with the top end speed a bit, which then when you're the kart at the head of a train, exasperates the situation even more. So this is hard work for Sam Sanders. But just to go back to Manchester A, as they take another 4/10 out of Bath A, the gap is now less than 2.6 seconds. Getting the race win in this race may sound like it's 59 points versus 3 wide. 3 wide going through the chicane, involving Sheffield A and others.
Sheffield go down the inside there.
You all stop doing overtakes for 30 seconds to explain my point, drivers. Manchester A could very likely end up in a tiebreaker scenario here, or even on something like 178, where a race win could be really, really important. And it's when you get down into those tiebreaker situations, as there's more overtakes.
Double overtake.
See down the inside brilliantly. This could be one that translates into championship points, which is why if I'm Kane Shepherd and I catch Axel Slepčević, I don't think I'm sitting behind. I think I'm looking for every opportunity to take the lead of this race and get as many points on the board in the round as possible. It's shaking out this round to be one of those where we're going to have tiebreakers. If you win a tiebreaker, that equals at least one championship point. We had one at Bookmore Park, mate, where there was a 5-way tiebreaker. Wow. 5-way tiebreaker, which meant if you were the 5th team in that tiebreaker, you were one position across one of your 3 races. There was a difference between having an extra 4 championship points and not having 4 championship points. And we've seen this title be decided by much less previously. There we go. It's probably about 20 overtakes that have happened whilst I've explained that point. And Manchester A have set yet another fastest lap.
Indeed, I think the Bath A team, if you can hear us outside, need to get that go faster board at the ready.
And they are. They've just set a personal best. 1 minute 10.7. Brooks C at the front of this train still after that great move a lap or so ago. Sam Sanders second in line. Warwick B third in line and having a half spin. Getting contact there with the 39 of Manchester B, which had nowhere to go there. Another victim to hairpin number 2, and Warwick B's fine race up to that point will cascade down the order into the teens and probably out of the teens as well. What a shame for Warwick B.
Yeah, that's really gutting for the Warwick B driver. They were having a fantastic race, battling really, really closely with Oxford Brooks C and UEAA there. But now, as you say, just shuffling back down the order after that slight incident. Now, one thing I want to mention that we got very used to at Butmore Park was that back markers often came into play with the leading battle in the last 5 or 10 minutes. Now, because this circuit is so much longer, we're not really finding that today, are we?
No, not really. 3 minutes on the clock to go. Sheffield A now up to 8th place. And Loughborough A and Manchester B getting involved. Remember, Manchester B are ineligible. They will not score round points in this race. Track limits penalty for Oxford A. Here come Loughborough A having a half look. No, they're going to have a look down the inside. Not committal enough. I would have really gone for that. Mate, give yourself an assertive position down the inside there, under braking on Sheffield A. There wouldn't have been much that Sheffield A could have done there. In doing that, they've lost a bit of time and could be under attack from karts behind. Coventry D having a strong race in this one, up in 11th place.
Well, they were battling up near the front earlier on in the race.
Yep.
It was an interesting one. I'm not sure, maybe I've missed it or maybe I'm misremembering how Coventry B fell down the order into 14th, because it was themselves and Coventry D who were battling over P2 earlier on in this race. Just getting reshuffled back down the order.
Lead gap is down to less than 2 seconds now. The consistency for Manchester A, they keep hitting those good lap times as Sheffield A go down the inside of Exeter B.
And the leader has just overtaken a back marker.
Yep. Okay.
Not losing them too much time, but every couple of tenths of a second is really counting here.
Can Kane Shepherd get into that slipstream of Bath A?
Well,
it'll be like a homing device for Manchester A if they can get into it.
Well, they're getting into the slipstream from the back marker. Anyway, earlier on, which is hopefully, well, for their sake, slingshotting them forward. Sheffield A getting very frustrated out the window there, as we see on the screen.
Well, the frustration is that that this trio aren't working together per se to close in to a potentially vulnerable UEA A. I don't think there's enough time on the clock to achieve that anyway. Good moves there from Loughborough A and all of that. They've gained 2 positions, will be up to 7th next time they cross the line.
Manchester A go even faster.
Yep. 1.3 now the gap. Now they've been closing at about 0.4 of a second on average. That was 0.5 that time, and we should have... This is going to be close. This is going to be really close as to whether this is the final lap or there's going to be one more. Bath A can't lift off to close the race on this race because Manchester A are right there. But in doing so, there's more scrapping between these three of Loughborough, Exeter and Sheffield as they go over the bridge. In having to keep pushing, they're going to extend the race by another lap, another set of opportunities for Manchester A to get by.
Indeed. We've got the last lap board on the timing screen, so I do believe that this is it. I do believe that this is it. That might help Bath A to hold on to this, because you say, I think one more lap and it really could have been really open. But I think they should just be able to hold on to it here as we continue to watch this battle. This is over 7th place, isn't it? I think Sheffield A now getting near to the front of this one.
Out of the final corner come Bath A. It's going to be a great win for Bath A. There is the checkered flag. Axel Sliepcevic takes a win here at PFI. Manchester A take what could be a very, very important 2nd place. That leaves them at least provisionally with 3 second places counting as their best 3 scores. Coventry A in 3rd, Brooks A 4th. Really good result, really good drive from Matthew Taylor to come from the back of the grid in that one. Brooks C 5th, UEA A in 6th. Good drive there from Sam Sanders given the circumstances. 7th for Exeter B, 8th for Sheffield A, 9th for Loughborough A. Great scrap between them in the last 5 minutes. 10th for Manchester B, ineligible, so we discount them. That means Warwick A get another top 10 in terms of points. 11th for in terms of points for Derby A. Another really good run from Derby A, who lead home a group of 5 Clubman karts from 12th on the road down. Coventry D, Coventry B, Liverpool A and Brooks E was that sequence of club karts in the midfield there. Warwick B 17th after that half spin at hairpin 2. Liverpool B in 18th, Birmingham B in 19th, Coventry C in 20th. One of those races, John, where you honestly could not keep up with everything that was going on in that one. There was overtakes galore, battles galore. Absolutely loved it.
Indeed, battles all the way up through the field, weren't there? And that's the race where you decided to try and explain something.
Yes. As always. Thank you, drivers. 2 more races to go in the sprint round of the 25-minute individual races. Remember, we've got round 4 later on this afternoon as well with 3 times 1 hour 2 driver team endurance races. I think we are now good, though, to go down to Piers Pryor, who's in the paddock.
And there we have it, another one, another sprint race down and gone. Another good one to watch there. Some racing all the way through the field. I think the drivers were definitely a bit better off. I think we were slightly better off that time with in terms of pits and in terms of track limits and driving standards. Let's see if we can grab a word with Matthew Taylor. Lovely.
Not bad, I'll take it.
Where's that, Pete? 30-something?
35.
35 to 4th, I believe.
Yeah, not too bad. I'm not sure if there's penalties in front, but yeah, I'll take it. Didn't have quite the kart to... I thought I was going to win it after the first couple of laps, because I made so many positions, but didn't quite have the kart to catch him up. I was about the same pace, but I'm not sure if Manchester won it, but he was flying, so... but yeah,
Bath A, I think, won on the road in the end. Bath A.
Nice. That was a good race, I'll take that. So hopefully Alfie can come through now, and we'll get a good good round.
Yeah, it'll be a pretty strong day from Octobrook today. It's a bit stronger than you have been so far this season. You've not been quite where you normally are.
No. Various reasons. I think we've been quite unlucky with some, like Callum broke down, like his chain snapped last round, like at Buckmore. Just a few iffy carts. Just bad luck not going our way. But we know we're strong at the end of the season, so never count us out.
Never count Brooks out, that's for sure. It looks like there's a bit of a traffic jam, so we'll take advantage of that. Okay, sir. Good race, bad race? Tell us about it. Who are you and where are you racing for?
Wait for you, Clan B. Yeah, it was a bit messy at the start, got quite a bit of contact, but it's just a bit of fun, really. Yeah, I think I finished near last, but oh well, not too concerned.
I'm loving the retro suit. Let's get a proper view of that.
Yeah, it was eBay fine for 60 quid. So
60 quid?
Yeah, he listed it as a bicycle suit, so a bit of a steal.
A bicycle suit? He obviously had no idea what he had on him.
Yeah, no, it was good, but it's used for rallying, so no, I'm happy enough with it.
Do you do some rallying yourself?
Yeah, I do it back in Northern Ireland. I'm actually racing this weekend, so this is a bit of a pre-event test, but it's nothing really similar.
Well, first lap's probably quite similar in terms of off-track excursions and similar. So
yeah, well, a bit of grass cutting is probably what we're after, but no, hopefully it's a bit tidier on Saturday.
Brilliant. Well, good luck with that. Let's have a look at some of the ongoing drivers. I'm hoping that the signal will remain if I walk on down into the grid. Let's see who we can have a word with. Let's grab a word with this man here, Ross Deal.
How you doing?
From Wales.
From Wales, indeed. Yeah.
Racing for
up the dig. Reading A.
Reading's had a strong day today so far. I think you were second in the championship coming into this round, weren't you?
Yeah, I think we're a little bit shocked, to be honest. We didn't really come into this looking for the championship, but we were hoping for like a top 10 or something. And then at the moment, it's just all gone to plan. But I don't know. We'll see. We've got a couple of rounds left, and we're not very good in endurances. So this afternoon we'll be testing.
How do you know you're not good in endurance? You haven't done one this year.
We had similar drivers last year, and we're all very differing weights. So you have to like chuck on a load of lead, and yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare. But it's good. We're here for fun. That's the whole point in this. So,
and you're having fun?
Very much so. Very much so. It's
good. Where are we starting in this one?
We're 8th, and my friend Fraser's at the back, and he's been talking rubbish for about a year now, and I'm finally getting to race against him. So
Fraser Brunton for Southampton.
Brunton, yeah, that's the one.
Is he unbeaten this year so far? I think
so. Yeah. So it's time to change that. I think.
Well, if you do get beaten by him, it's somewhat embarrassing because he is in 35th and you are in 8th. But anyway, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on down. And grab a word with anyone, really. How about this person here? You look like you're walking with purpose.
No, I want to just support my friend right here.
But what is your friend doing?
I guess karting.
Go-karting, really? Oh, that's surprising. Are you racing today?
Yeah, I've raced, but I prefer not to talk about it.
We'll move on. We've just been chatting to your friend, and apparently your friend is very much supportive of what you're about to do.
Yeah, it's first time in Club 100 at PF, so hopefully it'll be good.
Bit of a baptism of fire.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy. Watch out for the first lap.
Yeah, it's been crazy the past few races.
It really has. But let's. What's your name and who you're racing for?
Stephanie, I'm racing for Bath B.
Bath B.
Yeah.
Well, Bath A had an excellent race in that last one, so hopefully you'll take some of the inspiration from that.
Yeah, hopefully.
Have you been getting any tips from any of your teammates about how to negotiate this PFI circuit in the Club 100 karts?
Yeah, we've talked about it already this morning, so it should be fine. Axel has been driving Club 100s for a while.
Right, Axel's the man apparently, so let's make our way back down the grid. Who can we grab a word with? Hi there. Hello. Let's grab a word with both of you. Right, who are you guys supporting in this run?
We're Coventry C.
And you're supporting your friend who's racing this one?
Oh yeah, I'm just in this car here, so that'll be a good one.
Who is the person who's racing?
It's Tiago at the moment. So.
Tiago, and I suppose you're here just to give a few words of wisdom. I can see that you're of course a McLaren employee.
Like that, but yeah, just hopefully it goes well. It's been going well today for us, so yeah, hopefully it keeps up the luck.
Which university are you?
Yeah, I am.
Which university?
I'm Coventry as well.
Coventry, okay, of course. Is this Tiago himself?
Yeah.
Tiago, the man, the myth, the legend. Talk to me.
Yeah, hopefully I get a good start, don't get pinned, and yeah, hopefully get up the table.
Absolutely. Well, Tiago, good luck. We'll see how he gets on. We'll wander further back down the grid. Max. Exeter have been, you can stand if you want, yeah, come on. Exeter have been having a pretty good run of things recently.
Yeah, we've been having a good season. Today I think it's going to be tough to get a good result. A lot of unis have been on it today. I think from what we've been working out, Brooks, Manchester, Reading have had a good day.
Reading have had a very good time actually, out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, you know how the BUKC is, new drivers come in and drivers leave and you just get new unis pop up, so.
But Exeter ever present?
Yeah, hopefully we can convert today into another solid result.
P20 something?
3, I think.
23. Well, you went. Where did you go at Button? You went 27 to 2, didn't you?
32 to 1.
32 to 1. So 27's easy money.
Yeah, I got to get past him first.
Oh, where's he starting?
Right in front of me.
Oh, okay. Well, this will be a very, very entertaining to watch. Fraser, come on in, Fraser. Come on in. So am I right in saying you're unbeaten so far this season?
That is correct. Might change today, though.
Who knows? Anyway, so P21, quick maths. What? P1 end of lap 1, lap 2 maybe?
I'm hoping me and Max can push through the crowd.
You don't hope Max is going to be with you, do you?
So quite car dependent around here, so we'll see what happens.
I've been hearing that you've been giving it the big one to Mr. Deal at the front of the grid.
Oh, I'm just returning the favour.
Oh, is he normally the one that gives it the Barry?
Yeah, look at him.
I've spoken to him. He's in the zone, ready for the race. Anyway, I'm very much looking forward to this race. As JV says, keep it clean, don't bash his carts up.
Yeah, Max, that applies for you.
No, I'm not going to load you, I promise.
That sounds like a lie to me. Anyway, let's move on. Ross, which university? Remind me.
UCLan.
UCLan. Wait, hang on. We spoke before, did we? Yes, we did. I thought we did. UCLan. I spoke to one of your team members earlier on. How'd it go for them?
We've had 1 good race and 2 not brilliant ones, so we kind of need a result here.
Okay, so a good one is needed right now.
Yes, definitely.
Very strong grid in this one. I say probably some of the best drivers in the BUKC all on this grid right now. Do you put yourself in amongst those?
I should hope so. I was a bit of a specialist around here in owners, so we'll see how this goes.
Bit different in a Club 100, but anyway, good luck. It does seem like the drivers that do know PFI and the owner drivers' karts are doing very well today, so let's see if Ross near the back of the grid can carry up that trend. We've got some strong drivers at the back of the grid as well. This is going to be an absolute barnstormer, I reckon, so I'll be watching. Andrew and John, over to you.
Thank you very much, Piers. Once again, fantastic to hear from the drivers and good to see some good banter between them as well. Even unis who are fighting against each other, still having a great time out here at PFI. Let's have a look at the grid then for the race that I think Andrew and I are probably the most excited for so far today. Oxford Brookes A are on pole position. Alongside them on the front row is Birmingham A. Then it's Cardiff B and Lancaster A. Then Oxford Brookes C and Cambridge A. Row number 4 sees Oxford Brookes B and Reading A. Then it's Swansea A and Brighton B, rounding out the top 10, followed by Loughborough D and Leeds A. Row number 7, Oxford Brookes A and Leicester A. Then it's Nottingham A and Bath B. Then Coventry C and Exeter B. Rounding out the top 20 are Hertfordshire A and York A. Then it's Cardiff A, De Montfort A, Exeter A and Bristol A. Row 13, UEA A, then UCLan A, UCL A, then Loughborough C, Nottingham Trent B, and Warwick B, rounding out the top 30. Then it's Birmingham B, Loughborough B, UCLan B, Bath A, Southampton B, and Coventry D. Your 36 karts for this one. And as Piers was saying during those interviews, one of the strongest grids in BUKC that we've seen today, even this year.
I've got the fizz, the James May fizz when he drives a car that he likes or knows that it's going to be a good one. This has got, when you do this championship long enough, race of the year potential because of the drivers we've got in it, the situation that we've got in this round, which we'll speak about in a minute. There are some very, very quick drivers here with scores to be settled. And a bit of pride out there in this one and a job to do. So let's talk about the round as it is. So 4 races down. Manchester A are in the clubhouse. Quite literally, they'll be sat up there having a bit of lunch. Done. Their 4 races are complete. They won't be in this one. They won't be in race 6. They've put a score up though of 177 out of a possible 180 to beat. Mathematically, and I'll stress that these are provisional scores, these are the teams that can beat that score. Exeter A, they start this race in 23rd. Bath A, they start this race in 34th. Birmingham A, they start this race in 2nd. Reading A, they start this race in 8th. That is a list in order of the points they've already secured from the racing that they've done so far. Some of them have done 2 races, some of them have done 3. So it's not done for Manchester A yet, but they're going to be very, very intrigued to see how this race goes, because all of the teams that can beat them on that 177 are in this race. So that means that there's inevitably going to be some of those teams knocked out, because if you score 4th place in this race, irrespective of what you've done before, that's it. You can't beat Manchester A. I'm going to give a little of love as well to the club situation. I'm not going to talk about who's in the clubhouse and done on in club ranks, because the highest scoring team at the moment is actually Loughborough A, who sit this race out but have still got 1 to go. They've got 157 locked in and guaranteed. They could improve to 168, and they have got 3rd on the grid in race 6. Coventry B, Derby, who's in club, who we need to look out for this one? Hertfordshire A. Look out for Hertfordshire A in this race for Clubman, because they could take the clubhouse lead if they have a good score from 19th on the grid in this one, which is their last one. They've got first, 22nd and 30th on their scorecard at the moment. Also keep an eye out for Coventry C. They've got a 10th and an 18th at the moment, so some more good scores could mean that Coventry C could threaten in club. Loughborough C in the same regard, although they've got a bit more to do from 28th on the grid. Leicester A, De Montfort A, they're all teams that, keep an eye out for them. A lot is going to change in the next 25 minutes in terms of this round, and potentially in the championship. As I say, there's lots of stories going on in this next 25-minute sprint race.
Exactly. I think it's going to be difficult for us to keep up with this one, to be honest, both out on track and thinking about the championship after round number 3. I think another reason why we're so excited for this one is a lot of these very quick drivers that we're looking out for are very spread out through the grid. It's not like they're all weighted at the front or all weighted at the back. They're all in different spots, all need to get to different positions. I'm very excited.
But they are very likely to meet each other along the way.
Very true.
That's the bit that just intrigues me as to how this next 25 minutes are going to go. This could be a bit of an unpredictable one. If you're at the front of the field, if you're Birmingham A in particular, you have to get a good score in this one to score well for this round and get your season on track. Thumbs up from the pace kart driver. That will be filtered back through the order to tell all 36 drivers that we are ready to go racing here at PFI, race number 5 of 6 for the 3rd round of the 2023 British Universities Karting Championship. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliffe on commentary duties for you here on your Alpha live stream. We are ready to go. This has just got the feeling of being something a bit special. Pace kart driver pulls off to driver's right. Eyes on those lights. The 62 and 13 will lead us to the start line. Very even start for those on the front row. Oxford A take the initiative. Birmingham A, and there's a spinner in the midfield. 1, 2, 3, 4 karts off in the background. De Montfort A are involved. They've all got under the bridge, or those who took to the bridge have got under it. Are we calling that start good? I've not seen a restart flag yet. Birmingham A into the lead, the number 13 at the front of the order there. They've had good results so far today. This is a big one, though, for them in terms of their round. Into hairpin number 1 they go. Everyone filtering through. Everyone surviving so far, John Ratcliffe. It's a good start.
Exactly, yeah. A couple of yellow flags down at hairpin 1. A lot of spinners near the back of the pack. It's all getting very, very close near that back of the pack. Drivers trying to make up as many positions as they can on this opening lap, but no real massive gap really extending between groups here just yet. As here's a move in the background. That's Ross Deal trying to make it through on the inside there on that right-hander, not quite able to make the move stick. As up on the curb on the inside there through that long right-hander for one of the drivers in the middle of the pack there. But as we now come across the line, let's count you through as to where these drivers have made it to. Birmingham A take to the front, then it's Oxford A, Lancaster A, Cardiff B, Oxford Brook C, Reading A, Cambridge A, Oxford Brooks A, Oxford Brooks B, and Loughborough D, who round out the top 10 as we head on to lap number 2.
Big start for Exeter A, already up to 15th place. Looking further back, you can see Bathé have already got up to 23rd as well. Where are Cardiff? Oh, Cardiff are up to 14th. So drivers are already on the move in the early stages of this race. Birmingham A leading it from Oxford A. Lancaster A. How about this? Debutants in the Mains Championship this year, promoted up through qualifiers at Wilton Mill in November, sitting third on the road. And a key one in this story as well, particularly the Fraser Brunton story, right on cue. Thank you very much, Fraser, down the inside, gaining another position. A light Cardiff B sat there in 4th place. That's a helper for Cardiff A up the road that could come into play in the story of this race, because Fraser's already on the move. Cardiff B can be a disruptor, get in the way of some of the other teams' karts to try and get that fast driver in the Cardiff A kart who's had so much success in these conditions, in these karts over the last couple of years, onto a very good result. But there's a lot of drivers in here. You can see Ross Deal in the number 34 there for Reading A, the Welshman, super driver, very quick driver. Down the inside is that's Oxford Brookes A, isn't it? Oxford Brookes A, who do seem reignited by the result from Matthew Taylor in that last race. Back up to where we would expect them to be, fighting for race victories. It's a 7-kart group at the front of the field. This one is already delivering, John.
Exactly, yeah. All spin for Cardiff B. Cardiff B have spun it down at hairpin 1, and they're going to have to wait for the rest of the field to come through. Big mistake there for Aaron Farmer of Cardiff B. And gutted, just as you were saying, having that gunner ahead would really, really help. And that's all gone now for Fraser Brunton in the Cardiff A kart as he continues to try and fly through the pack. Oxford Brookes A and Reading A, the ones battling in the background of this pack. And it's them who are bridging the gap between the top 4 and then the rest of the field behind them, as Nottingham A now get a penalty for spinning under yellows.
Well, the disruptor, potential disruptor, disrupts no more. They are out of it. Cardiff B, you have been cursed. 21.5 minutes to go. Still Birmingham A leading nicely at the moment from Oxford A. Those two working at the front of the field. Lancaster A 3rd, Brooks, Liner Stern 4th and 5th, C ahead of A. And surely the C kart will pull over to one side and say, go on through. A team go for the race win. Down the inside go Oxford A, onto the bridge, super move, taking the lead away from Birmingham A, and now the rest of them come. Lancaster there, Brooks have done the swap. Reading have got through as well, so Brooks A up to 4th, Reading A up to 5th place, round the outside, attempting Birmingham A, but there's no grip. There's no grip on the outside line there. A costly manoeuvre for Birmingham A, puts them outside the top 3. Ross Deal back down the inside. Here comes the number 10 of Brooks C as well. And Kieran Harrison's in this race. We didn't even notice Kieran Harrison was in this race for Leeds A, a former winner here at PFI. Won a race 2 years ago. Is very strong round this circuit.
Here's Ross Deal trying to make it through once again. This is on the number 8. And indeed, Kieran Harrison follows through there as Fraser Brunton now just behind, getting involved as well. And it's all starting to kick off. I mean, it hasn't really settled down since we started this race, but it's started to kick off even more. And we saw as Oxford A took to the front, they immediately started to defend as well. So I think they're going to have to continue doing that throughout this lap, as Ross Deal now side by side with the 13 of Birmingham A. They've been shuffled for the lead, now back down the order, just managing to fend off Ross Deal, as Ross Deal is now under pressure from the Leeds A kart of Kieran Harrison.
Kieran Harrison, the fastest driver on circuit at the moment, 1 minute 11.1. There's bigger things to talk about though. Oxford Brookes A have struggled so much so far this season by their very high and lofty standards, but now they've come alive. They're sat in 2nd place. This is why we say do not count out Oxford Brookes A until they are mathematically done. They had the lead there for about a nanosecond. Switching back under there, Oxford A, the cross-city rivals, going at it now. But this is more like it from the reigning champions. This is why they are 5-time BUKC champions. Looking to the inside again, into the right-hander, taking the lead. And surely this time it's 3 wide there. The other Brooks karts getting involved with Lancaster. Through back come Birmingham A. Ross Deal and Reading A are in there. It is all kicking off here. And there's still 19 minutes to go.
Oh my goodness. I don't think my heart is going to keep this going for 19 more minutes. This is crazy. More moves down. The number 10 of Oxford Brookes C shuffled down to 4th place there as Rossdale looked through it into P2, just about manages to stop before careening into the side of the Birmingham A kart as the battle behind continues as well. They're side by side coming over the bridge are a couple of karts in the background, and Fraser Brunton's there trying to get involved. He's now trying to get down the inside of the Lancaster A kart, and he will do down a hairpin one, but there's Rossdale making the move for second as the other two karts go wide.
Yeah, I think Brooks C got into the back of Birmingham A there, but both of them survived, didn't lose any positions. Kieran Harrison on the outside now, Fraser Brunton. Fraser Brunton down the inside. Remember, Fraser Brunton, the first time I saw Fraser race was here at PFI during the Beast from the East. Remember Beast from the East? And this place looked more like Rally Sweden than it does now. We saw back then, when he was just 14 years old, how good this lad could be. And he's flying through the order now. He's got a helper behind in Kieran Harrison. If I'm Kieran Harrison right now, I sucker onto the rear bumper of Fraser Brunton. You know that number 6 is going to be quick. That is a potential path to victory over the next, say, 10 minutes or so. Just try and hold on to Cardiff A and follow that kart through for more positions.
Funnily enough, Fraser Brunton still looks 14 years old.
Oh, he will always look 14. He's got a little bit taller.
He's got a move done as Fraser, I think, through on Oxford Brookes C. Can they go up and under, though? No, they cannot. And Kieran Harrison follows through as well. So Cardiff up to 4th, Leeds to 5th.
Spot on from Leeds there. Spot on tactically. I've spotted the number 6. So you're not going to win the race right now. It's all about putting yourself in position in this kind of race for the last 2 or 3 minutes. Well, who else is trying to come through the order? Hertfordshire A are trying to come through the order. I can see that they're in 16th place. Track limit warning for Brighton B, the number 17. 17 minutes to go. Oxford Brookes A leading from Reading A. Birmingham A in 3rd.
Fraser just looking for the overtake there on the exit. One to mention as well, although it doesn't really matter, as Fraser does go down the inside there at the long right-hander. Is he going to be able to cut them off at the apex? Does so. So that moves him now through past Birmingham A up into the top 3. As I was going to mention, Exeter A have had a bit of a trouble getting through the pack in this one, although they don't really need it, to be honest. They've already secured 3 second places, but Exeter A still sat in 14th at the moment. Just as I say that last lap, they've jumped up into 11th place as back down the inside, Fraser Brunton getting re-overtaken there by Birmingham A, but Birmingham go wide and lose 1 and 2 positions. Through goes Cardiff, through goes Leeds.
Brunton and Harrison continue to work together. The nice thing for Exeter in this situation right now, they still have another race, and it's a race where they start from high up the order.
Oh, sorry, I thought Kieran Harrison was going for it there down the inside, just backed out of it.
Half defending, half attacking. I think that at that point wants to keep that line behind Cardiff A. Exeter A, yes, you're in 11th place, but you've still got another race to come, and it's your best grid slot coming up as well. So I'd be quite happy if I'm Exeter A and I'm Max O'Shaughnessy. Just let this slot play out in front to get them all excited, pick them off in the last 10 minutes. Bit of a different style of race from Max O'Shaughnessy. We've become so accustomed to seeing him charge through the grid from the back. It's his speciality. He's one of the best drivers, genuinely I say this, one of the best drivers I've ever seen be able to do that consistently. I've seen other drivers be able to do it, and they say at a 50% hit rate get through the order and get a race win, and it's amazing. But the other 50%, they pick up penalties, they pick up black flags. Max O'Shaughnessy is so good at this, fighting from the back of the field, gaining 20, 25, 30 positions and getting points on the board for his team. He's not doing it at the same rate, but he's putting himself in the equation there with 15 minutes to go.
Exactly that. Yeah, sorry, that was me getting a little bit confused of the positions that the teams have already gained. Those 3 second places was, of course, Manchester A, who have completed all of their races for the morning. It's a 7th and a 3rd so far, I believe, for Exeter A. And currently sat in 11th place, as we say. So that is the driver of Exeter A. That's what he's looking for, is to get better than a 7th place in this one. Not too far off it as these battles continue. As I think you were definitely right, Kieran Harrison realising that the number 6 of Fraser Brunton is very quick, just sticking behind, pushing him forward and realising, okay, I'll leave the racing with Fraser until later on in this one. Let's see if we can catch Reading. Let's see if we can catch Oxford Brookes A.
Fraser Brunton, reigning Club 100 lightweight sprints champion on a national level. That is not a slow driver ahead of you. If you're keeping up with Fraser Brunton, you're doing a superb job. And that's exactly what Harrison is doing right now for Leeds A. And if they keep working together, they're going to be in the fight come the end of this race. Leicester A are the fastest driver, fastest team, we should say, out on circuit now. 1 minute 10.709. We have seen lap times come down under the 1 minute 10 so far today. Here is the fight with Birmingham A in 5th place, Brooks C in 6th, and Leicester A at the back of this. In fact, Leicester have now got up to 6th, make that 5th.
Good move.
Leicester A on the move. Here they go. Not based too far from here, of course. Leicester A just looking at their results so far today, 15th and 17th. This is now this is interesting. This is an interesting situation for Clubman, because you've got a Leicester A kart here that's got 15th and 17th on the board already, a 7th place or better here, and they have a front row start in the last race.
Okay.
Is this a run for Leicester A for Clubman honours in this round? Remember, if you're new to the BUKC, the karts exactly the same. The drivers sort of the same. But in terms of their experience, the Clubman teams are teams that fully warrant a spot here in the mains, because they qualified in the top 54 teams across the country back in November. But they're developing teams. They're teams that we may see and be talking about in mains overall discussion in a year or two's time. But they are very, very open to race at the front if they've got a driver who's particularly quick.
Exactly, and they're definitely doing this one, don't they? Up in 5th place now at the moment. And there is a little bit of a gap between these three battling, and then the two ahead of Cardiff A and Leeds A. A couple of seconds between these two groups now.
Leaders coming through the final sector. It was incredibly close between Oxford Brooks A and Reading A last time around, and I think there has been a change for the lead of the race, as we've got a spinner there, and JV's chasing a kart. It's all a bit different today, but yes, change of lead. Ross Deal from Wales to the front of the order. Reading A to P1, Brooks A P2, but here comes Fraser Brunton. 3rd place, Cardiff A. The man to my right is getting very excited, because his ex-university is in with a shot of a race win here, and Harrison's still there as well for Leeds in 4th place. New fastest lap from Fraser Brunton, being helped still. Now that's interesting. You can see Harrison just pushing Brunton along there.
Yeah, Harrison realising that if he goes for a move this early on, they're just going to drop themselves further away. They've put all this effort in to catch up with this group. Let's move in front of it together and then have at it after that.
Track limit warning for the number 44 of Southampton B. Leicester A still holding at 3 seconds back in 5th. They just need to keep pushing on as well, because if this quartet start fighting too early, they will come back into this. It's the kind of circuit where you can lose a lot of time if you start fighting too early. How are Exeter A getting on, John?
They are now in 13th. I saw them move up into 11th, but now just dropping down again. So not seemingly able to improve on that 7th place earlier. But as you say, they've got a better grid start. And the next one to Fraser Brunton goes for it. Sorry, getting my words mixed up. Through he goes into 2nd place. Can Kieran Harrison follow him through?
Yes,
yes he can.
This is supreme racing. This is a high quality field at any level. Does Fraser Brunton go for the move? Does he back himself with 10 minutes to go? To put it into context, we've still got more time on this clock than a Club 100 lightweight sprint heat, and a lot can happen in one of those.
Yes.
And we've got a quartet here at the front of the field who are going to battle tooth and nail for this race victory.
Indeed. I will just mention that from Oxford A in 9th, there is a battle all the way down to Warwick B in 21st.
Nice.
Just away from our screens. Of course, they want to keep watching this top 4 battle, but out of the window, I've been watching that one, and it is getting very tasty as Fraser Brunton pulls out from the slipstream. Doesn't quite have the overspeed to go for it, though.
He's not got the straight line speed, I think. The reason why he's got that fastest lap is because Kieran Harrison behind. He's gone for it in through the loop onto the bridge. Has he got it done? Yes. Can Kieran Harrison get alongside? No. No, he can't. And the train is broken. So this is a very intriguing phase of the race, but is it broken? broken. Here comes Harrison. Down the inside of Deal. He's getting help from BUKC behind to get into second place. Can BUKC get underneath as well and get into third place? There's contact between BUKC and Reading 8. That was fine. Pod to pod. Hard racing, but change for the lead. Brunton and Cardiff lead. Harrison and Leeds second. Now what do you do if you're Kieran Harrison? You've been in this position before around this circuit. You've pushed this Cardiff kart all the way through from outside the top 10 into first and second. 8.5 minutes to go. I think at the moment, if I was Kieran Harrison, and I'm not, I'm nowhere near got the speed to keep on the back of Fraser Brunton's rear axle, you keep as you are. Keep pushing. Isolate the Cardiff driver ahead. Go for the move if you feel you're quicker with about 90 seconds on the clock.
Yes, indeed. Yep, that top four basically switching through that last lap. And is he going to wait? Kieran Harrison does, stays behind for now. But yeah, I would agree with you. Keep pushing for now. And if we are correct from what we saw, thinking that maybe Fraser doesn't quite have that top end, you wait until later on in the race, try and pull both yourself and Fraser forward ahead of the number 1 and the number 34, and then go for it at a corner like this at the end of a long straight where you know you have the better top end, and just try and get that block pass done at the end of the race and seal that win. Is he going to wait till the race? No, he's going to go for it down at hairpin number 2, Kieran Harrison, to the front of the field. Can Fraser Brunton get that switchback? He's just going to be alongside. Not quite, though. So a change for the lead once again. Now Leeds A, one of your clubman karts, goes to the front of the field.
And meanwhile, Manchester A are in the clubhouse rubbing their hands because there were 4 teams that we mentioned before this race who mathematically can take their clubhouse lead away from them and win round 3. Exeter A, that's more a story that will wait for the next race. But Bath A, they're not in the top 4. Birmingham A, they're not in the top 4. Reading A are in the top 4, so will still mathematically have a chance of winning this round, but they would have to win the last race of the round from 21st on the grid. Down the inside goes Fraser Brunton. Another move up through the loop. Looks like Harrison had a stronger line around the outside. They're still side by side as they go onto the Lichfield Bridge. Harrison to the inside now as they come off the Lichfield Bridge. Brilliant racing once again here in the BUKC. And here comes Oxford Brooks A. Down the inside, looks like they've got second place. They're going to try and open up a move into hairpin 1 for the lead. No! Leeds defend and defend hard, but what a brilliant sequence of corners. Here comes Fraser Brunton back down the inside, retakes second place. You just do not know who is going to win this race and where to look, John Ratcliffe. This is the race of the year so far.
This is absolutely fantastic. On that last lap of the race, Oxford Brooks A went fastest, a 1 minute 10.336, so they're very much involved in this. And that little bit of battling, they had extended a nice little gap over Ross Steele in the Reading A kart. That bit of battling has immediately allowed him to close up again. And you were saying Reading A are in that top 4. Leicester A still catching in the background.
Leicester A are doing a brilliant job at the minute. Another 1 minute 10.7. The drivers, the top 3 are all in the below 111s as Fraser Brunton goes down the inside again. Helped by Brooks A. Surely has got the lead of the race, but who's going to hold on for that second place? Brooks A and Leeds A side by side once again. Harrison to the inside. Defends once more, but he's lost the lead of the race now. Ross Steele checks over the shoulder there in 4th place for Reading A. Brooks A pull out of the slipstream. Down the inside, have got to get the braking right to get second place. They have got second place. Here comes Ross Steele now looking for 3rd. Checks over the shoulder once more. Are Leicester A there? They are closing. There they are. But Fraser Brunton, big opportunity for Fraser Brunton now, John. He's got a bit of a gap ahead of the rest of those 3. Those 3 have got to get themselves reorganised, repaired up to close this gap down that the Cardiff A drivers got.
Exactly. I think they're all smart enough to know that they need to do that now to close back in if they want to take the race win in this one. Now it's going to be interesting to see whether we were right earlier, whether Fraser doesn't quite have that top end and whether he gets chased down by the end of this long straight as you head towards the pond section and under the bridge. Fraser, big check over the shoulder just to see what kind of gap he has, and immediately goes for that human DRS, head down as he's going to lose the lead. Down the inside goes Oxford Brooks A and Leeds A through the first couple of corners. Going to hang out Fraser Brunton to dry on the outside there. But Fraser, I think, has managed to jump back up into P2.
Yeah, Brooks A have taken the lead of the race. 4 minutes, just over 4 minutes to go. And look at Leicester A.
There.
We said if this quartet started fighting too early, it would become a quintet. Oh, it's like It's beautiful out there. As always, it's Harrison having a little look for
Thought he
Leeds
was.
A into hairpin 2. Brooks A, Cardiff A, Leeds A, Reading A, Leicester A. You could argue in each of the 5 universities, these are the 5 finest drivers based on this performance at least. There's still half a Club 100 sprints race heat to go yet. Track limit penalty for Birmingham B. Birmingham B Bandits, stop using too much of the track, please. 3 minutes and 30 to go.
It could literally go any way here between the 5 drivers. I cannot call it. It's just whoever manages to get to the front of this train by the checkered flag. Is anyone going to go for a move? Yes!
Oh!
Fraser Brunton back down the inside. Kieran Harrison tries to follow through as well. Who's going to be in front by the time he gets it? It's Kieran Harrison. He's going to take to the lead. Fraser Brunton now under pressure. Oxford Brooks A as well manages to close it off and keep to second. However, Oxford Brooks A going to have the better exit. They pull to the inside down for hairpin 1. It could be a change for second as well. Oxford Brooks A do go down the inside of Cardiff A. Squeeze them out onto the curb on the exit. A bad exit for Fraser Brunton now could get swallowed up by 4th and 5th, and that is Leicester A now up into 3rd place, and through goes Reading A as well. Fraser Brunton down to 5th.
I can't believe what I've just seen. I cannot believe what I've just seen there. It has all changed with 2 minutes and 40 to go. Kieran Harrison for Leeds A, won here 2 years ago, is supreme around this circuit. Tactically has played this absolutely spot on so far, but the job is not done. He could still get pulled in by Oxford Brooks A and all the rest of them.
What if Leicester A win this race?
It could well do. Could well be for Leicester A. Still in the fight for Clubman honours. They're not in the overall picture. I should stress that. They've already got 2 positions in the teens from their first 2 races. But boy, oh boy, this would be a real jump for Leicester A in what's arguably their home round here at PFI in Lincolnshire. Not too far of a journey from Leicestershire. Less than 2 minutes on the clock. But it just feels again that Oxford Brooks A, as I nearly trip over my microphone, I'm getting so excited. Oxford Brooks A are just ramping up another one of those attacks. They're putting Kieran Harrison and Leeds A under pressure, who've just got a curb warning. And they're getting help from Leicester A behind as well. It's a real shame that we can't talk about the battle that's just passed through the bottom of your shot. And the huge centipede of carts going through. I think this is the battle that you mentioned.
It's
Oxford
from
A,
10th
backwards. It's incredible.
It's 10th down to 24th now, that battle.
Oh, just casually. As you do. Right, let's check the line. 1 minute 8. I think this is going to be the last lap. This is the last lap called. So
yes.
Kieran Harrison has got to defend for one more. He's got a bit of a lead as they go under the Lichfield Bridge. They kick up now left, round the loop, round the pond, onto the Lichfield Bridge. Hairpin 1. It's got to be hairpin 1 if you're Oxford Brooks A to set up this overtake, but they're not there. They're not close enough. It would be a huge dive from back there. It would be not very sensible to do it from back there, and Oxford Brooks A do absolutely the right thing because there are still opportunities to overtake in the second half of this lap as Leicester A go down the inside for second place. They've got it. They've got it. That may hand the win to Leeds A though, because Kieran Harrison has a gap now through the chicane into the last sector. What a race this has been at PF International for BUKC 2023. He's done it before for the University of Leeds. He is their man. Round through the final couple of corners, Kieran Harrison takes a truly remarkable victory in race 5 and 60 points for Leeds A. Leicester A come home in second, Oxford Brooks A third, Reading A fourth. They still have a very, very slight mathematical chance of the round win. Cardiff A fifth. So Rossdale does beat Fraser Brunton in that 1v1 battle. Brooks C 6th, Birmingham A 7th. They won't be able to win the round, but that's still a pretty good score being formulated there by Birmingham. Lancaster A again, really good score for them in 8th place. Bath A 9th, superb drive for Bath A from further down the order. 10th for UEA A. John, I'm out of breath, I'm out of words. That was incredible.
Oh my goodness, that is why I love the BUKC. The battle has continued throughout the 25-minute race. No time for us to rest and catch a breather. What a race. Absolutely fantastic. And the two Clubman karts that were involved in that top 5 battle were the ones that got to the front.
Yep, absolutely made that race. UClan A 11th, 12th for X to A. That's not the end of their round, though. They've got another race coming up shortly where they can score good points. Oxford A 13th. I'm just looking at some of the gaps.
They're tiny,
in
aren't
this
they?
region of the field. They're all starting with 0 point something. Brighton B 14th, Cardiff B 15th, Cambridge A 16th, Hearts A 17th, Exeter B 18th, UCL A 19th, Nottingham A 20th. Let's just continue with the rest of this result. All of them available. results.alphatimer.co.uk/BUKC. UClan B 21st, Brooks B 22nd, Loughborough B 23rd. That's not good news for the team that's going for the Prem honours. Loughborough just don't seem to be able to get the team selection right so far this year. Warwick B 24th, Loughborough C 25th, followed home by their own D team in 26th. Trent B 27th to Montfort A, who are on the grass on lap 1 in 28th. 29th for Swansea A, Bristol A 30th, Coventry D 31st, Southampton B 32nd, Bath B 33rd, Coventry C 34th, Birmingham B 35th, and York A bring up the rear. Everybody stayed on the lead lap in that race. I think that tells you just how strong that field was. I know this is a long circuit, but that is I don't often say that in the 36 kart field everybody stayed on the lead lap. Just checking to see if we are ready to go down to the paddock. I don't think quite so yet, but if you can, summarise that race for me, mate, because I know we've had some good races in BUKC, but I don't think we've seen one like that for quite a while.
That was absolutely unbelievable. And we could feel it before the start, couldn't we? We sort of knew something was in the air, and we were ready for a good one, and it absolutely blew our expectations out of the water. What a fantastic battle! And as we said previously, there were drivers that we were expecting to be near the front all the way through the field, and they all did end up coming together near the end and having that fantastic battle. That was just brilliant. The only sad point about that race is obviously it's fantastic to watch that battle at the front, but we were missing out on about 3 or 4 incredible battles through the field.
Yeah, really big apologies to those that we weren't able to talk about in that 25-minute race. If there's lots of GoPro footage of that one, I'd be very interested to see. Anyway, let's move on. Piers Pryor is down in the paddock to get the thoughts of the drivers from that absolutely immense race 5 and those coming up in race 6. Piers, over to you, mate.
What a race. Everyone thought beforehand that was going to be excellent, and it very much lived up to its bill. We have Ross here, who was right in there. You saw it all kicking off in front of you, and then you managed to get involved right at the end, and that was good fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, I had to came in and change the kart on the 5 minutes because I felt it wasn't that good, and then I ended up on the grass, I think about last out the first hairpin on the first lap, and then just came through everyone. It was great fun, that.
What a race at the front, though. You were catching them, watching them fight. We thought you were just too far away, and then they started fighting, and then you were right within the mix at the end. That was probably one of the best races I've seen in the BUKC in a long time.
The best races I've had in the 2 seasons I've been doing it. Looking forward to the endurance this afternoon if there's anything like that. Hopefully without the being lashed off the start in the grass.
Of course, yes. And is it Alfie, is it right? Alfie, Oxford Brooks A, another good result for Oxford Brooks today. You've been reeling them in today, and that was a mega race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun. Really good fun race. As far as racing goes, good battle, good everything. Good car. Didn't have as much bottom as I would have liked, but fun track as well. Great track to have a good race on.
Good track to have a good race on around here. The slipstream kept everyone together. No one could get away.
No, absolutely not. I mean, even then, you don't want to be leading here until the very last lap, to be honest, because otherwise you're just going to have a whole train of karts that want to get past you.
It looked like if you came out of the last corner with about a 3 or 4 kart length gap, it was almost a guaranteed send in turn 1.
You could probably pull it off, to be honest. I mean, definitely get a nice bit of top end with the slipstream round here. A lot of fun. Good fast track for it.
I'm looking forward to the races this afternoon. Well done. That was you came 3rd in the end, didn't you?
3rd, I think 2nd after penalty. So
that was good.
Good race. Well, Oxford Brooks are getting right back on the pace, and they've done excellently today to show their form that we come to expect from Oxford Brooks. Of course, Swansea also had an excellent race. No, Cardiff A also had an excellent race in there with Fraser coming right from the back to right from the front. Slightly disappointed to see Max O'Shaughnessy for Exeter A not quite coming as far up the field as we thought he might, because he's a specialist at that. But potentially the kart was not in his favour that time round. Let's see if we can grab Max. Actually, let's grab a word with Fraser for Swansea Cardiff A. Fraser, can we grab a word? No. Fraser, it was all looking so good for you. Were coming through, you were right there, and then just a couple of laps before the end, just a small mistake, exit hairpin one.
I had a good top end throughout the whole race, and then when I got a bit bullied at the end there, and the car just wasn't as sharp as it was before. But yeah, it was good racing, nice and clean, which is good, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed.
It was very, very much enjoyable to watch. We were all watching there thinking this is going to go crazy, and it really did at the end. But it was good to see that the driving standards throughout that front battle were excellent all the way through.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I'm not sure if there's any penalties. I'm hoping there was, but I doubt there was.
I think there was one, but I'm not sure how many places for the driver that came first or second. But also, it was quite interesting to see that the Leeds driver pushed you all the way through, all the way to the front, and then just picked their moment and won the race.
Yeah, no, it was really good. I think he played it quite well, actually. It was pretty obvious he had the quickest car, and he managed to get everyone at the end. I think he won.
I think so. I haven't heard about penalties or anything like that. I'm just taking it as on track results. But good fun though.
Yeah, no, definitely. Hopefully it'll be like that this afternoon.
Unfortunately, first race you've done this season without a win, but sixth place still pretty good for Swansea, Cardiff A's hopes.
It's not fifth.
Anyway, I might be rubbish at counting. We all know my maths, but anyway, well done, good fun. Thanks for the entertainment, and we'll see you this afternoon. Let's move our attention to the final sprint race of the morning now, which is race number 6. And again, I believe it's a heavyweight race. So let's have a word with our pole sitter. Let's move on around. Sorry, am I allowed to just slide on in here? Hello, sir.
Hello.
Pole position.
I know. First time. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good.
You didn't earn it, but hey, you're going to make the most of it.
Yeah, always.
And PFI, is it a normal stomping ground for you, or are you a noob around here?
Second time here, so I've not started this high up before, so we will see. If I can just keep it on the track, then that's good. So.
Remind us of your name and who you are racing for.
So I'm George, and I'm racing for Southampton B today.
Nice, Southampton B. Number 44, the GOAT.
Channel that energy. So you're going to channel that 44 energy. So.
Absolutely, of course, with the Mercedes reveal, wasn't it, recently?
I love it. I thought it was really good.
I also think it looked excellent. I love the black Mercedes car. I prefer it to the silver. What do you reckon the GOAT's chance of an 8th title this year are?
We'll see. The thing is with F1 is you won't know until after testing.
If you're going to have to place a bet now, if I gave you 50 quid to put on someone to win the championship, Formula 1, who are you going for?
I got to say Pierre Gasly. I work at Alpine, so
not biased at all.
Absolutely. But
what do you do at Alpine?
I'm an electronics engineer, so on placement for a year. So
if the car breaks down, then it might be your fault.
We will see.
We shall see. Okay, we shall see. Right, let's move on down. I think we've got time to do one more. Or are we going now? Do one more. Let's grab a random person. What's your name and who are you driving for?
I'm Marmaduke and I'm driving for York.
Marmaduke, what a name!
Thank you. I can't take any credit, but you know.
I mean, I'm sure your parents named you, I imagine. Marmaduke, are we going forwards or are we going backwards in this race?
Forwards, hopefully. I'm a bit overweight, but you know, I'm going to do my best.
You don't look it, my friend.
Thank you very much. It's all length.
It's all length. Anyway, commentators, your turn.
Thank you, Piers, once again. Last of the interviews and the last of the races in the sprints for this morning for round number 3. Let's have a look through your grid for this one then. On pole position, it's Southampton B. Alongside them, Leicester A. Can they replicate that performance in the last one? We'll have to wait and see. Row number 2 is Loughborough A and Brunel A. Then it's Bath A and Exeter A. Following them, Bath B and Cardiff A. Then it's York A, Surrey A, Oxford Brooks E and Liverpool B. Following them, Derby A and Birmingham A, then it's Sheffield A and Oxford Brooks B, then Loughborough C and De Montfort A. Rounding out the top 20 are Warwick A and Swansea A. They're followed by Reading A, Exeter B, Cambridge A and Brighton A. Behind them on row 13, Nottingham Trent B and Manchester B, then it's Coventry B, Coventry C, Then UEAA and Edinburgh A rounding out the top 30. Then it's Coventry A, Nottingham Trent A, Southampton A, Oxford Brook C, Oxford A, and Liverpool A, rounding out the 36 karts on the grid for this final sprint of the morning, round number 3.
Provisionally, with the capital P, because I know we had some problems on this last time, Manchester A's score 177 in the clubhouse cannot be beaten. Manchester A should, by our calculations, have secured round number 3 for this year's BUKC. That was virtually there were some post-race penalties from race number 5, crucially for Reading A. So Reading A's top 4 that they needed to mathematically have a chance of winning this race, race 6, and winning the round. That became 5th. 5th is not in the top 4, therefore Reading A can't mathematically, per our calculations, stress the provisional, win the round. They can still come second though. There's a number of teams who could finish on the Premier podium here. Brooks A, Cov A, Exeter A, Birmingham A could all do it. UEA A could as well. Loughborough A are currently your leaders in Clubman. They start 3rd in this race, so a good chance to wrap that up. Trying to stop them will be Coventry B, Derby A, Leicester A. Leicester A had penalties in that last race as well. In the end, they were classified in 6th. Also to complete your rundown of teams that could win a Prem podium, Sheffield A, Warwick A, Bath A, Reading A, Brooks C, Cardiff A, and plenty of other teams who can win a club podium as well. Off is the number 50 here on the formation laps. They're having some odd places to go off today. That's on the approach to pit entry. And that's Coventry C, who've gone for an explore of the Lincolnshire countryside.
Might as well make the most of your practice session. Go off exploring the grasslands to the side of the circuit. Another one from that last race that we're a little bit sad about was Leicester A. Of course, we saw them get up to P2 on the road, but dropping down to P6 after penalties. And another one to mention as well, Exeter A needed to get a better result than 7th for that result to count, and that one ended up in 9th. So they're going to be looking for a good one in this one, and they, of course, are starting in P6.
Big one, though, for Exeter A here. So it's been an okay round by their standards this morning, 6th, 3rd and 9th. They're currently 3rd in the live points for this round from our calculations on 165. They could improve to 173 with a race win. But as I say, they're in this big mix of teams that could all finish 170 something or high 160s. So there's a job to do here. But again, we talk about the mental task of this championship a lot. The last thing they need to do here is lose the heads. They've got a good grid slot, 6th on the grid. They just need to convert it. They are, of any team in this race, the one highest on the live points. So at the moment, you've got Manchester A on 177 secured. We've talked about that. By our calculations, nobody can beat that. Brooks A are currently 2nd, done in the clubhouse on 173. Very good score. Brooks A back on form. That's what we like to see. But who can beat that score? Not all of them can, of course. Coventry A are in there. They could finish on 174 with a race win, but they've got to go from 31st. Birmingham A go from 14th in this one. They're currently 5th in the points. This is going to be another one with a lot of interesting stories. Look out for Bath A as well. 16th, 1st and 13th so far on their scorecard. They start 5th in this one. We're going to go around one more time, at least one more time. Cardiff A similarly, 14th, 18th and 3rd so far. Start this race from 8th. There are opportunities here for drivers to have big races. It's just one race, but when it could start influencing championship points, and we are getting to that stage of the season where teams will be looking at where they are in the table, even over this lunchtime to come before the endurance round this afternoon. It's all about converting opportunities now for the rest of the day.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of a lot of the drivers actually out there for this one. I think I counted off your document there, 11 teams on the possibility of a Prem podium at the end of this one. So a lot of teams to watch out for, and all shuffled up and down the order as well. The number 25 there, just getting a final bit of tyre warmth in. That's Bath A there. Currently, I think, 7th place on the grid for this one for Bath A. But I'm interested to see how this one goes. Of course, the last one we're sort of counting as one of the best races of BUKC, certainly in the last few years. If this is even half as good as that one, I think we're on for a pretty good final race of the morning for round number 3. As you say, this is the last sprint race of the day, the last 25 minutes in length race. We'll be moving on to the longer races in the afternoon. Of course, the Enduros, featuring 2 drivers per team over 2 of the 3 endurance races. Right, let's see if we can get this kicked off. First time of asking, it does sound like we will. Green lights go out here at Paul Fletcher International. Who's going to get a good start? Not a great start from the outside of the grid, diving down into the long left-hander. Everyone keeping it in the right direction at the moment as they head up over the bridge. Who is taking the lead of this one then? It's the 48 of Leicester A, carrying on their good form from the last round. There's a couple of drivers up on the banking. Was that Josh Ladd of Cardiff A? I think it was. He's got shuffled down into the mid-pack there, just getting squeezed out onto the grass. A couple of drivers, you can hear the tyres squealing as they go down to a hairpin 1, but all keeping it in the right direction.
Yeah, it was all getting a bit too tight from 10th down. A couple of drivers running wide off the Lichfield Bridge, but apart from that, probably the best start that we've seen so far today. Jensen Brown, I think, in for Exeter A, trying to do the business. Remember, they can't win the round. They can't get their 3rd round win of the year so far, but they can get a big haul of points by finishing on the podium side by side between the leaders, and a move for the lead there. Let's count them through at the end of lap number 1. 25 minutes on the clock for them. That's one of them down already. And it is indeed Loughborough A leading from Leicester A, Bath A, Brunel A in 4th, Southampton B 5th, Exeter A have held on to their top 6 position. There they are in 6th, going down the inside into 5th place on Southampton B. Rest of them all finding their way through. Good start for Cardiff A as well. Josh Ladd, reigning Club 100 and BUKC iRacing champion there in 8th spot.
What a fantastic move to the front it was from Loughborough A. Just saw a slight mistake through the last couple of corners from the Leicester A kart, and grabbed that bull by the horns and sent it through, managing to chop off the Leicester kart at the apex of the tight left-hander before we move on to the final corner. But the guys at the front not pushing on ahead as of yet. Then a couple of gaps between some of our packs here, and then from what looks to be about sort of 15th back to 36th, it's just one big group.
Yep.
We're kind of getting used to seeing now, aren't we?
Yes. It's a circuit that serves that up. It's one of the things I love about this place, that it delivers good racing with these long straights because you can never get too far away. You can see the number 25 of Bath A coming through. They've had a good morning already, one race win for them.
They're looking very fast. Might be pressuring here for P2. They are going to go for it down the inside, or just thought better of it as they approach the apex. Realised they might be T-boning the Leicester A kart there and just about backed out of it. But now they've got Brunel A for company.
Yeah, fastest driver so far is Josh Ladd in the Cardiff A kart, who I think it's fair to say was not pleased about his performance at Buckmore Park a week ago. Good to see that he's been given another shot here in the A team. Can he reward their belief in him? As looking there, Bath A on Leicester A for 2nd place. Doesn't pull it off. Loughborough A breaking away now in the lead of the race. Exeter A have gone up to 5th spot. But this is good for Loughborough A in their quest for clubman honours.
I believe this is Vishal Patel behind the wheel of the Loughborough A kart.
It's quite a simple scenario for Loughborough A. If they win this race, they win the round in their subclass. And there's no different point systems, we should state, as Josh Ladd looks down the inside of Brooks E for 7th place. A beautiful switch back there from Josh Ladd. Can he get it converted into the Lichfield Bridge? Yes, he can. Runs a bit deep though onto the Lichfield Bridge. I think that's Barnett coming in for Sheffield A as well.
Those Jaffa Cates still working.
They are indeed.
All down the inside goes the number 2 there at hairpin 1. It was a late move, but they made it stick, and Exeter A move up into 4th. Brunel A now under attack from the 44 of Southampton B as well. Just able to move back across and cover, but that's really going to actually help out Oxford Brookes E and Cardiff A and Sheffield A to re-catch this group at the front. And Leicester A did catch back up to the back of Vishal Patel and that number 4 Loughborough A kart. Now that gap just slightly forming again, but I think the slipstream effect playing into the favour of, well, everyone watching from the sidelines, because it's proving to create a massive battle here at the front of the field. I think we've got the full top 9. It is not quite the top 10 all together in a train here now as we start a new lap of the race. Still Loughborough A at the front, leading Leicester A. Bath A pressuring Bath A down the inside. Bit of contact at the apex, though. They go up and over the curb, and I think that's just shut them out wide, and they're going to lose a position, maybe even 2 because of it. Down to 5th go the Bath A kart, initially trying to make that move, instead losing some. So now that means Exeter A got up to 2nd and Brunel A are through, but Brunel A now under attack from the 25 of Bath A. Bit of contact, side pod to side pod contact. Not happy with that was the Brunel A driver. They're still going to be side by side as we head down into hairpin number 2. And now the 44's trying to open the door on the inside. Bit of contact as well, and Josh Ladd trying to make the most of it too, alongside the number 16 of Sheffield A. It's too much to keep up here, Andrew.
Yeah, it's very tight there off the exit of hairpin 2. It's easy to trip over one another. Josh Ladd nearly had a very good run on the switchback out of hairpin 2. Did well to just hold position. This is more what we've seen so far this season from Exeter A, though. If you can't win the round, finish 2nd, finish 3rd. Get as many points on the board as you can. Keep calm. Jensen Brown's doing a really good job with this at the moment. Loughborough A still leading this race from Leicester A. Leicester A still mathematically have a chance of winning in Clubman, but they need something drastic to happen to the karts right ahead of them. Loughborough A.
And they nearly went for it there, did Leicester. Tried it on the leader of Loughborough, and they're going to try it again. Move over to defend is the leader. We're watching the pack behind, but I think it might be a change to the lead here. Down the inside goes Leicester A on Loughborough A, and through follows Exeter A. They're still side by side, heading down to hairpin number 2. But Leicester A have the inside. Can the number 4 fight back for 2nd place? Doesn't look like it. They will have a good exit, but Exeter A going to slot back into 2nd, and the number 4 of Loughborough A down to 3rd.
We really liked the driving from Exeter A there. Didn't panic. Knew they were going to be on the outside through hairpin number 2 and potentially under attack from 3rd place, but also knew you can power it round the outside of the corner, and as long as you get that racing line to drive us right out of hairpin 2, that's where you want to be. That's where you want to get on the power. And they did so to convert that move, that sequence of moves in through those corners into 2nd place. And here they're now going for the lead of the race. Down the inside, Exeter A championship leaders on the outside now as they go through under the bridge and into the loop. They've got it. They've got the move done. Beautifully done from Exeter A into the lead of this race.
And I do believe Loughborough followed them back through. They're now battling the number 40 Brunel A, trying to get 2 spots. Still there on the outside. It's going to go up the bit of the banking. Leicester A back to the inside. They're 3 wide, going now down towards hairpin number 1. It's still Leicester on the inside for P2, and they are through. A little bit heavy-handed though there, and that causes Loughborough to go into the back of them, which actually helps out Leicester massively. So Leicester now in P2, and that's the 25. Pushing through as well now. That's Bath A trying to force their way through into 4th place. They have managed to do so. Josh Ladd with Cardiff A now involved as well. So is Sheffield A. And I'm pretty sure so are Brookes E and Southampton B as well. As here goes Josh Ladd down the inside. No, thinks better of it. That would have been quite the move, as he's going to lose a position because of it. When you think about a move, you double think about it. Someone else takes advantage of you.
And I was just about to say, keep an eye out for Callum Barnett in that number 16 Sheffield A kart, the driver in the grey suit with the red trim. He's like a shark. He just, you know, slowly mears around in the water looking for prey to pick off, and he picked off Josh Ladd there very well. Here he goes, trying to go down the inside of I think it was Brunel A. There's a driver who's won races previously in the BUKC. I remember him doing very well in a few races around Three Sisters a few years back. Loughborough A looking down the inside of Leicester A for 2nd place there, and Bath A will try and fight through as well. A little bit rough through there. But it is Loughborough up to second. I was about to say Bath up to third. And look, there he is, right on cue. Callum Barnett now trying to find a way through, but he's now going to have to defend from Brunel A. Cardiff A may have a word to say in this as well. This is all helping Exeter A, though. They are pulling out the lead now that they need to secure another really strong round performance here in this year's championship. 15.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, all this battling is really benefiting Exeter A here. But this group continuing to shuffle. No one staying really in a position for longer than a lap here, as those changes confirmed on your timing screen. And our battle now 11 karts long, stretching from Exeter A in the lead to Liverpool B in 11th. More moves there into turn number 3. We go round that long left-hander. They're still side by side as we come up over the bridge. Who ends out in front? The 44 of Southampton B there, diving to the inside. And they've made that move work. The 76 following through as well. That's Liverpool B getting themselves up. They're going to try and do the double overtake, I think, down into hairpin 1. And they do go for it. Great move there from Liverpool B. And through they go on the 16 of Sheffield A. And the 44 of Southampton B. Mr. Pooley is very much in there now with Nottingham Trent A. Fastest lap of the race, a 1:11.048 for Pooley. And there he makes another move. We had a slow kart there going through the S's, however, I don't think that was one of our leaders. We'll definitely see that on the timing if it was, but I don't believe so. As Pooley now heads that sort of second train, I believe up into 7th place for the Nottingham Trent A driver, as we head on to another lap of the race. Just over 14 minutes to go now, and their human DRS activated by Sam Pooley in that number 7 kart, as he's chasing down the number 6 kart, the Cardiff A of Josh Ladd. Leicester A were having a great battle out there for the lead. Now have dropped down to 4th. That gap to Exeter A at the front, though, across the line was less than 1/10 of a second between Exeter A and Loughborough A. And it looks like from out the window that that has changed. But Exeter A are going back to the inside at hairpin number 1. So the battle for the lead really hotting up.
And they're now having a little arm waving session as to, no, you, no, I want to lead, no, I want to lead. And the thing is, they need to get themselves organised, otherwise Bath A, Leicester A are all going to be back in it.
You can see Simar jumping in his seat there. He's like, yeah, keep battling, please, keep battling.
Come on. The important news for this, I'm just looking at some of the scores and who could finish on the podium. Exeter A finishing first or second obviously knocks a lot of people out, and the ones that really threaten them, Reading A, Birmingham A and Coventry A, they're all down in the 20-somethings in terms of position. So what we're saying is that at the moment Exeter A aren't on for a round win, but they could be on for second place, which would still be a big haul of points in the championship. However, that scrapping between Loughborough and Exeter has now brought Bath A, as shown by contact between Leicester A and Cardiff. Now, was that a takeout as Jensen Brown goes back to the front again for Exeter A? Did Leicester A and Cardiff A survive?
Yes, they did. They both survived. Leicester still ahead of Cardiff there. Josh was looking for it down the inside there. But there's more moves for second place. Loughborough shuffled back to 3rd. That's Simard through on the Bath car, up into 2nd. Patel down to 3rd. Josh Ladd finally gets it done at hairpin number 2. And yeah, neither really happy with what happened
very lucky there. But I thought that was going to be a Leicester A car. I wonder if that I don't think our camera quite caught that. I wonder if that was almost one of those of like, I've hit you once, I'll hit you again
to turn you back
round, and we'll both go off the corner very slowly.
I think that's exactly what it was.
I think there'll probably be a contact warning for Cardiff A there. They will probably be adjudged to be, they're the overtaking cart. It's their responsibility to get by safely. In the midst of all of that, Exeter A retake the lead. Bath A back up to 2nd place now, and Loughborough A in 3rd. As now Bath A look down the inside. Jensen Brown left the door open there, but he's going to fight back and try and switch through into the bridge, but he's going to have to concede that surely as they come down the hill towards hairpin 1. New leader Bath A.
How much longer, though? The number 2 kart looks back to the inside, down into hairpin 1, and Vishal Patel's going to try and follow him through as well. Simard getting shuffled to the outside, but is going to be side by side with Loughborough. And here comes Josh Ladd for Cardiff A as well. He's going to go up the inside of the number 4 for Loughborough. So that's Cardiff A up into P3 here. We now have a 4-way battle for the lead, possibly 5, possibly more. PFI has absolutely come alive as we head into the afternoon now. 1:30 local time here. And it's absolutely come alive. Race number 5 was amazing. Race number 6 is proving pretty close as these battles continue at the front. It is still Exeter A who lead though, followed by Bath A. And now the Cardiff A kart of Josh Ladd in 3rd place. Simard frustrated. The number 25 of he's got a penalty. Bath A for track limits. They've got a penalty, so they can no longer win this race, but they don't care. They're going to go for it down the inside anyway.
They are indeed. Jensen Brown trying to hold round the outside. Oh, just brilliantly does Jensen Brown. Using all of his experience. Cardiff A now on the scene. Josh Ladd up to 3rd place. Nottingham Trent A, who've had a very quiet rounder up there in 4th place. Here come Bath again, down the inside into hairpin number 1 off the bridge. Simple move for Bath A, and now Exeter A have to think about getting across. They've not got back across. They've not got back across. Josh Ladd goes down the inside of 2 of them and takes the lead of the race for Cardiff A.
Here comes Pooley.
Here comes Pooley for Nottingham Trent A as well. Is this a potential redemption story for a driver who had, I hope he doesn't mind me saying, an awful round 1 week ago at Buckmore Park? This is it. This is more like it. This is what we've seen in the iRacing Championship. That tenacity from Josh Ladd, the speed from Josh Ladd, and here it is in real life this time, not in sim. Not what's Nottingham Trent. Oh, it's a bump and pass penalty. It's a bump and pass penalty for Nottingham Trent A. That was what Sam Pooley was reacting to. That's +4 positions. That's good for Cardiff A in a way, because now they've got a driver behind them that is not able to win this race. Effectively, their lead is now 1.4 seconds over the Exeter A kart.
And Exeter A and Bath A, even though it's not for the lead, they're very much still battling. Look at this, back down the inside. Go Bath A. I think it's more of a pride thing now than anything. And yeah, the 25 not happy with it, wants to work together and push forward. But equally, he's sending moves as well. So I think they're both as much at fault. It was a battle between Exeter A, Bath A and Loughborough A for the lead. Now it's between Cardiff A and Nottingham Trent A. As you say, Nottingham Trent with that penalty, but Josh Ladd isn't going to know that. He's pulled a nice gap, but if Trent A are able to catch, if Josh decides to start defending, it could allow for all of these karts to get back involved with the battle, as these two still are battling. Exeter A and Bath A. Leicester A now getting involved with it as well, and they've got Liverpool B, Loughborough A, Sheffield A, Brunel A, Oxford Brookes E, and Oxford Brookes B, all involved, as well as Southampton B. So a huge group now at the front.
Just looking at the scenario now for Loughborough A. 8th place would leave them on 161. Leicester A, 5th place, 157. Loughborough A need to be careful here, because if they start losing positions, that clubman win, another clubman win, could slip away out of their hands, this time to Leicester A.
Yeah, Vishal Patel was in the lead for quite some while in this race. Now shuffle back to P8. He's making moves though.
Yeah, that's good to see. I think that's what you've got to do if you're Loughborough A. Go on the attack. Can't try and defend in this huge pack of karts. You've got to get to the front of it and get out of the squabble. So I like that from Vishal Patel.
Yeah, smart racing from the driver of the number 4, Loughborough A kart. Look at this battle behind now. Ridiculously long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 karts all in a train, and they've only got 3 just ahead of them. But here we go on to another lap. What's that gap at the front looking like now? Just dropped by 1/10 of a second between Josh Ladd and the Cardiff A kart, and Sam Pooley on the Nottingham Trent A kart. They've got a decent second, then back to Bath A, who still leads Exeter A. They've actually managed to create a nice little gap actually of Bath A, 0.8 of a second over that number 2 of Exeter A. The battles in this group behind continue over the bridge section as we now head down towards hairpin number 1. No one really close enough to really be sending any moves. Just as I say that, the 76 does go for a move down the inside. Quite a late one, and they're going to be 3 wide off of the corner. That's Liverpool B now in a bit of a sandwich. They should just about make it round hairpin number 2 though. And they do all keep it together respectfully. It's all a bit of grass on the exit there. That's going to lose them a bit of time. That is the 76 of Liverpool B. Losing 1, losing 2, losing 3 positions, possibly even 4.
Yeah, really tough look there That's what the BUKC is about sometimes. It's about picking your battles, playing it smart. 0.7 of a second is the lead for Josh Ladd on the road. But remember, Nottingham Trent A have a penalty. And we just think to, what was it, around 10 minutes ago when Cardiff A lunged down the inside of Leicester A. We thought it was over, we thought it was done, but they survived that piece of contact. Sheffield A and Callum Barnett's now the fastest driver on circuit, 1 minute 10.736, so it's ramping up at the end here, John, for a fast finish.
It is indeed. I'm 99% sure I've seen Sheffield A get a penalty earlier on in this race, I want to say. But doesn't stop them from being incredibly pacey on that number 16 car, moving up through the field nicely. So that was your group from 4th backwards. That's the number 40 of Brunel A leading this battle from 8th backwards. They're followed by Oxford Brookes B, Oxford Brookes E, Liverpool B, Southampton B, and then only just a little bit behind a Nottingham Trent B, and then I think Surrey A as well. So the front field now, basically the top 14 involved, as there was a move. I think Bath A might have been getting involved there. We'll wait and see. They do look to be having a scrap, I think, Nottingham Trent A and Bath A. They are indeed. Look, Bath A are through. They're side by side as they come across the line. Trent A do have the inside, though. They're going to continue going side by side. And a big bit of contact over the grass for the Bath A car. Has to filter back in behind, but what do you think about that one, Andrew?
Side to side, robust at least. I'd appreciate another look at that one. It's difficult from our angle, of course. We're looking across the kart, so we can't see whether there was a bit of steering wheel action from either of them there.
Couldn't possibly be.
Here's Exeter A fighting off from Loughborough A. The key thing for Exeter right here, right now, 4 minutes to go of this race, as long as they don't throw this away, they are continuing to extend their championship lead. Where are Reading A in this race? Nowhere.
No.
Southampton A, they've had a bad round. Bath A could well be their closest challengers in the championship. Once this one is completed, they've had a good round, but we were looking at a 17-point gap, which is mammoth at this stage of the season. Before we kicked racing off here this morning at PFI, so this is another very good one if you're following the runners-up from 12 months ago. 3.5 minutes of this race to go. Exeter A holding on for 4th place, ahead of Loughborough, who are still doing enough to win in the Clubman competition for this round. Oxford Brookes C, now the fastest kart out on circuit. Sheffield A fighting through past Loughborough A there. Good move from Callum Barnett.
Exeter A still in the most vulnerable position, I think, of any kart in this race, leading this huge train. One little mistake and you're going to get shuffled back 5, 6, maybe even more positions. I will say, just of note, Nottingham Trent A are back past Bath A for 2nd place, as there's a move down the inside. Vishal Patel, I think, actually trying to hold on to the position there on the inside as they head now down into the S's and following through. Side-by-side contact. There's going to be more contact on the exit. Round the outside, still side-by-side as we head down here. They're nearly 4 wide at places. Leicester A down the inside as well, as wide, very wide for the leading driver of that one. And as I say, one small mistake and you immediately get shuffled back.
And look who's broken off the front of all of this. Jensen Brown just held his position there, stayed calm, and has pulled off the front. There's an ABC penalty now for Bath A.
And a track limits penalty.
So it's all gone wrong for Bath A in this. So Exeter A are now sitting pretty for 2nd place. This is what you've got to do sometimes when you go for a championship run in the BUKC. It's not all about getting the race wins and dominating. It's about clean races. It's about picking up 2nds and 3rds when you can, when the opportunity to win isn't there.
You may have just noticed as well, Nottingham Trent A have gone from the front of the field. They've just got a black flag for 2 ABCs. So Nottingham Trent A, Sam Pooney was having a great race, but not a clean one. And has to go back to the pit lane. We've got a yellow flag down at hairpin 2, so no overtaking going on down there. A couple of drivers still going side by side, so stewards watching out for that one. But I will say, what a race it's been for Josh Ladd. He got to the front of the field, and he's extended that gap now to over 3 seconds.
And it's been a tough couple of weeks for Josh Ladd, both on track in real life, on track virtually. We won't go into the details of that here on this broadcast. I got to tip my hat to Josh here. This has taken balls to come out here today and take on this field. I think there were some people a week ago were saying he's not A-team material, and he's answered all those critics here today. His fish up a tail went for a dive on Callum Barnett there, and has come back and is in charge of this race by 3 seconds. He's still got work to do, of course. You know, the worst thing you could do now is clip a cone, get a track limits or anything like that. But this has been much more like it for a driver who I've seen race so many times, virtually, of course, in the iRacing Championship over the past few years. Know how good he is, know how good his racecraft is. Some of the moves that he puts in on iRacing are incredible. This has been great to see him convert that into real life, where it is different. It is a bit more risky. There are moves that you'll pull in a sim that simply don't work in real life environment. He has answered the critics for me today, and he's going to take a very well-deserved victory.
He is indeed. There was a good battle going on behind Sheffield A, trying to hold on to 4th place, but it's all about Josh Ladd for Cardiff A in race number 6 in the morning sprints here for round number 3 of the BUKC Mains Championship. Bath A come across the line in 2nd, but of course have a couple of penalties there, so that's going to go to Exeter A after the penalties. They were 3rd on the road. Sheffield A did hold on to 4th there at the end. They were squabbling heavily through that last lap and managed to fend off Oxford Brookes B, who ended up in 5th, Loughborough A, who ended up in 6th, but still your leading clubman kart in this race. Then it was Leicester A in 7th, a great race from them as well, battling up at the front. Then Brunel A were in 8th, with Oxford Brookes E in 9th, then Nottingham Trent B rounding out the top 10. Behind them was Liverpool B and Oxford Brookes C, then it was Southampton B and Surrey A, then Southampton A in 15th, then Edinburgh A, Loughborough C, York A, Warwick A, and Cambridge A rounding out the top 20. They were followed by Derby A, Exeter B, Coventry A, Bath B, Coventry C, Coventry B, Birmingham A in 27th, not a great race for them. And it was Liverpool A in 28th, Swansea A in 29th, then Manchester B rounding out the top 30. Then it was Oxford A, UEA A, De Montfort A, Nottingham Trent A after that black flag coming in 34th. Then Brighton A in 35th and Reading A in 36th and 3 laps down.
Some good conversions
you
there.
Guys take us
Sheffield A will do the points, but I think that might be good enough for Sheffield A to have sneaked onto the Prem podium. So there we go. 90% of the time it works all the time. Jaffa Cakes work. Confirmed.
They do work every time.
But yeah, no, really, really good round that this morning here at PFI.
The 2 races that we finished off that morning with,
superb.
Unbelievable.
Best races of the year so far. More to come this afternoon. We've got 3 one-hour endurance races and the first appearance of the year for the 2 driver team endurances, and the first one we've seen on an Alpha live stream for a while. So
quite a while, yeah.
I am very intrigued to see. Does it still run as it used to do, or are there any other tactics and plays that people have developed over the past couple of years? Very much looking forward to that. If you've enjoyed the commentary, my name's been Andrew Mather, he's been John Ratcliffe. He's been at Ratters Media, if you want to give him a follow across on the social media networks, at _MM for myself. Piers Pryor has been in the pit lane for you, our roving reporter, talking to the drivers and those down in the dummy grid. Do make sure you've given Alpha Live a subscribe as well. We'll be back later on this afternoon for more racing here at Paul Fletcher International for round 4 of the BUKC 2023. Enjoy your lunch break. We'll see you in a bit. Bye-bye. Can he hold that gap? Isaac Lorden's got past Ben Page now. That's for 7th place. Go either into crucial Iredale's corner. Has Davis got the run? He's not going to be able to get the run surely down here into the Stuart Essence, but he's got the run, he's gone for a big move! Switchback by Weaver, read it beautifully, saw it coming, kept the steering open, let Ben Davis come into the inside, and he still held on to the lead. That was brilliant racing by all 3 of them here, and I think that's going to be the crucial moment, because Joe Weaver, unlike 24 hours ago, is not going to need to do the overtake on the last lap. Joe Weaver takes the double in Senior Rotax round 2 of Super 1 2022. Short line on row 11, Jake Wilkins and Andrew Ravage on row 12, and then we'll have our 2 qualifiers from the B final, Bryn Albin and Dean Everest
form up the 26 entries for this, the lightweight sprint A final for round 9 of the 2022 Club 100 Senior Sprint Championship. 12 minutes on the clock. Green light, great start for Mike Coppin. Sweeps across the front. It's a hugely important race, this, for the championship at the start of the run into the end of the season. Coppin versus Brunton. Early advantage, Howard, to Mike Coppin.
Yeah, absolutely. Last tour of the circuit.
White flag is going to be out this time. If they get past the line, it will run to the end. There they go. Oh, it's a big moment for Chris Hansen. He's gone round. Is that going to take anybody else? Yes, it does. Kelly Wright's gone. Hart's gone. Dix has gone. My goodness me, the race is going to keep running though. It's not going to go under caution now. On the last lap, it's 3 of them. Sanders has the lead. He's going to hold the inside. There's not really much help for Brenton at all. He's going to try and get the side trap working here. He's pulling alongside. They're side by side as they come through turn 4. It's going to be a run to the line here for the Simply Catnip 200. It's really close between them. Is Sanders going to hold it? Oh, there's a bit of contact there on the line. It's a photo finish. It's a photo finish. It's Preston. It's Michael.
Stages of this race. Ross Witherow is digging deep again. Has got down to a 32.435 now. It's about a tenth of an. Oh, he's gone for it. Big send. My goodness me. Ross Witherow, brave as anything, on the brakes into the final corner, takes the lead of the race. That was a superb, awesome overtaking. Now is Ryan McGinnis going to respond back here? He's looking for the inside now. 6 minutes have expired. That came from miles back from Ross Witherow. Kevin Shine is continuing to go round, by the way. Really, he can drive, he's just not got a lot of power in the number 22. And oh my God, down the outside attempting. That is an outrageous manoeuvre. Oh, we saw one lap ago. That was even better from Ryan McGinnis. And over the line to take the racing room left by Whitefoot on the outside there. Good news for David Whitehouse. I think he's got away. He just needs to get through Ascari chicane and Curva Alboreto, and he's got a great result here. Tom Dix just holding in front of Steve Hicks there. Dix and Hicks at the moment on the outside of the top 10. They need to get up 2 positions if you're Steve Hicks to get on the front row for contact. That's going to be a big one. Into the wall goes Dix and Hicks. Through goes Ian Sumner. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to live coverage on Alpha Live of the 6th and final round for Rotax Max Challenge Switzerland 2022. My name's Andrew Mather. Great to be with you here at the historic Kart Barn Vollen circuit on the 1st of October 2022. We're here in northern Switzerland for this season finale, and it's got all the ingredients to be an absolute cracker here today. Here's your circuit, 815 metres in length, 12 turns, technical, in its 60th year as well, 60 years of racing here at Vollen. The circuit established in 1962. It's Michael Lenz. Oh, Michael Lenz, who had a great finish to heat number 2. Something has gone wrong for him there, and he is out of this race. That's a real shame for Michael Lenz. The driver he overtook for the lead on the last lap of heat number 2 goes by him. Samuel Ifrid, what a season it has been. He's going to finish it in the best way. The junior champion for the last 2 years was at Grand Final in 2021. He's going to be there again in 2022 as the senior Rotax Max champion. Samuel Ifrid takes the win here at Vollen. Kurt Wenger is going to take the win in Master Max. Final lap of the 2022 Mini Rock Super Final here at Lonato. Cantan's down the inside, going for the move into turn 4, takes the lead. Has he overshot? It's going to be side by side between the 2 AV Racing drivers as they approach turn 5. Will be advantage Canton on the inside, holds onto the lead, but Cosma Christopher is charging along, has closed the gap. This is not over yet. Kalea still there in second place. They're heading towards the last few hairpins now. Cantan defends to the inside. Kalea still there in second. Cosma Christopher can smell that remarkable victory
Canthan's still got the lead of this race. He's got to defend down the inside into the last corner. Get the drive off the final corner. Who's going to be Mini Rock champion for 2022? It's going to be Vivek Canthan. And the title stays in North America for another year. Vivek Canthan wins the lead of the race. Cook is still there in second. Carter's still there in third. They slightly banged wheels. Carter around the outside takes second place. One more opportunity. You've got to think James Roots is still in there as well for the race win. Grayson Wortley, he's got to defend down the inside into Wilkins. He's done just that. He's got to get off the corner. Oh, they're going to be 3 wide. Coming off the corner. Ronnie Carter's gone round the outside. Ronnie Carter becomes champion in the 2022 Super 1 Miami Bambino Championship with a last corner overtake. Have you ever seen a championship decided like that? What a race win. It's not going to be his first one of the year. Joe Holmes knows the situation. Richard Allen is going to win at Buckmore Park, but for the first time since 2015, Anwar Barul Smith wins a...
37 seconds. Seconds. 27. 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to you.
Welcome back, everybody, to Trent Valley Kart Club and Paul Fletcher International for coverage of round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship for 2023. Andrew Mather from Double Dash Motorsport Media and John Ratcliffe on the mics for you in the box here this afternoon for the first appearance, John, in 2023 of the endurance format. Talk us through it.
Yeah, mate, I'm very excited for this. Of course, we had the sprints in the morning, 25-minute races. Start to finish, same driver in the car, nothing particularly crazy. Just try and get as far up the order as you can in those 25 minutes. Of course, now we move on to the Enduros in the afternoon. 2 drivers from each team will be involved in one singular race, and of course, having to do a driver changeover at some point, and some other stops as well during it. So could cause some upsets and could give opportunities to some teams who are able to make the most of the tactics.
Yeah, it really, really does test the brain of the teams strategy-wise as well. There'll be 2 pit windows for the teams to negotiate, and we will see this race ebb and flow across the course of the next hour or so. It's quite blustery here at the circuit. You always sit in a bit of a bowl here at PFI, so you'll note that the BUKC flags are fluttering in the wind. Bit of a headwind, I'd say, up the pit straight, but still dry, still good conditions for this time of year here in Lincolnshire. The news from this morning, if you're just joining us, is that the strong run for Exeter University and their A team this season continues. They didn't win this morning's round. That honour went to Manchester A. Neither did they finish second. That honour went to a resurgent Oxford Brookes A. But the important news is that X to A finished third, ahead of all their closest rivals before play here today. By our calculations in the box, they now have a 20, yes, I did say that correctly, 20-0 point championship lead. This has been a remarkable run for X to John. I can't ever remember at any point in a BUKC season in recent history a team having a 20-point lead in the standings. This is a really remarkable run from Exeter.
Definitely. Since I've been involved with the championship, they've always been a team that's been very strong. But this year, they've just been on another level, haven't they, compared to the other teams at the front? And teams that they're no pushovers. They've got people in the team who are incredibly quick, race winners, proven race winners. But Exeter A just have been able to have that consistency through every round at all these different circuits, keeping themselves at the top of the standings and just continuing to push forward.
But what I will say is they haven't been tested in the endurance format. They have been here in this position before, not as strong a position as this before, but I do remember back to Three Sisters a few years ago where they did start to falter at this stage. Let's head down to Piers Pryor, our roving reporter, on the dummy grid for the thoughts of some of the drivers ahead of round 4.
So we're back on the grid for this afternoon's 3 endurance races. Of course, now no longer singles. I'm sure Andrew and John are taking you through the format this afternoon, but let's see if we can grab a word and see what the team atmospheres are like on the grid.
Going to stay down there if you want to go down to him, like take rabbits.
Do you mind if I jump on into you? Oliver, racing for number 48, which is?
University of Leicester.
University. Who is your teammate? Come on in, my friend, come on in. So how are we going to conquer this race as a team?
Hopefully by not binning it at the start.
Looming clouds.
Can't really say much about that.
I reckon we've got a good strategy. We've got the best driver in first.
The best driver? Oh, you don't back yourself?
Well, you know, you got to be realistic with these things. So we've got the strategy. Let's hope you can bring it home.
Right, what's the strategy then? Tell me.
If I told you that, I'd have to kill you, Piers.
You go on. I'll let you kill me. Go on. What's the strategy?
Right, well,
no one's watching.
No one's watching. Well, that's a dig. But all right, we're going to pit him for 10 minutes, and then they're going to give me a stint, and he's going to resurrect all the mistakes that I make in my stint. So
you got double stop.
Yeah, we've got to do 2 fuel stops. Just might be a bit of an issue with the lead, but I reckon Red Bull's got nothing on us. So
make sure you're on weight, of course. That's a big part of this afternoon. Good luck, boys. Right, let's see if we've got some other teammates. Oh, this looks very official over here. That's right. What's on this bad boy?
This is our
BAM pit. Are you BAM?
Yes.
What's your tell us your full name? BAM what?
We're Birmingham.
Oh, Beham. Oh, I thought his name was Bam. Isn't like Bam, from the Flintstones or whatever. Anyway, how is Bam going to do?
Oh, it's going to do really well, obviously.
Are you in with Bam in this race?
No.
I'm in with Bam. Yeah.
What's your name? Wham?
Yeah.
You've got Wham and Bam.
We just changed the letter on here and yeah.
What's the strategy? 2 stops, of course.
Yeah, we're doing 2 driver changes. So
okay.
Lara in the middle, and then Ethan will do the rest. Bam will do the rest.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, good luck, Bam. I'll catch you in a bit. Keep an eye out for Bam. They've had a good, strong day. Bam A or Bam B? Bam B. Bam B. Right. This looks like a very, very official team meeting going on here. Everyone's all matching up. Right. Are you in this race?
No.
You're not?
No.
So with driver, coach, physio, just loitering. Okay. What about you guys? Who's racing in this one? I mean, I'm guessing you.
I'm taking first stint, and then Dom's going in after.
Yes, that plan.
What's the strategy ahead of this endurance race? A bit different from the sprints, of course. You've got things to think about more than just driving fast, don't crash. What's the plan instead of like lead, stop, fuel?
Yeah, well, luckily Dom and I are quite similar, so we're just going to change the seat insert on the changeover, so it should be nice and speedy. Hopefully not lose too much time in the pits, and we'll have a good one.
Well, we're going to be loitering around in the pits, having a look at some of the pit stops, so hopefully it all goes to plan. If not, you'll be on telly. Anyway, moving on. We spoke to you just earlier on. Did no one tell you you're supposed to have a teammate in this race?
Yeah, he's right there.
No. You have to drive. I don't think you've understood. in the hour you have to, not just you. Who's your team? This isn't your teammate, surely.
No, we've got somebody jumping in, but his hand's a wee bit sore, so I'll be doing the main stint, and he'll be finishing it off. So, yeah, I mean, it can't go any worse than the first race. So,
yes, you did say.
Yeah, it was a bit difficult, but I'm getting used to it. Like, karting isn't my forte. Like, I'm 90 kilograms and 6'2". It's not the optimal build for it.
Same. I mean, we've got the same build.
Yeah, well, you're a bit more trim, better looking, you know.
Oh, just don't stop. Valentine's Day was yesterday. Anyway, right, let's move on down. Which team at University of Edinburgh?
Yes.
Why don't you interview these guys here?
Okay. So, Mr. Carter, how are you feeling ahead of the endurance? Where are you starting?
Hello, Douglas. I am starting 20th.
Okay. So, talk me through strategy. I know you can't say too much, but how do you feel? Are you going to move up the pack first? Or are you going to pit early and get yourself some clean air? But you'll be on a heavier load, of course.
Well, the plan is to pit twice.
Yes,
and then,
as you have to.
And then we're gonna change the driver once.
Again, as you have to.
Yeah. And then the rest will do itself.
Okay. Great talk. Heroes, I will hand the mic back to you.
Thank you so much. Funny thing is, I'm getting paid for that. He's not. Anyway, right, we're moving on. Let's chat one more time. Last person, Mr. Irvine. Go-karts.
I'm not very good with them.
We know. Is your teammate any better than you are?
Much.
It's going to go well. Right, moving on. Let's move on down here. There's got to be some sort of Anglo-American connection going on here with that helmet design.
Yeah, I'm half American, half English. So.
Which is the bigger half?
Don't know, probably English to be fair.
I mean, we are in England currently, so that would make sense.
Yeah, I've got more close family here, I guess.
You had a good race earlier on. I saw you were fighting up the front end. Is your teammate as good as you?
Yeah, until he got black flag, but yeah, he is probably better.
He's better than you, so you're the weak link. You're the weak link in this race, right?
Yeah, I'll probably say I'm better in this race. I don't know if I have another teammate or not, but
we'll find out. Right, good luck. Andrew, John, I believe we are almost about to go, so let's head on over to you for this first endurance race of the afternoon.
Thank you, Piers. Let's take you through the grid for the first of 3 of the 1-hour endurance races this afternoon. Sheffield A have pole position for race 1. Joining them on the front row is UCLA. Beham B, Bambi, that's what we're going to call them when they fall off the road, because the bandits from Birmingham, they're on the second row of the grid alongside Leicester A. Bristol A and Nottingham A are on row 3. Cambridge A and Exeter A go from row 4. Brighton A and UCLan A start on row 5. Loughborough C and UCLan B start on row 6. De Montfort A and Birmingham A are on the 7th row of the grid. Brooks D and Loughborough B on row 8. Reading A and Southampton A, 2 teams trying to chase Exeter down. They have to do well this afternoon. They start the afternoon on row number 9. And we get into the second half of the grid. Loughborough A and York A go from row 10. Cardiff B and Brunel A on row 11. Cov B and Brooks B on row 12. Trent A and Warwick B on row 13. Swansea A and Manchester A on row 14. Coventry A and Southampton B on row 15. And rattling through them, Oxford A and Hertfordshire A on row 16. Loughborough D and Brooks E on row 17. Manchester B and Surrey A on row 18. It's a 36 kart field. No practice laps in round 4, so we are straight into formation. 1 hour ahead of the drivers. Pit stops, fuel stops, chain service along the way, and driver changes. All kinds of things, John Ratcliffe, that the teams, especially if they've not done this in a while, can mess up along the way.
Exactly, yeah, not quite as straightforward as the sprints that we saw earlier on today. A lot more things to mess up, a lot more moving parts, a lot more people involved with getting it all sorted. Who is going to be the team that works it all out the best? Looks like we should be good to go for for race number 1 of round 4 here at PF5 for the BUKC Mains Championship, and we are underway. The number 16 of Sheffield A looking to take the lead, squeezes out the other car on the inside. They're already all on the grass. Look at that, 4, 5, 6 drivers are making contact as they come back onto the circuit. How are they all still facing the right direction? They're not. We've got 2 spinners, 3 spinners down at the 3rd corner. All hell has broken loose, Andrew.
Yeah, that was always going to get messy, and it's continuing to get messy as they come up round the loop. Are we getting any false start flags on that one? No, I think it's going to be continued good and beyond the false start zone, but that was the perfect kind of start that Ami Jurga and Sheffield A would have been looking for. Vishal Patel already trying to cut through there for Loughborough A. This is what you want to do when you've got the advantage. Oh, and Sam Hampshire's fought through as well. Exeter A already up to 2nd place. 3 wide, 4 wide as they go through hairpin number 2. It's about survival on this first lap, John, in these endurances. But for Sheffield A, one of 2 teams now that have provided sustenance to the commentary box. Please no more. We've got 73 of the things we've been talking about all day. Sheffield A provided probably about 1/3 of them, serving them well at the moment in the lead of this race.
Exactly, as you say, it's all about survival. A lot of the teams not surviving that first lap. Now the thing is, you've got a lot of time to get back that time that you've lost. However, the other teams have just as much time to pull out that gap ahead. They're still going side by side through the first couple of corners. They've not learned from those opening couple of laps. You've got to move for 3rd place. Brighton A trying to get down the inside of Birmingham B there, and they've changed with the lead as well through the first couple of corners. Exeter A now ahead of Sheffield A.
Ominous already for the rest of the field that the championship leaders are into the lead of this race already, as a couple of drivers running wide there. One of them was the Nottingham Trent A number 7. Hertfordshire A have already got a bump and pass penalty. The allocation of places to penalties still remain as they are in the sprints. So that's 4 places for for Hertfordshire A already. Now, the crucial point, 5 minutes. 5 to 25 minutes through this race. The pit lane is open, then it closes for 10 minutes, and then it opens for 33 to 55. There is an argument, you may say, depending on where you are in the order, if say this is your race where you have to start from the back, because once again its average grid positions across the field are the same. If you're in the middle or to the back and you've got a quick driver who's in a load of traffic, do you pit as early as possible in 5 minutes to get out of the wake of those teams, or do you try and plough through to the latter end of the window?
Exactly, it's all stuff that the teams will have to work out on the fly. This battle for 3rd not stopping though. I think we had a change there through the first couple of corners. Who's now at the front? No, it's still Reading A. They're now being followed by the 51 of Loughborough C. So that was the move that I saw. Loughborough C up into 4th. Ahead now of Brighton A. Behind them, the 27 of Nottingham A. So a good little clubman scrap here over 4th place. And that bit of scrapping has just allowed for Reading A to eke out that little bit of time. As thinking about it down the inside was Nottingham A. Got a decent exit, but not going to be able to pull alongside. But I think now we're not going to see the same early on scrapping that we would see in our 25-minute sprint. Of course, the drivers realizing that we're going to go a heck of a lot longer in this one, and it's best to just wait it out if the move isn't quite there, and that you will hopefully get a better opportunity later on in the race. Now there's someone to look out for. Lucas Ellingham involved in that pack behind. He's in the Loughborough B car. He's now alongside the 31 of De Montfort A, and he's taking 8th place, and that's now 7th place.
So, if you're a team that's looking at the clock and you're looking at the lap times, there is a possibility that the window is going to be open the next time these carts come round to the pit entry. It's a conventional pit lane here at PFI, so it's not like at Bookmore Park where it's halfway around the circuit.
Do these drivers know this is an endurance race?
Oh, no. It's 3 wide, casually, Benjamin Boris. On the inside between Ocean Beach and everybody else that's on that particular part of the circuit. And well done to all of them. They've got round those couple of corners. Benjamin Boris did very well this morning for Birmingham A, as did Ocean Beach from Manchester A, trying to force his way back onto the racing line there, approaching these corners here. 20 seconds before the pit window opens. I'd pit here. If I'm one of these quicker drivers, I'd take a punt on this and go for the pit lane now, because by the time you make it to the fuel bowsers, that's the bit that opens in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They didn't go for it that time. We've got Piers Pryor down in the pit lane. We'll be keeping an eye on who's coming down for a bit of service. I don't think anybody took it yet. I can understand that. It's the first one of the year. They haven't done this for a while. But now the pit lane is open for anyone who wants to take one of those 2 mandatory pit stops across the course of this race.
Exactly. A couple of drivers moving out, looking for an overtake, then saying we're going to go together. No, we're not. That's the 18 of Hertfordshire, isn't it? Going down the inside.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Alessandro Cerenetti won a race this morning in the sprints.
Moves himself up into the top 10 in this one, the Serenetti. And getting a medal this morning, as you say, for his outright race win. The number 3 still following the number 13. That's Manchester A still following Birmingham A. They're both just outside of the top 10 at the moment, but Birmingham A were right behind Birmingham B, at least when they came across the line last time, but they have now switched.
Yeah, change for second place there, confirmed. If you're at the front, I think you stay out. Track position very important. You've got a clear track ahead of you. You sometimes have to run these races within yourself as a time trial and think of it in those contexts of what is the quickest way of getting this kart from A to B in the next 10 minutes, and then the 10 minutes after that, and then the 10 minutes after that. Don't think anybody has gone for the pit lane yet. Ocean Beach fighting there, number 3 of Manchester A, alongside with De Montfort A, the number 31. Surrey A have had a problem, I can see, on at least on timing. They've not even completed one lap. Oh, out wide there, the number 28. Getting a bit loose. Once again, the outside of, especially the entry into hairpin number 2. Very, very tricky indeed. Next to A doing a good job here. Putting themselves in a very commanding position. Right, we've got pit activity. Someone heading down there, a couple of drivers. Lucas Ellingham was one of them, so Loughborough B have gone in for a service. All the karts are serviced in the same manner. It's fuel up to the brim, bit of chain lube, and maybe a driver change. Don't have to change the driver at this stage. From your experience of them, John, what are the key do's and don'ts as a team in these particular races?
Well, thanks to the disease that sweep the world, which we shall not name, I didn't actually get to do many enduros. I think I did 1, possibly 2 in my grad's year. There's so many different things to think about, and as you say before, it's all about timing those pit stops, because again, if you decide, okay, you get sort of the flag, you get the board that tells you you've got to come in, you've also got to be watching when your fellow competitors around you are coming in, because you don't want to get stuck behind them at the fuel bay. So it's all about tactics. Of course, you need to be pacey as well to keep on the back of the packs at the front, as the 22 there getting slightly frustrated. But yeah, lots to think about in this, as the 22 then comes into the pit lane. That's Oxford Brooks E taking to the pits. I think we've seen a few different drivers come in. Yeah, Loughborough B came in, so did Brighton A. I think Manchester B might have been in as well. York A, Cambridge A, and Cardiff B have all come in so far for their first stops. Like you were saying, don't have to do a driver change just yet, but over the 2 mandatory stops, you'll have to do a driver change at least once.
So 9 minutes down, 51 to go for race number 1. Here's Reading A. That's a change for the lead. Yep. That is a change for the lead. As through go Reading A. It is Thomas Fleming at the wheel for them at the moment. Had a bit of trouble this morning. Initially had a track limit penalty, but then on review when it was said, well, he'd exceeded the track limits to avoid an even bigger incident. The penalty, I believe, was rescinded. Very, very good driver across the British scene. Races for DHR. He's now got command of this race ahead of Exeter A. The drivers, or the teams I should say, racing 2 or the 3 of these races, no dropped scores as well in an endurance round. How does that change the mindset, do you think, John?
I think it just means you've got to drive that sort of 10, maybe even 20% more considerately for your other drivers. Yeah, just thinking about those moves rather than sending it and hoping it works, just holding back, waiting it out, planning those moves a number of corners in advance, treating it like a chess game that's going to go on for a while. You've got to try and plan ahead to try and beat your opponents, because although you might send the move and get them on that initial corner, by the time it gets to the end of the race, if they've worked their tactics better, they could be a good few corners, if not half a lap ahead. So it's not just about the drivers, it's all about the tactics amongst the team as well.
You can see Ocean Beach not too impressed there by BUKC trying to move down the inside to kind of say, why have you done that? This is an endurance race. They're trying to chase down Leicester A, who had a very good morning. Some superb performances put in by Leicester A, as in go BUKC. And I think Southampton A it might have been Southampton A have followed them in as well. Really disappointing for Southampton A this morning. It's a roller coaster this season so far for the South Coasters. I can't keep up with it. They go from a qualifier win to an 18th place in round 2. They then have a round win at Buckmore Park, and then it was back down to 20th this year. Now that pattern would suggest that they're going to win the round this afternoon.
That would be quite the bold prediction.
It remains to see whether they can get these endurances right, whether any of these teams can get these endurances right this year, because we just don't know. We haven't done this format yet this year.
Indeed. I don't think it was Southampton A who followed them in. It was Oxford Brooks B who followed them into the pits there on the number 8 kart. So they're, of course, now dropping down the order.
To put it into context with the scores that we've got in the box, Southampton A started today in 3rd place in the points, respectable. They're now 11th in the points after finishing 26th in round number 3 this morning. Into the pits comes, is that Leicester A going in there? New fastest lap from Reading A, 1 minute 10.805. Extra A still there in 2nd place. Nottingham A. Now Nottingham A, we used to call them the kings of consistency because they were always there or thereabouts in the podium. They've faded a little bit, unfortunately. I think they're going through one of those rebuild periods as teams do in the BUKC. But I always remember they were very good at endurances previously. So let's see how they can do in this one. They're doing all right at the moment, up in 3rd place. On screen now is the Nottingham Trent A to Montfort A battle. So 9th place.
Quickest car on circuit was Hertfordshire A. That now goes the way of Reading A, who was sat in the lead. So I think they're in, well, obviously the nicest place to be on circuit, in the lead, but also the fact of they're also the fastest on circuit. So you might as well use this time of free air where you're not with any other people on circuit and just make the most of it. But I think Piers Pryor is down in the pit lane ready to speak to some drivers.
Andrew and John, we've been in the pit lane here watching some of the fuel stops go on, and if you notice why kart number 48 had a very slow stop, it was quite hilarious actually. Dude came in, sat down under his fuel cap, got out, fueled up, and then he walked off with his seat insert and fuel cap with his weights, and then his mate got in the car and was like, where's the fuel cap? And he had to run back and grab it off his mate. So number 48, I don't know which university that is. If they ever dropped a few places, blame the first driver for nicking the fuel cap. Back to you.
Oh dear,
that is exactly, for those not aware, that DDMM, we also run one of the endurance racing teams in the full national Club 100 series. That's a classic. That's a classic BUKC. You've not done this in a while. It's Leicester University, number 48. Something that would sounds ridiculous to anyone. It's like, how can you walk away with a fuel cap? But when you're in the heat of battle, and you're not absolutely switched on, that's what can happen. They'll never do that ever again.
Yep.
But fuel cap is a dastardly little thing that can ruin a race just like that. We've had times where it won't go back on. You'll spin it off, it bounces halfway down the pit lane, or it won't get back on, the kart goes out, and then it falls off halfway round Garda Corner of Buckmore Park, not mentioning any names.
Howard did that.
You know, it's so the fuel cap in itself is a myriad of hurdles for drivers
with these karts and endurance races, unfortunate for Leicester, they'll be kicking themselves about that because they've got a lot of work to do now. But yeah, that just shows how quickly one of these endurance races can go wrong.
Poor Howard, he's not even here and he's getting stick. As you say, it's such an easy mistake to make, but it would have cost them so much time.
And interesting as well, here's a little tip for you. Mid-race, a lot of teams at the at the high echelons of this championship, but especially when you go into Club 100 Endurances, will actually be undoing the fuel cap before you even get into the fuel bay. It's a bit tricky here because the chicken run, as we call it, is a short one to the Bowser from the last corner. But yeah, this is where I think I expect to see some of our more experienced teams, your Loughboroughs, your Coventrys, your Brooks A's, your Cardiffs, your Birminghams, who've done this for quite a while, will have that knowledge being passed from team to team, driver to driver over the years to say, yeah, try that. That'll save you 2 or 3 seconds, which could be the difference between a race victory and not.
Exactly, yeah, and that's where you're battling on circuit. You're all so close on lap times where you could be gaining or losing a couple of tenths of a second a lap.
Yeah.
And you make one small mistake in the pit stop and you lose 3, 4, 5, even more seconds.
And you'll never, ever get it back.
No.
Here's a good fight. It's probably not a fight at the moment. This is Birmingham A, the number 13, and the U-Clan number 28 car. Now, I think they've both made pit stops already because Benjamin Boris was flying through the order earlier. He stayed at the wheel of the Birmingham kart. U-Clan looking for a move down the inside into hairpin 1. This should be pretty straightforward for the drivers from Preston. There they go, through past Birmingham A. Point. Let's get up the road and try and overtake some of the drivers further up the road. The sun's coming out again here. There was a brief concern we had, John, because we saw a very dark black cloud to our right. PFI notoriously hard to get the weather forecast right for so far. It looks like our weather forecast providers have got it spot on. That dark cloud that was off to our right of the comms box has gone away now. Continuation of the dry conditions expected for the rest of the day.
It was so sudden, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Within 5 to 10 minutes, all the clouds just dropped. The wind really picked up, started rolling in. We thought, oh, might see a bit of moisture during this one, but no, sadly not. It's rolled over. I mean, a lot of the drivers probably quite happy about that. It would have been an interesting one because in those changeable conditions, that's where you can so easily throw it all away. But the drivers are able to keep to the dry conditions at the moment and hopefully stay consistent. Now, I think that we're looking at Loughborough B downwards and 14th, who have all pitted, I want to say. Brunel A in 15th might not have. Loughborough C in 16th might not have.
I think Manchester A have pitted as well, because here they are on your screen.
Of course,
Manchester A with the very distinctive helmet of Ocean Bache in the middle there. Lucas Ellingham in the green and red helmet just behind. They're closing in on number 58 of Loughborough D, and down the inside goes Bache. And I imagine Ellingham will be let through. Yes, that's stablemate karts there. No need for the Loughborough D karts to fight the Loughborough B karts. Over the line they go. Ellingham looks down the inside of Bache into turn 1. They're going to be side by side through this brilliant piece of this circuit. Through holds Bache as they go uphill now. Pushing those tyres into the banking round the loop, over the bridge. Next kart up the road from them, I think is going to be the number 22 of Oxford Brooks. No, it's the number 36, which is Swansea A. So I think either Swansea... No, this is for position. Don't think Swansea A have pitted yet. Ellingham down the inside of H again. Classic hairpin 2 move. Gets it right. Upper position for Loughborough.
Exactly. He was the fastest driver on circuit earlier on in the race. That still goes the way of Reading A for now, and they keep setting faster lap times. They set another one last lap, 1 minute 10.603. It extended the gap in the lead to nearly 6 seconds now over Hertfordshire A, and they're putting themselves in good stead to hold on to that lead after the first round of pit stops, because of course Lucas Ellingham for Loughborough, Ocean Bates for Manchester, both have been extremely quick but have had to deal with these slower karts.
Yeah, this is where I'm sure there'll be some analysis
at the end of this race, end of all 3 races today, the different teams.
I think Piers is ready again if you want to go down to him.
As to what the best way of doing it is and where they potentially lost time. Let's head back down to Piers in the pits.
So we've had quite a few pit stops, and we can tell that everyone is a little bit rusty from the fact that these pit stops are not the slickest we've ever seen. So far, as we saw earlier on or spoke about, we've had one driver completely miss the fuel bay. We've had someone walk off with the fuel cap. We just witnessed one then a moment ago where a driver was changing their pedals for a while. Let's have a watch and see if this team number 16 has a more smooth one. Obviously, we're looking for a minimum amount of time stopped and stationary. Let's have a look. Have to be out of the car. Oh, a bit of fumbling with the fuel cap. Again, must be stationary and out of the car, and if you're changing drivers, then you can do that. Obviously, hand over the fuel cap. But yeah, so that's definitely going to be a deciding factor in the races this afternoon, is how well rehearsed or well planned these pit stops are. We'll keep you updated if there are any more mishaps down here, but back to you up in the comms box.
Thank you, Piers. So a clean stop there from Sheffield A. If I will be critical, yeah, there were various aspects of that stop. You can see some time gained. Clan A now the fastest kart out on circuit, 70.547. Here comes the number 23 down the inside of the 40. This is Brunel A and Southampton A fighting over 9th place. And that's Southampton A through, and round goes Irvin there for Brunel A. Tried to get the move back into hairpin number 2. Lost it all on their own. Pirouette back round. And again, that's what can happen in an endurance race. The concentration goes, and before you know it, you're facing the wrong way and losing a load of time that, as we say, you won't get back in these races. It's all about limiting the number of mistakes as much as race pace. Loughborough D, 7th place. Thumbs up there. Is that to indicate a pit stop on the way for Loughborough D? Just over 2.5 minutes remaining on this particular pit window. Now, to be clear, the 2 mandatory pit stops must be made, 1 each in each window. It's not a case of you can visit the box twice now before 25 minutes into this race and then not have to again for the rest of time on the race time. There's got to be 1 visit in this window, 5 to 25 minutes, and then another one in the window that opens at 35 minutes into the race and closes at 55 minutes into the race. A couple of ineligibles to let you know about in this race as well. Brooks E are ineligible, and I've been notified as well that Manchester B are ineligible for this whole round. So if you ever see a Manchester B cart up towards the front, ignore it, because they are not counted for points.
I think Loughborough D and Oxford Brooks D both just dived into the pits there.
They did indeed. Hope you enjoyed the coverage here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliffe on commentary duties for you here at PF International for round 4 of the British Universities Karting Championship 2023. We're British, we like talking about the weather. I'm looking straight ahead of me, John. There is a cloud.
Definitely gone dark, hasn't it?
It's gone dark again. And is that a little bit of rain I see, or are my eyes just playing tricks on me here in a comms box? Wouldn't be the first time. We haven't had any wet running so far this year in the BUKC, but do not worry, because the next round is in Wales, everybody. Glanigors surely will deliver us with some precipitation, as long as it's not snow.
Yeah, that's true. As you obviously know, I used to go to Cardiff University. Every time, without fail, that I crossed the bridge from England to Wales, it would be dry on the English side and raining on the Welsh side. Every time, without fail.
Happens when I go to Lancashire. Oh dear, it's off the road
Big
there.
off, Lucas Ellingham. Is that? No. Number 7. It's Nottingham Trent A.
That was a very strange one. Off the road. There's Coventry A. Pavlo Denisenko. Proudly racing in the colours of Ukraine there.
pit window about. So now, if you're going around the final corner now and you haven't made your pit stop yet, you've made a bit of a boo-boo, because the pit window is about to close in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And what that does mean is we should have a representative order, and we can tell that Reading A still lead this race after the first pit window, 3.8 seconds ahead of Exeter A, Loughborough B 3rd, Manchester A 4th, UCLan A 5th. Very interesting order. And it's interesting as well to see, we saw that Sheffield A pit stop earlier, John. Whilst it looked clean, there wasn't any big dramas, there wasn't fuel caps going into orbit around Lincolnshire or anything like that. They've lost 19 seconds relative to Reading A over that 25 minutes, and it was Ami Jurga driving the car. Ami Jurga is not 19 seconds slower than Reading A's driver over 25 minutes, so they've lost a big chunk of time there in the pits.
Exactly, yeah, it just shows how much those little things matter. Whilst in the pit stop, also the couple of laps before the pit stop and the couple of laps after the pit stop, how quickly you can get back up to speed in the car, especially if you've got a new driver behind the wheel.
Yep.
They need to get out there and immediately be on pace. And also, it's of course, they would have done the circuit earlier in the day in the sprint, but you're on a completely new kart that you don't know how good it is at certain areas of the circuit, and you've got to attack full force immediately. So clearly Reading A just doing all those little bits to perfection to hold out that lead at the front.
Best thing I would advise for, especially if it's a new team who haven't done these endurances before, play these races out, don't think about it too much, get to the end of your day and then look at the times provided to everyone at Alpha Timing. Have a look at your pit lane affected time and compare it to those who maybe done a bit better than you or a bit worse, because that will make it really clear how much work you need to do in those pit stops. There's been times where me and Howard have done it before with the endurance races, and it's like, my goodness me, we lost 6 seconds in that pit stop. What did we do? Was it the run down the chicken run? Did we not go quick enough? Did we not hit our marks right? Did we do something with the fuel cap as well? Did we make an unnecessary change in terms of lead? You know, I don't know, for sprints it's absolutely key to be bang on the weight, but if changing one block of lead means you lose 5 seconds instead of just carrying that extra lead round for a stint of the race, which is the better way of doing it? And I think that's what we're seeing in this race at the moment. It is the first time a lot of these teams have done it for a while, and they've not quite worked it out yet.
No, exactly. A bit of a teething period for a lot of the teams. Did just see on that last lap, Loughborough B are through on Exeter A. That's a change for second place now, as Loughborough B look to close in on Reading A. And just as we speak about that, there is the 19 plated car. And they're just going through your screen now. Is your leader, Reading A. That gap now down to 1.2 seconds. We could see a battle for the lead pretty shortly.
Yeah, this is really good from Lucas Ellingham. Ignore the kart that's immediately behind. That's Anwar Barul Smith, 2022 Club 100 heavyweight sprint champion, doing some testing. He'll probably jump out the way in a second of the kart behind, which is Exeter A. Lucas Ellingham checking over the shoulder there to see what the situation is. Manchester A not far out of this as well. Ocean Beach has run many of these endurance races in the past. So all to play for as we approach the halfway stage. Surrey A have got going again, by the way. We talked about them earlier, not registering on timing. They are now registering on timing, but 7 laps down. Southampton A. Oh dear. Well, I'm afraid to say Southampton A have just noted are 2 laps down in 35th place. What was a season that had so much promise. The team were really on a high after their round 2 win at Bookmore Park, as down the inside goes Ellingham for the lead of the race on Reading A. Loughborough B to the lead. That is a good move from Lucas Ellingham, and more like it from Loughborough. But John, we talked about, I know it's still early in the season, but you can't be using up your drop scores in that stage of the season, which Southampton A effectively have done with rounds 1 and 3 with poor scores in the sprint. This is why
because if you get into an endurance round and you have one bad moment, that's the whole round done. They're down in the 30s. They're not going to be able to win this round now because they've only got one other endurance race. It's going to be at best another one of those results around 15th, 20th place. They've already had two of them. I think sadly we are seeing the premature end of Southampton A's title challenge.
Yeah, exactly as you say. I think using up those drop rounds early on in the season, you're just putting the first nail in your coffin, really. And any mistake later on, and that's the second nail going in, and that's it. So yeah, Southampton A not having the great start to this afternoon's endurance racing.
29.5 minutes to go. We're into the second half of the first race of 3 here at PF International. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliff on the mics for you on your Alpha Live stream. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. If you're new around here and you haven't done so already, please do consider pressing the subscribe button. It really does help us out. Plenty more BUKC coverage for you over the next couple of months. We'll, as we mentioned, be at Glanny Gores in a few weeks' time for the 3rd mains meeting. And then in April, we'll be at Clay Pigeon. Always alternate between Clay Pigeon and Wilton Mill for the final rounds of a season. Well, that's generally what we do. 2020 aside, 2021 as well. But Clay Pigeon, great place to have a season finale. We'll be there with content and coverage from all 3 days of finals weekend here on Alpha Live. What more reason do you need to click that subscribe button? Here's Benjamin Boros, still in the Birmingham A kart, the number 13, fighting with Loughborough C. Or at least it looks like they're fighting. This is one of those phases where you probably just want to work with one another. The working together has a potential gain more than fighting and falling into the clutches of Sheffield. It is a big gap up to UClan A, but it's not insurmountable with 28 minutes to go.
No, exactly, and they have still got one more pit stop to do. And of course, you can then lose those times in the pit stops. But Loughborough, they're having a fantastic opening enduro. Loughborough B, which is of course effectively the A team, in the lead. Loughborough C in 7th and Loughborough A in 9th. So it's going very, very well for them so far. One thing I will mention as well, the drivers definitely being a lot more subdued than they were in the sprint. The messages screen on the live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC, where we see the warnings and the penalties, a lot slower than it was this morning in the sprint race.
Not as many things coming through on the video printer, which is good to see. Who's the fastest out on track? UClan A. Actually, the kart that these two drivers are trying to chase down again very nicely. 1 minute 10.7, another 1 minute 10.7 for the University of Central Lancashire. Another start finish to go. 2 minutes to go until the second pit window of this race opens. Now, for teams that didn't change their driver in the first stint to stand any chance of doing well in this race, you have to change the driver in the second stop. I'm saying like that because you don't have to, but you would then have to make an additional stop to change, which would be pointless.
Yes. No, exactly. I think I did notice, of course, Lucas Ellingham still behind the wheel of the Loughborough B kart, but I do believe that Reading A have already changed their driver at the first stop. Didn't quite notice whether the Exeter kart had changed, but they have really closed down on the Reading A kart. A tenth of a second it was between the two of them as they went across the start-finish line.
It's the conventional thing to do of you have a driver do a short stint, then someone will do the do a sandwich. Bread, meat, bread, or whatever filling you want. If it's not meat, that's perfectly fine. Jam, whatever. But you go A, B, A, and the middle driver does about half an hour. But there is a scenario that I would advise against that, and that's if you've got two drivers through whatever means who need lead changes and pedal changes. If it's seat insert, that's fine. That's easy to just whip out and pop back in again. Although you never want to be a driver who doesn't need a seat insert having to drive around with a seat insert in. Yes, I've experienced that one as well. Clay Pigeon in our first endurance year. That was a comfortable couple of laps. In which case, if you've got two drivers where you need to change setup of the cart, there's a cart off there without a number plate on, so I'm not quite sure what's happened there. But if you've got two drivers that necessitate the changing of settings of the cart, that's maybe where you go AAB, limit the amount of time where you have to be fiddling around with pedals and stuff, which we've already heard from Piers has given some drivers some problems.
Cardiff B.
And Cardiff B have a small pirouette. No worries.
Also, Exeter A have got past Reading A on the road as well.
Yep. Some good progress there from Exeter A. Good news for Cardiff B as well, that these carts have clutches now. Previously, as pit window is open, carts will start heading in for their second of the two mandatory stops. If you were Cardiff B and you did that spin about 5 years ago, that would have been a very long wait.
Yeah, basically game over in the race, isn't it? So these clutch carts proving a lot kinder on the drivers. You can make little mistakes like that and the race isn't completely over. But yeah, I only got the pleasure of one practice session in those non-clutch carts, the TKMs.
Yep.
They scared the life out of me, so I was quite glad they went to the road taxis after. But now I'm more experienced, I definitely would want to go in one again. But of course, they are no more.
There's part of me that misses them. There's part of me that misses that thought in the back of your mind about don't bin it, don't bin it, don't bin it, because you'll lose 20 seconds or more. Yes, 23.5 minutes of this race to go. As now we're starting to see pits. So Loughborough B are in. You can see them tumbling down the order. That's fine. That's perfectly fine. They'll be in for their pit stop. They'll register across the timing beam shortly. And in the meantime, Exeter A will inherit the race lead. Nottingham Trent A, they're in, where are they? 19th place, well now 15th place, John. They're having a very strange season, I think. There's times where they look like a genuine round podium contender, in fact more so because they got a second place overall back at Buckmore Park, but then they have rounds like they did this morning where they were absolutely nowhere.
Is this Trent A we're talking about? Yeah, okay, sorry, I was getting distracted by the timing there. Yes, indeed, they've been a little bit all over the place, haven't they? I remember they had a couple of race wins, I want to say, at least one at Buckmore Park.
Yep.
And yeah, just not that consistency, not quite there. We saw Sam Poody having a great race in the race number 6 this morning as well, and then got a black flag and dropped away down the back of the order. So it's been a bit all over the place. However, I guess one silver lining is at least they're not battling over the Prems, they're battling over the clubmen. So you can kind of make a few more mistakes and still be right up there battling for the win in class. However, you've got quite a few teams that maybe are out of position in clubmen this year, so it's not quite as much of an easy feat. But they're having an okay race so far, aren't they? An okay race.
So carts coming out of pit lane. It's one where drivers have to be quite aware because the pit exit does feed straight into the racing line. It's a long run from the last corner to that point, though.
I've seen a couple of close calls of drivers coming out of that pit lane before. That's Anwar Barul Smith, one of our car testers.
Off the road.
Just sat at the side.
About him.
But yeah, I've seen some drivers take some avoiding action as people come barreling straight out of the pit lane. Usually, to be fair, if you're in an endurance, you're kind of expecting that a point, so you need to be wary. I think the one closest one I had where I think there was a bit of contact was after someone had got a black flag and then filtered straight out immediately, and it was pretty close.
So Exeter A, I'm just looking at this gap that they've got to Loughborough B now on the road. Exeter A owes a pit stop before the end of the race. 31 seconds now. Now, is that a slow stop from Loughborough B? Because they did have a few seconds in hand before they came into the box. Now they'll need a bit more fuel. Yeah, 1:45.744 was their pit effective, what we call the lap time, which when you just look back at the 32 laps that Loughborough B have completed so far, the one that sticks out as, why was that slow? Probably because they had a pit stop. 1:45.7 last time, but interestingly, as I think you're about to say,
I was about to say, it's 11 seconds slower than their earlier stop.
Now some of that may be fuel,
I don't think 11 seconds was fuel.
No.
From my experience of how quick those Bowsers refuel these karts. So we may have a bit of a situation here for Loughborough B, who I presume have also changed driver, because Lucas Ellingham had gone from the start. Is this race now open for the likes of Exeter A and Reading A and Manchester A there on your screens to take advantage of this and take the first endurance race win of the year?
Exactly, and is that secondary driver who jumps in after Lucas Ellingham going to have the same pace? And secondarily to that, how quickly are they going to be able to get up to that same pace as Lucas Ellingham had previously?
UClan A just completed their pit stop. Pit affected lap time 1:38.7. So I think we're calling that Loughborough B have had a slow pit stop. Door open for Exeter A and Reading A. In fact, there's been a change here for second place. Manchester A have got past Reading A on the road. Both of them go round again. But this now sticks the pressure on those teams that we've just talked about. It's just as easy for them to make a mistake as whatever's befallen Loughborough B.
Exactly. That was the 36 emerging from the pit lane. That's Swansea A. They come back out in 20th place.
Loughborough B now up to 6th place. Track limit warning for the number 13 of Birmingham A. Currently in 14th place out there on the circuit.
To be fair, I think that gap between Exeter A and Loughborough B hasn't changed massively since they came out of the pit. Has it? Maybe half a second between the two of them. So although they've had a slow stop, I think the secondary driver in the kart has got up to pace pretty quickly.
Good pace being put in by these two drivers at the moment. Oh no, that's Exeter A! Now what's happened to Exeter A? Because all of a sudden 1.5 seconds has disappeared. Sam Hampshire's gone in.
He had to
now,
do that.
Was that a mistake? Was that a communication error? Whatever it was, Exeter A, all of a sudden, I think that's a smart move to get it in.
Had to.
And not get him entailed in this battle. But now we see, right, let's see, we've got two big things happening on circuit at the moment. You've got this on your screens at home and around the circuit on the big screen here. Manchester A versus Reading A for the lead on the road and possibly now for the lead once these pit stops shake out. Where are Exeter A going to serve out from? They're out. They're out in third. That shows you how much time Loughborough B have lost. Loughborough B have lost some 11 seconds in relation to Exeter A on the road. But now let's concentrate on this battle.
Yeah, wow, that was a 1:31.9.
That's more like it, yeah.
Incredibly fast.
About 20-25 seconds of time loss is what I would expect round here at PFI for a Club 100 service.
See, did any of these drivers decide to come into the pit lane? Nope. Staying out once again on Manchester A and Reading A.
So if we're looking at 20 seconds, 19.3 seconds is the gap between Manchester A and Exeter A at the moment. And right, so that looks like an indication of Manchester A and Ocean Beach is coming in on this lap. I like, once again, what Manchester and Reading have done here. It would have been very easy, I think, John, to get in a battle here and be like, I'm going to fight you for this P1 and lose time. They're not actually in a race with each other 1v1 at the moment. They're 2 versus Exeter A.
Penalty for Reading A. Track limits penalty, so there's not a chance that they can win it now.
Outlap's going to be big here as well. Exeter A did a 1:13.6 on their outlap, so the gap is now up to 22 seconds.
Again, that's that being able to get up to pace as quickly as possible. Exeter A just finding that a little bit more tricky. So will we see it? It looked like Ocean Beach was saying, yep, I'm cool to come in this lap. Will we see him pull straight into the pit lane? Looks like he's looking forward to see whether there's anyone else in at the moment, and he is diving straight in.
Here it is then, race on the line for Manchester A. Loughborough B have made mistakes. Exeter A have made some mistakes. Reading A continue on.
And that gap as they went in, 22 seconds. So if Manchester can nail this pit stop, they could come out in the lead here. or the effective lead, I should say.
Reading A driver looking confused there
Yes.
as to what the penalty was for. We'll know at the end of this race that it was for exceeding track limits too many times. We wait to see. Once there's a clock, a time on Manchester A, it's 0.000 at the moment. Once they cross the beam and give us a time, we'll know, are they ahead of Exeter or not? There are Exeter, there are Manchester. Exeter have got ahead. Exeter A retakes second place, and now effectively the race lead, not just because Reading A have owe us a pit stop, but they have a penalty as well. Big moment there for Exeter A. Let's head down to Piers Prior, who I believe has Manchester's Ocean Beach.
So we managed to catch up with Manchester A, Ocean Beach. That was pretty good stint.
All right, where was I? I don't know.
I did a pretty good stint.
Yeah, it was good. It was. I didn't quite have the pace, but I was quite nice and consistent, so quite happy with that.
Your pit stops seem pretty strong as well. I was mentioning just a moment ago that it looks like everyone's a little bit rusty on the pit stops. They've been a bit fumbly and generally a bit slow, but yours looks okay.
Well, for an old boy like me, 5 years in the BUKC, it's it felt. I mean, it's simple. You just have to get the basics right, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Get the basics right. And your teammate out on circuit, how's it been going so far today?
Well, I mean, his wheel came off in the first race, so we'll see what happens this race.
Anyway, good luck in the rest of the race. Right. Well done. Yeah, all good up here. So back to you in the comms.
Great to hear from Ocean Beach there, as Piers said, a fantastic stint in the car and a decent pit stop as well. It was a 1 minute 35 in the end for that lap where they had the pit stop. They've emerged third on the road, but we're still waiting on Reading A to take that final pit stop. They've still got just over 22 seconds in the lead over Exeter. A nice little gap, but they'll again have to nail the pit stop. They've already done a driver change, so no need to do that, but they may still be putting in another driver for the final stints. Oh, that's a lot of contact there. And the driver realising so, putting his hand up to apologise.
And they probably don't know, but that was on your effective race leader. That was the number 59, a lap down, getting into the rear of the two. That will have been a heart-in-mouth moment for Exeter A. Again, wouldn't necessarily have this in a sprint race where karts have been going around for 48 minutes and all of a sudden you're coming across back markers who aren't aware of who you are and what the general race situation is, and mistakes can happen.
It's just like Ocean was saying when he got out of the car, he was like, I don't know, where was I? I have no idea. I'm just driving around as fast as I can, overtaking everyone that I see, and we'll just see what happens by the time it gets to the end of an hour.
No team radios generally with these teams, running on the tight budgets. Something you sometimes see in Club 100 endurance racing, but generally in BUKC it's just drive around there and go as fast as you can without making too many mistakes. So Reading A have completed their pit stop. They are in the lead on the road, but remember they have a penalty. So Exeter A is still on for 60 points here. But that must have been a lightning pit stop for Reading A. 131. Very good indeed. You can see the number 44 having a go. Pathé out there as well. Contribee and Loughborough A fighting here over 14th place.
Loughborough A tried it down at the pond section, under the bridge and into the left-hander. Thought better of it as they got to the apex. Just managed to back out of it. Thought they were going to go for it again there down into hairpin one, but once again thought better of it, sticking behind Southgate for now in that 49 plated Coventry B kart. But we're closing in on the last 10 minutes of this race.
We are indeed. Not a lot of time for drivers to sort themselves out. What's happening there with the 44? Just a little bit off the pace at the moment, the Southampton B kart.
So who are we still waiting on a secondary pit stop from then? Oxford Brookes E, definitely one of them in third.
Who are ineligible, we're led to believe, in this race. So all the key players are in and about there. But I think it serves well for the rest of the afternoon of these races being nice and open. You look at those teams in the top 8. Take out Brookes E because, as mentioned, they're ineligible. don't think any of these teams have had a perfect run through this 1 hour endurance so far. Curb warning for the number 24 of Coventry A.
You can see how much that wasted bit of time in the pit stop has affected Loughborough B. They now jump up ahead of Oxford Brookes E and Sheffield A as they pull into the pits. I think we're still waiting on a pit stop from UClan A, aren't we, in 4th place, I want to say. Or is that where they are on the road?
I'll have to check that. We'll see if they've got 2 pit-affected lap time. That's probably the best way of,
Great idea.
Of doing that. There is a white flag out there. Sheffield A re-emerged from their pit stops. Yeah, they've got some work to do, I think, Sheffield A, on their pit stops.
Yeah, they have done both of them.
Okay, good work from University of Central Lancashire.
So that's that wasted time in the pit stop has dropped Loughborough B all the way down to what is now 5th then.
Yep. Sheffield A re-emerge at 1 minute 43. Yeah. Work to do. Work to do for Sheffield to get their pit stops. I reckon they've lost 25 seconds in this race in the pit stops. 9 minutes to go. There's the number 34 of Reading A. Thomas Fleming back at the wheel. He's done many a lap round this circuit in the years gone by, coming up through the ranks of club karting and British Championships.
UClan A have just overtaken Manchester A for 3rd place.
Yeah. It's a battle of the Northwest universities there. Good work from UClan A. It'll be frustrating this for Reading A. I know there's a debate sometimes as to whether the penalties should be places in endurances. We all like a good rules debate. But it's the same for everyone. And it's a big part of the challenge to keep running through these races clean. You'll still be on for a very good position, of course, even with the track limits penalty applied. Reading A started this race 17th on the grid. Won't be in race number 2, but will be in race number 3. It's a good start for them. And again, it sets them up nicely for another good round score if they can get some good results. We haven't seen Ross Deal in this race, for example. We know he's got pace here today.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. We'll just see how they're able to do later on. And to reiterate as well, for these Enduros in the afternoon, no dropped round. So no races where you can go, oh yeah, we messed it up in that one, but don't worry, we'll forget about that one and move on to the next. No.
Yep.
All of the results count. So you can't be making those silly mistakes. Got to keep consistent. And the race will come to you.
There are UClan A.
Yes.
This could be a really big result for their season. You know, they started this round provisionally 16th, I think it was. So not bad, but be looking to move up into the top 10, I think.
Definitely. They've already cleared Loughborough by a second.
Yeah. Flying.
They're looking really quick. Another one to watch out for, Loughborough C, Oxford Brookes E and Hertfordshire A, all within a second from 7th to 9th as well. Hertfordshire A still setting fastest laps. They did a 1 minute 10.224 last time around. Just as I say that, Reading A now set the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 10.158 for Thomas Fleming. He was definitely the faster of the 2 Reading drivers out on circuit so far in this race. However, it doesn't take anything away from the secondary driver. It's all about being consistent and keeping yourself at the front to give Thomas Fleming the opportunity to pull away once he get in. That's exactly what they've done.
Indeed. Keep your comments coming in. Again, apologies for not being able to track them as much today. Just a bit of a bandwidth issues. Oh, hello. Hello, DJ.
Hello, DJ.
Go Flemdog. He interrupted me earlier.
He did?
I interrupted
It was very rude.
I think it was me interrupting him. Never mind. Johnny Elliott says, good job, but Anwar is on track. He needs the track time. He does. Has standards to upkeep. Rob Smith, one of our testers here, Joe Holmes here today, who he'll probably chase me around the paddock for saying this, but my introduction this morning to Joe in the paddock, you know, quick breather just before you go on the air. cubicle opens. There comes Joe Holmes, multiple Club 100 Sprints champion. He goes, be careful with that one. Block drain, flush don't work. It's like, morning, Joe. Off to work he goes. Aside from the toilet humour, if you want to watch Joe and Anwar in action, this is the weirdest segue I've done in a while. Club 100 Sprints Championship, end of the month, here on Alpha Live from Buckmore Park. Adam Chapman's sat to my right through the glass window wetting himself now. Only from DDMM do you get these kind of promos. That is going to get you another 100 viewers, guaranteed.
I think that should be used in the official Club 100 promo.
Coventry B have got a contacts warning, number 49. They probably heard the story and were so shocked they hit someone into hairpin one. I don't know. If you haven't watched one of these endurance races before, folks, this is what it gets like.
Yes. We start talking about random rubbish. It's brilliant.
Discussions that we've had round the paddock today. 4 minutes, or just over 4 minutes to go. 8 seconds is the lead on the road for Reading A, but remember, they have a penalty.
Indeed. So we saw in the morning Exeter had a really, really good start. And they're going to do the same this afternoon. Looking like they'll take the win here. Although I don't want a commentator's curse, and we've still got 3.5 minutes to go, but it is looking good for Exeter A to start off another round really, really well.
They can't, to be clear, they can't win the championship here today. Can't mathematically do it, but they can put themselves in a position where they could do at Glannygores, which would be remarkable. Again, I'll repeat, they've been in this position before. They were in it in 2019. And the championship wins column for Exeter A still reads today 0. They were very close last year as well. But surely Exeter A will never get a better opportunity to win a British University's karting championship than here with this form in 2023. Curb penalty. Don't think I've seen that one so far today. It's for Warwick B. Stop touching those curbs, Warwick B. Is the number 22 on your screen. It's Oxford Brooks E. It's not an eligible kart. They have got for a bit of fun Loughborough C just behind them. 8th and 9th on the road. And I say, Loughborough, okay, I've been critical of their team selections and who they put in the A, who they put in the B. Is that the B or is the A? It's all been a mess this season. This is the first time I'll say they really have got something right. Look at that top 10. 3 Loughborough karts in the top 10. Passage of experience from team to team. They've had some very good teams, of course. That's why they're multiple-time champions. And I'm sure they'll be in the mix to win again in future years. They've still got it when it comes to endurances to deliver good results. Curb warning for Brooks E, the number 22. Less than 2 minutes to go. Here the fights on your screen. This is for just out, well, this is the outskirts of the top 10. This is 10th versus 11th, Loughborough A and Brighton A. You took a bit of a strike earlier, John, after I said, Brighton always do really well at PFI, and then they had a bit of a stinker this morning.
Is that the commentator's curse going back again?
Well, we've
That
only got
never
73 of the JCs in the box here. You know, Brighton, you should have made it 100, but you didn't, so you got cursed. We're having a good race here, scrapping away with Loughborough A for another round point. Just over a minute to go.
Here is your effective leader, the number 2 plated Exeter A kart, coming around the final section of corners. And is this to start the final lap? It is indeed. I think Reading A will have just started it, won't they, on the road? So one more lap of this Paul Fletcher International Circuit to complete. As you say, Reading A with just over 10 seconds in the lead. They've been very, very impressive, but getting that penalty earlier. Of course, it being a longer race, you have a longer opportunity to get those penalties.
They shouldn't relax too much because UClan are there.
Yeah,
number
fair
28, 8/10 behind. They've got the Brunel kart ahead to deal with as traffic. This race isn't done, folks. Reading A may have it on the road, but have a track limits penalty. Exeter A. Oh, we've seen these go wrong previously.
Any sort
5
of
seconds
little
on the clock.
Any sort of little mistake, and UClan are going to be all over.
Yep. Going to be right in there. The good news is the Brunel A kart is not slow, but they need to get up alongside. Okay, that should be fine now, because UClan will need to get through. Yep. UClan A have got through. Here comes Thomas Fleming round the final corner. Takes it on the road, but has a penalty. It's going to be very close here between Exeter A and UClan A. Who's going to get second place and inherit the 60 points once the penalties are applied? It's Exeter. Exeter A, championship leaders, take another full complement of points. UClan A third, fourth for Loughborough B there. Manchester A will come along in fifth. Good run from Hertfordshire A. Rolling back the years, last won a BUKC Championship 10 years ago. In this endurance, they're the first clubman team home there. Alessandro Serenetti has had a good day. Beats Brooks B to the line there in 7th. Brooks here in ineligible, so get rid of them. And then it's 2 Loughborough karts up next. C followed in by A. Brighton A will get points at least for a top 10 finish, if not on the road. They'll finish 11th on the road. Coventry B 12th, Birmingham A 13th, Sheffield A 14th. These are all teams that I think will look back at this and go, ooh, we've got some lessons to be learnt after this, because they all should have had the pace, well, they did have the pace to be up in the top 5, but they didn't have the pit stop strategy to back it up. Nottingham A 15th, De Montfort A 16th, Bristol A 17th, Loughborough D 18th, 19th for Cambridge and Coventry A completing the top 20. Good endurance race that, John. A good degree of intrigue through it, different strategies. Teams not getting the pit stop practice right. And a very close finish there between Exeter and UClan.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of respect for racing there, which is good to see. But once again, those penalties really coming into effect. Reading A having a really good race, winning by over 10 seconds. But because you made a little mistake earlier on, you're not able to claim that actual full points tally from the opening enduro of this afternoon. As you say, I was very impressed with UClan at the end there, nearly
really
getting it from Exeter A. Very impressive.
Good stuff indeed. Let's head down to Piers Pryor. He's in the pits.
Well, a drama-filled first endurance race of this afternoon. 1 hour gone, and we ended up with our winners. We had a very strong race. Let's chat to our overall winners after penalties, which was number 2. Let's see if we can find them. Where are they? We'll wait for them to come on in. Let's chat to this person here while we wait. Anyway, how was that for you? We spoke to you before the race.
Yeah, it was alright to be fair. I don't know. Didn't really feel that great, but don't know where we finished.
And the pit stops?
Yeah, it was alright. I mean, I fell out the car in the first one, but I think we've done alright in the pit stops, so probably made up some time there, yeah.
Good. Right, well done. Right, see if we can find our race winner, number 2. Where am I trying to find them? I think, there they are. Right, it's one on down. I can see them there. Ethan, let's grab a word. I believe after penalties, you won the race.
So I've heard. That's great news.
It's good news. That was it looked like you had a really good pit stop at one point. I think it was when you first got in the car. It was looking like really slick. So you guys been practicing that, thinking about it?
We haven't been practicing, but we planned what we were going to do, and we managed to find a slot to come in. Didn't get held up. I jumped in, out we came, and yeah, I felt like I was driving pretty well at the end there, so it's good.
Excellent. So that's a pretty strong start to the afternoon. Do you know where your team's starting for their second race, either in race 2 or race 3?
Further back than we started in this one, but I have full confidence in Jensen and Max to probably even get another win, to be honest. So.
Yeah, it's a strong team, isn't it? Exeter have obviously got a very strong team this year, and you've got a pretty hefty lead right now, and this is really hammering that home. So well done, congratulations. We'll catch up with the rest of your team later on. Let's see if we can find anyone else. Michael, we spoke to you earlier. As a race engineer yourself, your pit stop strategy was not the best.
It wasn't our pit stop strategy. Chain came off halfway through the...
Oh, no, yes.
Jono got stranded up there and had to run back the length of the track to get a new car.
Oh, okay.
We lost 2 laps.
Not ideal. Anyway, you'll get him next time.
Yeah, hopefully.
And do you know where your team is starting later on?
19th.
19th. So they can still. Oh, it's your 2 middle. Okay, right, 2 middles. Of course, with the 3 races this afternoon, each team will take part in 2 of them. They'll either have the front and the back, or 2 middles, or somewhere thereabouts. So everyone has the same average grid starting position. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if the pit stops improve throughout the season. Let's run down here. Let's grab a word with this person. Who are you and who are you racing for?
Matt Hudson, racing for Warwick A.
Warwick A. You've had a pretty good day today, haven't you?
It was okay. The first round we had a race win with Jean, but yeah, the rest of us were okay, but not so great.
And is this the first race for Warwick A this afternoon in the Enduros?
Yes, it is. Yeah, race 2 and 3.
Have you picked up any tips from watching the first Enduro? What is your strategy for the race? What are you thinking when you're going to pit? How are you going to pit? Have you got any plan about the pit stops themselves?
I think the main thing for us is just try and lose as little time following people in, really. Essentially try and minimise sitting behind people waiting for fuel, really.
How do you know how you're going to do that? Have you got like a strategy, someone waving at you off the circuit or anything like that?
Unfortunately, not that technical. But we're essentially, if there's people in front of us, just try not to follow them in. So that's as technical as it gets.
You know, sometimes the simple plans are the best. Well, good luck. We'll catch up with you in a bit. Obviously, Warwick A, I believe, previous champions a few years ago. I'm sure that Andrew, our resident stats man, will be able to tell you how many times and when and who won and who's driving and all that. But unfortunately, my encyclopedic knowledge is not as good as Andrew's. Let's head right to the back of the grid. Last on the grid, which team are we and who are you?
Derby A, Joshua Taylor.
Derby A, right. Okay, so how your day hasn't been spectacular today, has it?
Well, compared to Blackmore, not really.
No, not the best. However, you've got a chance to redeem yourselves this afternoon.
Hopefully, anyway. It's just make up the places. We can't go backwards, just go forwards.
You literally cannot go backwards. I mean, you can physically, but not figuratively. Who is your teammate? Are you driving the second half of this race?
No, the other one's gone for the toilet.
He's gone for a wee. Okay, he's obviously nervous. That's fine. No worries. Anyway, good luck. Let's see how Derby get on, and they can't go backwards, as quite eagle-eyed ones amongst you will have figured out. Let's grab a word with this other team at the back here. Are you just got out, just getting in?
He's getting in. We're just strategising at the moment.
I like the fact that you're deciding a race strategy approximately 1.5 minutes before the race start. I love the professionalism in BUKC is still present.
Similar to Formula 1, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do the same thing, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what is the strategy that you've decided on, or have I caught you mid-think?
So we're going to start from this position, which is last.
Second last,
and we're going to finish first.
And you are which team?
Yeah, that's sorry.
Which team were you?
We are UEAA.
UEAA. Good luck.
It's got a good ring to it. He's going to bring it home.
He says you're going to bring it home. Are you going to bring it home?
Yeah, we'll give it a go. Obviously starting pretty far back in this one, so just got to make the best of the start. Handing over to Will, so he should do a really good job once we get into there. So just try and stay out of trouble.
And the pit stop strategy, of course, makes a big difference. Do you know what you're doing in the pits? Have you done these pit stops before? What's the plan? Talk me through it.
Yeah, so we've done a couple of changeovers at Shennington last year and previous. Just obviously trying to not fumble time as you get into the pit stall. Make sure you've got the right guys around the kart to make sure the kart comes to a stop properly, led off, led on. You want to kind of minimise the changes really, because otherwise you're coming in with the fuel cap all over the shop. And
well, we saw that a couple of times from a couple of the teams. There was one bloke I saw literally get his weights and the fuel cap wander off, and his teammate was about to go out. I was like, hang on a second, I can't go. So anyway, yes, let's grab a word with our current champions. Matthew, I know come jump in. I know we chatted to you earlier, but you had an excellent race earlier. Had a good fun. Starting in the back again in this one. How's it going to go?
Hopefully the same start, and then make my way through from there. Ideally, yeah, keep it together, don't get a penalty, and then see where we come.
It's about your 23rd year in the BUKC now, so you've probably got the pit stops down to a T, right?
Yeah, we did well in the pit stops earlier with the B team, so hopefully we got it right down. But yeah, we're normally very good at pit stops, so we hope for more enduros. They're very good, but they suit us.
It's a good, fun, different format, isn't it? It's a bit more than just the standard drive fast, don't crash.
Yeah, because when you're out there, you generally don't have an idea where you are. So you just try and use your head and work with people when necessary, just because you don't want to lose any time. And then if you get the pit stops right, you can gain 20 seconds, up to 20 seconds on people if you get it right. So.
Which is mental when considering in the sprints, 20 seconds is enough from like first to 20th place.
Yeah, exactly. You can gain good 5-10 positions just from the pit stops.
Just from not being bad at pit stops.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyway, good luck. Well, I'm sure, as we say, we always see Oxford Brookes doing well in the pit stops. Of course, I very much enjoyed the endurance format when I used to race in the BUKC a few years ago. Let's grab a word with this gentleman here. Right, I think this is the last interview before the race gets going. Number 29, who are you? Who are you racing for?
I'm Matthew Collins, racing for Edinburgh A.
Edinburgh A, right. And how have your pit stops? Are you looking forward to the pit stops? Or are you a bit apprehensive for them?
I mean, they didn't go well last year, so we'll see if we've revised the strategy, so hopefully we can pull it off this year and don't lose too much time.
Hopefully you can. Well, absolute best of luck with that. Looks like we've got someone with their hand in the air, but we're pretty much ready to go. So, Andrew, John, over to you.
Brilliant to hear from all of those drivers once again as they get ready for another 1 hour endurance race. Let's have a look at the grid then for race number 2 of round number 4. Surrey A are on pole position. Alongside them are Manchester B, and it's Oxford Brookes E and Loughborough D. They're followed by Hertfordshire A and Oxford A. And it's Southampton B and Coventry A, then Manchester A and Swansea A rounding out the top 10. They're followed by Warwick B and Nottingham Trent A. Row number 7 sees Oxford Brookes B and Coventry B, then it's Brunel A and Cardiff B, then York A and Loughborough A. Round out the top 20 are Oxford Brookes C and Coventry C, then it's Liverpool A, Bath A, Leeds A and Lancaster A. Row number 13, Brighton B and Nottingham Trent B, then it's Edinburgh A, Warwick A, Coventry D and Cardiff A, who round out the top 30. Then it's Oxford Brookes A, Exeter B, Bath B, Liverpool B, UEA A and Derby A. 36 of the 36 karts starting the race. Here we go then. As again, no warming up laps. The Enduro, we go straight into it. All these drivers will have had a sprint race this morning. But of course, Enduro, very different, as we saw earlier. It can all be won and lost in the pit stops. So the driver's got to make sure that they get that strategy down and ready to go. But it looks like we're about ready to go to get this 60 minutes underway.
Yeah, great turnaround once again from the team here at PFI. All set to go for race number 2. 60 minutes on the clock for race 2, round 4 of BUKC 2023. Eyes on those lights for them to go green. We're racing once again here at PFI. Good start for the 33 of Surrey A, who did not have a good first race. Great opportunity this for them as they sweep under the bridge. Looking clean so far. Oh, a bit of a squirrel there for the number 60 in the middle of the pack, but the round onto the bridge for the first time. Are they all going to fit through? They're 2, 3, 4 wide as they're coming over the bridge. Still all pointing in the right direction. A couple of track limit excursions there, but apart from that, all looking good as they head down to hairpin 1.
I saw Kane Shepherd getting a bit of contact there through over the bridge. He's now going down the inside of 2 or 3 karts there at hairpin 1, but he's going to find himself on the outside for hairpin 2. How's he going to deal with that? There was more drivers dive to the apex. Tries to get a switchback done, does Kane Shepherd, but ends up getting stuck between a couple of karts. It's absolute pandemonium in the mid-pack. Seems to be a nice little breakaway at the front of 4 karts, I think it looks like. However, then it's 5th place downwards, basically. The whole rest of the field getting involved as they now head round this final sector of the circuit. Leader already putting a nice gap. Looks to be about half a second, 3/4 of a second as they now come round the final corner. No one spinning off or having incidents in this one. Very good. Very impressive. Let's run you through your order as they come across the line. It's still Surrey A in the lead, Hertfordshire A are in P2, then it's Manchester B, Oxford Brookes E, Oxford A, Coventry A, Nottingham Trent A, Loughborough D, Manchester A and Coventry B, who round out your top 10.
That was Leeds A chopping across there. I think that was Kieran Harrison, who had a race win earlier on this morning. How's that for a save?
What a catch.
Who was that? Was that the number 59 of York A? Might have been. I wonder if we can get another look at that, Adam, on a replay. I thought that was going to be a spinner going into the loop. So look out here, the kart in the middle of your screen. It's a little bit later on. Here they come. Oh, fully crossed up.
90 degrees to the corner and managed to save
Verstappen would be
it.
proud of that one. That was an epic save. I don't think they actually lost a position either in all of that. Right, I think it's Jake Taplin in for Hertfordshire A at the moment. Yes, it is. Very good driver. Seen him race many times. Very good endurance driver as well is Jake Taplin.
And he's gone to the front as well.
Yeah, he has gone to the front, so he's reeled in that 1.4 second gap that Surrey A had at the end of lap 1 and immediately got to the lead of the race. But here comes Surrey A again down the inside, retake the position off of Hertfordshire A by the time they get to the Lichfield Bridge, or the underpass aspects of the Lichfield Bridge. Nottingham Trent A are on the move as well. Dante Dillon in for them.
Only driver in the 112s at the moment.
Yeah. Very quick driver indeed is Dante. Taplin back down the inside, wants to retake the lead for Hertfordshire A. An endurance race will break out at some point.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
But for now, it's a full-on sprint in the early stages of this one. I remember, if I'm not mistaken, watching Jake race at the Buckwall Park 24 Hours last year. I think I can say this. I'll get told off if I can't. We will be bringing again commentary from Alpha Live and DDMM in April. Very much looking forward to that one. So more reasons to subscribe to the channel here at Alpha Live. Give us a follow across social media at _MM as well. So next time round, if you're timing your stopwatches correctly and you may be in the second half of the field, the pit window should be open. Dante Dillon's going for a move, I can see, on Manchester B for 4th place, John.
Indeed. I'm not really sure why Hertfordshire A seem to be defending here quite early on. Not really conducive of a good endurance race. Maybe feeling like they don't have the car under them and feeling like I'm going to hold them up and waste time for all these people and keep us in the net lead.
It may be a more psychological thing of Taplin wanted to assert his dominance on this portion of the race. He may feel that he's got the pace to pull away, per se, from the 33, but to do that, he's got to be ahead, hence a little bit of a defence on that lap, and now you can see him stretch his legs out and start to get on at the road. That's perhaps a theory.
Okay, well, we'll keep an eye out for sure. There is Dante Dillon siding through the pack, now chasing down the 22 of Oxford Brooks E, sitting in 3rd place at the moment.
Talking of Oxford Brooks A already up to 18th place. We saw Matthew Taylor being spoken to on the grid earlier. Have we got anybody coming into the pit lane? You'll note if anyone is, because their name will start falling down the order several positions. Cardiff A are your fastest karting circuit, 1 minute 10.714. That was Oxford A looking for a move on Manchester B. Manchester B are not eligible for this round, just to remind.
Looks like York A have come into the pits, but I believe that is all.
Personally, I quite like the early pit stop if you're in traffic. I'll happily release this one now because we're not a full-time team anymore. It's always the tactic we used to do as DDMM in the endurances, because we didn't really tend to qualify very well, so there would be a time qualifying before our endurance races. But we'd have a pit window that would open after 2 minutes, which if it was a race, if it was definitely a track like this, but if it was a track, say Wilton Mill International, where your average lap time is in the 50s, you whack a start on top of that, you get a hit 2 minutes after two laps. There's no point battling around for 20th place in a sprint race that is cracked down in the middle of endurance. Get in, get a mandatory stop out, get a driver out in clean air. The number of positions we would gain, similar to what Matthew Taylor said in before the race, the number of positions you'd gain out of that just through not being in traffic is something that I wonder if York A are trying to improvise with at the moment. Meanwhile, still at the front, Dante Dillon has worked his way into 2nd place in this race for Nottingham Trent A, and now has his eyes set on Jake Taplin and Hertfordshire A.
That was a lovely move from Dante Dillon. A few more people in the pits. Bath A, Edinburgh A, Manchester A.
Yep.
All into the pit lane.
Now the risk, of course, is that when you stop earlier, the field is tightly packed. So the bit you have to be very good at is making that decision and ensuring you're not the third kart to a 2-kart party in the fuel bays, because if you do that, if you're the third kart to pull in and there's already 2 bays occupied, you're done. Your race is done, especially at this level. So that's obviously the risk with going early. It can be a bit easier with that decision, and as I say, these teams don't tend to run with radios, so it's harder to make that decision. There's Oxford A making a move.
I think actually holding on to the position, aren't they?
Okay.
From Coventry.
Yes, indeed. It's Coventry A fighting back here, trying to go back down the inside to take 6th place. But here come Loughborough A. Hello. Oh, I'm loving that. That is a lovely move from Loughborough A, taking advantage of those 2 fighting away. It's Moreno driving for them at the moment.
And we see the usual, I'll overtake you and then tell you to work together with me.
You shall sit behind. Sometimes it works.
Yeah.
Sometimes it doesn't work.
Look at this.
Now I'm going over to your theory, mate. I don't think this is the best.
It's not conducive of an endurance race win. Dante has gone to the front of the field though. All of this is just allowing for Fraser Brunton of Cardiff A to catch up.
Now I liked. Didn't someone shoot in off the back of this group? Was it Fraser?
He's just gone in the pits, I think.
Yes, good call. Very good call there from Cardiff A. I'll tell you why. If these drivers are going to start fighting
like this, you mean?
Like this, and doing 212s and 213s, the last place you want to be is at the back of that queue. Very good call from Cardiff A and Fraser Brunton. Get in, get a new driver in. It's probably not going to be a driver as fast as Fraser, but it should be a driver who can do these kind of lap times. And in the net gain, they could do very well out of this. Got to get the pit stop right, though.
Exactly. Well, then again, he doesn't need to get out of the car just yet, does he? Because he'll have to come in for another one later on. So he could just leave it for now, and then the second driver get in later on in the race. But just to say as well, Coventry A also came in at the same time. They followed in Cardiff there.
So did
Cardiff a 1 minute 30.2. That's a good stop. A 1 minute 38.2 for Coventry.
I think you're right there, John. I think Fraser's going to have stayed in the car.
I think so.
Now the important bit is now we're going to look at the lap times of these top 4 and then look at Cardiff down in 23rd place and see who is quicker. 2:11.2 for Trente, 2:11 for P1 for Trente. Sorry, 1:11. Sorry. 1:11.2 for Trente, 1:11.3 for Surrey. So if Fraser can start hitting in lap times like that, 1:11.106, there's the potential there that he's going to gain on these. What's the situation like around him? I mean, sometimes it's just pure luck, but they put quite a nice gap there, 1.3 seconds up to the next kart ahead.
Yes, indeed. Knowing Fraser, he might close that down relatively quickly, though, and then all of the karts ahead are within a second of each other, up to Oxford A, who are in 14th at the moment. So, yeah, I think at the time, 100% made the right call, but it is still a gamble.
It's still a gamble, and it's, I guess from his perspective, he was looking at 4 karts ahead of him, squabbling around and going, I'm going to be slow here. You know, the worst that can happen by pitting now is I'm behind other karts that are all so slow, but the potential gain is quite big. An intriguing play there from the number 6 of Cardiff A. And the thought would be of, well, these are karts that have not pitted yet. I'm not going to have to overtake every single one of them.
Fraser is at the back of this train that's just gone under our gantry here. So he's now on the back of 20th place.
He's done a 1:10.461. Now he's not going to do a 1.10.4 because he's now stuck behind all this traffic. But if that's the kind of pace that the number 6 has got, this is going to be a very intriguing part of this race. Now, what do you do if you're Trente, Surrey, Hertfordshire and BUKC? I mean, the first thing is you have to work together. You cannot afford to start fighting around as if it's the last 2 laps of the Formula Ford Festival. You've got to work together because Fraser Brunton on net is eating time out of you.
Exactly. I don't think they've chosen to work together now. I think they've all just built a slight gap to each other, which means that they can't send a move anymore.
Well, they all did 1:11.0s and 1:11.1s last time around. Loughborough A coming onto the back of this now. Have Hertfordshire, no, they just have a slow lap. So Hertfordshire demoted a couple of spots.
Yeah, 1:13 for Hertfordshire, that's not fantastic.
Manchester B have pitted.
So let's see what lap time this is for Fraser after getting stuck in traffic. Still a 1:11.0. Wow. And he's nearly cleared this entire train already.
I know I'm saying this beside an ex-Cardiff driver, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm trying not to be biased and blow smoke up his former uni, of course, but I've genuinely... He's racing here at the BUKC, he's driving in Club 100 sprints. Fraser Brunton just continues to impress me. There was some interesting stuff going on behind him.
Absolute send behind.
Holy moly. I don't think it quite worked, though. Fraser Brunton, every single time I see him race, he continues to amaze me in what he can do.
I was saying last year when I was still racing for Cardiff, I got as much pleasure watching Fraser race as I did racing myself. He is just a wonder to watch, and that's not me being biased towards Cardiff. If he was at any uni, I would say exactly the same.
This is a driver, when he came into the Club 100 Lightweights Championship a few years ago, he was coming up against drivers much more experienced than him, a good degree older, a good degree wiser, you could say. And he wasn't beating them from day one. There were days where, you know, there would be the pieces of the puzzle there to take a race win, and he just didn't quite get that last piece in place. I remember Daz Teal going on a triple run of A final wins where it was a case, I remember saying it at Bayford Meadows, the day will come for Fraser Brunton, just not today. Sure enough, early on the following season he started taking round wins. This for me is the pound for pound best lightweight driver in Club 100 at the moment, and he's showing it again here in this one. Quarter of the race gone, John.
Indeed.
Nottingham Trent doing a good job though. Dante Dillon similarly has been another one of the youngsters to come through the ranks in Club 100 the last few years and impress. That's a good lap time, 1:10.922.
As Fraser's gone even faster, 1:10.342 for himself, now catching the back of the sister kart, the Cardiff B kart, with Aidan Bliss behind the wheel of that one. So now just siding his way back into the top 10 is Fraser Brunton. Now this should be interesting. Is Aidan Bliss going to notice that it's Fraser coming through?
I think he'll notice in a second.
Just about does. And now does not fight back. So indeed, 3/4 of the race still left to go, 45 minutes on the clock. Yet to see those drivers and teams at the top of the field coming in for that first pit stop. Of course, just to remind you, from 0 to 5 minutes of the race, pit window is closed. 5 to 25 minutes, it's open again. 25 to 35, it's closed again. Then 35 to 55, it's open. 55 to the end of the race, 60 minutes, it is once again closed. So it currently is open until that timer in the top left of the screen drops down to 35 minutes. And then it will close once again. So a lot of the drivers near the top of the field just taking that time and basically staying in the kart for as long as possible for that opening stint. Use the free air to just put in those lap times, stay consistent, and try and eke out the lead as much as possible. Trent A have been doing well with that. That gap now at 2 seconds as Liverpool A get a penalty for track limits. That is not ideal, but that is something that does crop up over a 60-minute race. You've got a lot more opportunities to make those small little mistakes and yeah, making track limits errors, going for moves that just aren't really on, getting bump and pass penalties, all things like that. Especially when you're out on track for quite some stint, you can get that fatigue of the body, fatigue of the mind, and you just start making those little errors. Now, we said earlier that a good pit stop is around 20 seconds additional time, 20-25 seconds of additional time. Cardiff A, 18 seconds behind Nottingham Trent A in the lead. So you would say, once Nottingham Trent A, Loughborough A, Surrey A, all these teams at the front of the field make these pit stops, they're going to have an absolute blinder to stay out ahead of Fraser Brunton here. And Fraser's going to hope that that puts him out in some clean air after that, and he can then start getting the hammer down and extending that lead before handing over to the secondary driver. That gap for Nottingham Trent A in the lead, just under 2 seconds. As here we look at the number 4. This is your second place kart. Then the 33, then the 18. 1.5 seconds separating these three karts. Much closer between third place Surrey A and fourth place of Hertfordshire A. Less than half a second between these two, and Hertfordshire A are looking dangerous here. They're going to get in the slipstream, try and use that slipstream effect to the best of their ability down into hairpin 1. Not close enough to go for a move just yet. It's not the best hairpin 1 for the number 33. But again, possibly in a sprint race, with 5 or 10 minutes to go, Taplin will be thinking, go on then, that's good enough of an opportunity, I'm going to send it down the inside. But in an enduro, just thinks better of it, sticks behind for now, and you've got to wait for that opportunity that gives you the most ideal passing opportunity, whilst also making sure that you lose the least amount of time whilst doing it, because of course any movement from the ideal racing line is just slowing you down and just losing your time, even if you're effectively making up positions on circuit over the course of an hour. That is going to lose you quite some time. Now, an interesting one as well, out of the top 6, 5 of the teams are Clubman teams. Just an interesting one there that I thought I'd highlight. Trent A in the lead, Clubman. Loughborough A in second, Clubman. And Surrey A in third are Prems. Hertfordshire A in fourth are Clubman. Oxford A in fifth are Clubman. And Southampton B in sixth, also Clubman. As Liverpool B come into the pits, allowing for Liverpool A, their sister team, to jump up into the top 10. I think we're still waiting for some pit stop for a lot of these drivers. As Oxford Brooks A, I think we saw them pit relatively early on into the stint in the number 1 karts. They're currently sat in 18th place. Coventry A, I remember them coming into the pits on the same lap as Cardiff A. They're in 16th. So clearly was a good lap to pit. However, had an 8-second longer pit stop than Cardiff A did on that lap. And that has meant, what I believe they came in one after the other. I think they were close on positions when they came into the pits, and that now is a 7-position difference. Of course, it won't be by the time the rest of the teams come into the pit lane, but still, that time difference extended by quite some margin. It was 8-second longer pit stop. I think they're now 15-16 seconds different between the two teams. As now we've got more people coming into the pits. Nottingham Trent A pit from the lead. And there they've come out of the pits. So 1:31.5, to be fair, a very impressive stop from Nottingham Trent A, but haven't had an answer to Cardiff. 3 seconds, or 2.5 seconds, I should say. There is Fraser Brunton in the number 6. And there, the number 11. The number 11 looks to be out of the race. That's Warwick A. They were doing pretty well, but that car has come to a halt.
Yeah, I think that is coming up the... No, that's not
the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, it's bottom of the hill after hairpin 1. That is gutting for Warwick A. So the kart issue there for Warwick A means that they are going to not score well in this race. Curb warning for Edinburgh A, the number 29. A couple of minutes left on this run, this pit stop window.
Hertfordshire A now also into the pit lane. dropping down the order. Let's see where they come out of the pits. They've been overtaken by Cardiff A, overtaken by Nottingham Trent A, overtaken by Bath A. And now they emerge from the pit lane. A 1 minute 40, that one. So they've lost a good 8, 9, 10 seconds there. Have Hertfordshire A in the pit stop. Clearly something going awry. But what exactly, we are not sure at the moment. There's the number 8 getting their head down. That's Oxford Brookes B in 9th place at the moment. Here we look back. There's Leeds A on the 5 plate. The 24 is going for a move on the 22. Late one to the apex from Moreno on. The Leeds car just tries to follow through. That's Kieran Harrison. Of course, we saw him in one of the most amazing battles earlier in race number 5, the sprints this morning. The 24, that was a move for position. Coventry A through on Oxford Brookes E. Coventry A moving themselves up into 11. This is all a battle for position, actually. Leeds A now moving up through as well. Oh, leaning on them just a little bit there. But a clean move nonetheless from Kieran Harrison as he moves that Leeds A car up into 12th place. A good move. We've got some other people coming in the pits. Oxford A into the pits. UEA also coming in. And they're dropping down the order out of the top 10. And they both re-emerge behind Oxford Brookes A in 14th and 15th respectively. UEA actually jumping Oxford A in that pit stop. They had a 5-second faster pit stop there and jumped to position because of it. Very impressive.
Sorry, I've been quiet. I've just been receiving a rules clarification to just declare the status of Nottingham Trent A. There's a bit of a question. They are eligible for this race, but Dante is doing it solo because you can compete in a round with 3 drivers, like a sprint round. So the rules are the same for the endurance.
Okay, interesting.
So I've had that declared from Jacob.
Okay.
So
cool. Well, there we know. We're going to see Nottingham Trent A, or we're going to see Dante Dillon in that Nottingham Trent A kart for the foreseeable future. In this one, 35 minutes left to go. Cardiff B just dived in there. Just dived into the pit lane before the time ran out. They've got about 25 seconds left to go in this first pit window. And then we'll run you through the respective order. So, yeah. Oxford A have lost a few positions on that lap. I think they'd already done their pit stop, so I think just getting overtaken by a few karts on that one. Yeah, 1 minute 14 lap for them, not ideal, so clearly having some sort of excursion. Surrey A have done their pit stop. They've come out in 5th place. Loughborough A have also done their pit stop. They've come out in 6th. A 1 minute 42, though, not the most ideal pit stop for Loughborough A there. And it looks like now we are indeed below the 35-minute mark, so every team should have now completed their pit stop. Let's run you through the top 10. Cardiff A now leading the race. 3.3 seconds in the lead over Nottingham Trent A, and it's Bath A who currently round out those podium positions. They're followed by Oxford Brookes B and Surrey A, then Loughborough A and Leeds A, and then Coventry A, Oxford Brookes E, and Hertfordshire A rounding out your top 10.
And this is the point where you see that shrewd move that Cardiff A made early in this race when there was the battling quartet ahead of them. They elected it was a risk to come into the pits, make that pit stop. It gives them the lead at this stage of the race. Here's Leeds A alongside with Loughborough A. So difficult to get the move done through turn 1. It's what makes some great racing through this portion of the circuit. Is Kieran Harrison going to try and switch back here? He's got it done. He doesn't even need to wait for the bridge and the left-hander onto the bridge. He's got the position. That is 6th place for Leeds.
Yeah, that was super impressive, wasn't it? He's been in the kart for quite some time now, though. He's done that first pit stop and stayed in the kart. The Loughborough A kart, which he's just overtaken, that is a new driver, I do believe. So, clearly just taking a little bit of time to get up to speed. And not quite able to fend off Mr. Kieran Harrison. And now has Moreno for company as well in the 24 Coventry A kart.
Does indeed. As your positions change since the start of the race, Cardiff up 29. Very impressive. Bath A up 19. UEA A up 22 as well in 13th spot.
I think this is the perfect time to use the hashtag that the Cardiff team uses, which is hashtag Fraser Brunton doing Fraser Brunton things.
Fraser Brunton wins races, or at least he has done so far this year. number 4 and the 24. So Coventry A have closed in on Loughborough A, two friendly rivals in previous years of the BUKC. This is over 7th place going over the bridge here. Curb warning for the number 4 of Loughborough A. Clearly pushing hard. Finding the limits of the track around them. Through hairpin 1. A little bit wide. Again, it's so tricky, that first hairpin. You're carrying so much speed into it. You just get your braking a little bit wrong. You do run wide.
And it's those hairpins that are particularly difficult when you get into changeable conditions as well.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to find what that new braking point is, and if you go just a little bit later, you quite quickly find yourself in the barrier at the end of it.
Indeed, on a day like today.
It's sort of darkened over, hasn't it, for this afternoon, but still no sign of any precipitation.
And the fact that there's not been too much running on this circuit, Coventry having a look there into turn 1. You know, if you come here for a Club 100 event later in the summer and you've had a number of TVKC clubs around here, you may have had some British Kart Championships around here and other things as well. The track's more rubbered in. We're still very much in the winter conditions here. It's a very green circuit, to use that technical term in racing, to mean there's not much rubber laid down. It's a two-way relationship when you're talking about grip between a tyre and a track surface. We know the grip of these tyres is good because they've all had new boots put on them ahead of this race. Loughborough doing a good job though here. Right? They're just holding Coventry in position there.
They are
for this
indeed.
next pit window.
Yeah, but how quickly Coventry caught up to the rear axle of Loughborough. I thought it was going to be a relatively easy pass, but Loughborough have held them back for a couple of laps now. Kieran Harrison checks over the shoulder and sees the gap that he's been able to make over these two drivers. That gap at 2 seconds now between 6th and 7th. Looks like they might go for the move here. No, Coventry thinking better of it again. They had good overspeed there through the first couple of corners, but just thought better of it. The move, now they're looking to go for it in the bridge. I think that was the worst opportunity of them all. Just makes contact with the rear left of the number 4 kart, losing both of them time. I think there was a much better opportunity, personally, going into the long left-hander. Instead, lifted out and attempted it at the top of the bridge. Didn't quite work out for that Coventry A kart. Going to have to rethink that one and try again.
Yeah, I'd agree. 30 minutes of the race gone then. 30 to go. We're at the exact halfway point of round 4 for the British Universities Karting Championship for 2023. Andrew Mather and John Ratcliffe on commentary duties for you here today at PF International on your Alpha Live stream. And Nottingham Trent A, we can tell you, have just set the fastest lap of the race. No, they haven't, because Bathé have just taken it. 1 minute 10.289. So this is still clearly a good amount of performance in this circuit, John, as it starts to move towards 4 o'clock.
Exactly, yeah. I thought maybe the lap times would start to fall at this point, as there is the move. What a switchback from Loughborough A. Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah, read that one nicely. Coventry have fought back on the latter part of the run up and over the bridge. They've got that move done. Lost a lot of time to BUKC though. There they are in 9th place. Southampton B having a much better run of it this time than the first race. It was a real not good race at all for the Southampton squad in race 1, but there they are in 10th. Track limit warning for Coventry D, the number 68 from race control. This one just simmering away, I think, for now, before we get into that second round of pit stops, which will be upon us in less than 3 minutes' time.
Yes, indeed. There was an interesting overtake there from the 24, because the Coventry A kart went down the inside, Loughborough A managed to switch back, and then Coventry A switched back on them at the top of the hill. So both reading the situation nicely, but Moreno making it through. But all those little moves have just allowed for Oxford BUKC to tag onto the back.
It's a great piece of track design. The whole run through and out of turn 2, under the bridge, around the bridge, because you can take so many different lines. I'd say it's a unique corner in British karting in that regard. As we've seen throughout today, this is some fantastic racing. track limit warning for the number 22, the third kart in this train, Oxford Brookes E. 28 minutes to go. X to B have just gained a position over Edinburgh A. No X to A in this race, just to remind. So if you're following the exploits of X to A, our championship leaders, they are not in this race. That is fine. In an endurance round, each team sits out one of the 3 racers. So we'll see X to A again in the third race. Cardiff A looking good here. They did not compete in the first race. They will be fancying their chances, I think, here with the results so far. Got a long way to go in this one. They've still got one of those tricky pit stops to get out of the way. Not as much so, John, compared to the sprints. The sprints being shorter, it's harder for if you've got a lowly grid position to get up to the front. Here you can play out more of the time. You don't have to overtake necessarily as much drivers because you've got the pit stops that, if you're good along your strategy, can get through by those means as well. But it's still Cardiff's round where they start further back than their other one, and a 30th to first position with a 7th place on the grid in race 3. They'll be feeling pretty good right now, I reckon.
I think they will. I think they will for sure. One thing we do need to think about in this race is, of course, Trent A, as you said. Dante Dillon's just going to stay in the kart for the whole race, whereas Fraser is going to be getting out of the kart at the next pit stop window.
Yes.
So he's the driver who's going to be getting in after him. I'm assuming it's probably Harvey. Is he going to be able to keep that same pace that Fraser has had through this stint?
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be a hard task for any driver. One of Harvey's abilities. 1 minute to go until that pit window opens. Coventry A have not been able to shake the attentions of Loughborough A or Brookes E as they come over start finish into turn 1. Slight pull to the right, slight pull to the left, wiggle under the bridge, and get the line right to keep the momentum going. Climb up to go over the top of the Lichfield Bridge. Open the steering for the right-hander to then go down. So easy to clip that curb on the inside. Doesn't look that big from the angle as we're looking up from hairpin 1, but trust me, it's a big one and you don't want to hit it.
It ruins your entire run all the way down the straight to hairpin number 1, and especially when you're in a sprint when everyone's really close together, it can ruin your race. Well, it can chuck you back many positions, just one small hit of that curve.
I say not just through hairpin 1, because if you get offline through there, someone up you inside, you're offline for hairpin 1. That means you're probably offline for hairpin 2. I don't think, in some circumstances, you'll get back into where you need to be until you get to the right-hander going into sector number 3, the one that... sorry, I got myself confused. That was where we were on circuit. 1, 2, 3, 4 corners is what you could be offline for, just through one little mistake of clipping a curb coming off the bridge. Again, we've been talking about it all day. Precision is what you need around this circuit. I was talking to Piers off camera about it earlier, that this is a different circuit to the 2 circuits we've visited so far this year, Wilton Mill and Buckmore Park, where he said you have to force the kart to have pace. You've got to be aggressive with it. You've got to chuck it into corners to generate the grip and the pace. Complete opposite here. It's more like a conventional car circuit where you do have to be smooth with your inputs. There's a spin there for somebody. Oh, just recovering there. It's the number 17, I think.
B car.
Brighton B.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there, though. Yeah, it's a completely different circuit to Buckmore. Buckmore, you've got to attack, and this you've got to be consistent. Cardiff A are in the pits.
Cardiff A are in the pits. Important moment this. They did not do a driver change on the first stop, which they didn't have to. They will do here.
Reports of spitting.
And I'm hearing
we can see it on the glass
of rain. I can see,
it on the
rain
glass.
On the glass of the commentary box window. We do not have to wait till the trip to Wales. We have rain for the first time this season in the Mains Championship. How is this going to play things? Now this, I think, very much steps into Trent A's favour. I would much rather be a driver experiencing the changing conditions and getting on top of it than being someone going out fresh and not knowing what's underneath me, basically. Now we're told through our sources that it's a very short shower, maybe a 3-minute shower. The drivers may not even notice it. It may be, John, that horrible psychological rain where you go, yes. Oh no, spots of rain on my on my visor. This is going to be horrendous. But actually, the track's still fine.
Yeah. And you start backing off because you don't want to make those mistakes and end up spinning it as Kieran Harrison comes into the pit lane for leads A. And as you say, the whole psychological battle is you end up losing half a second a lap just because you're backing off because you're scared you're going to spin it. You've still got to go full attack even in these changeable conditions.
1:37 was Cardiff's pit affected lap time. So not brilliant, but not horrendous.
Yeah.
Is that Coventry A starting to struggle a little bit with the grip? We know there's the precipitation down the pit straight here. Here comes the 21 of UEA A fighting Loughborough A for 7th place in the race. And is that Josh Ladd who's come out for Cardiff A?
You might be right, actually, that would make more sense. Yes, it is Josh Ladd. That would make more sense on the weight front.
Yep. So into the fire then for Josh Ladd. Has already had, and I'm not quite sure. What's that gesture from Oxford Brook C? I've not seen that one before.
Missed that one.
It's not the after party yet. We've still got another 4 rounds of this to go. 21.5 minutes. Still waiting on that pit stop from Nottingham Trent A, and Bath and Brooks B, and Surrey A, and Coventry A, I think.
It's not been a brilliant outlap either.
No.
1:17 for Josh Ladd. However, times are falling, to be fair, so that's not to compare against a 1:10, more to compare against a 1:12, 1:13 now.
They're fluctuating all over the place here.
They are.
This is going to be the thing now. I think it is psychological rain.
It is, because the spots on the window are barely anything.
Yeah.
Like, really, not really affecting pace particularly. But as you say, it's all a psychological battle when it comes to this. Got a few more drivers diving into the pits. Coventry A now come in, so do Warwick B.
And it's the fine margins. You could argue now, if you were pitting now, your driver coming in with you maybe have an opportunity for a quick couple of words for the guy or girl getting in. If you're boxing now on this lap, you might be able to say it's fine, it's dry, don't worry about any spots of rain on your visor. Whereas if you were in Josh Ladd's situation, maybe because they did the switch of drivers right on the change point of when that little bit of rain came, you've not got that same degree of certainty for the driver getting in and going out.
No, exactly, I couldn't agree more. Oxford Brooks B now coming to the pits as well.
Matthew Taylor closing in on Josh Ladd now. This is Oxford Brooks A on Cardiff A for 7th place. Oxford Brooks A have been a little bit quiet in this race. Have they made 2 stops yet?
I don't think so. Let me double check that for you.
No. Does that?
No, they have not.
They do owe us a stop. I get the feeling as well that this has been a far more competitive, less mistakes in pit stops is what I'll go with in this race so far compared to the first one. Pit window closes at 5 minutes of the race to go, so about halfway through this. Here's the 68 going down the inside of the 5. It's over 9th place, Coventry D and Leeds A.
An abysmal pit stop for Oxford Brooks B, a 2 minutes 5 seconds.
Now I wonder, is that a missed time on the fuel? That smells of queuing at the fuel
They
houses
definitely came in at the same time as Oxford Brooks C.
Yeah.
So whether Oxford Brooks and Oxford Brooks C were ahead on the road, so whether they got to the fuel pump first, there was already someone there.
Yeah.
And then they've got to wait. So that's a miscommunication, and a huge one, considering that the person holding you up is your teammate.
It's another one that I'll put in there from my experience of these kind of races, especially in this Club 100 setup. We always gave the final call to the driver on circuit. They've got far more up-to-date information. I like that move. Brilliant from Coventry D to get past Leeds A. That was close.
Poor Cone.
Poor Colin the Cone has been destroyed by Swansea. Can't trust those folk from Swansea.
No, I agree.
Was forced there though. When we would have a situation, now admittedly this is also with radios as well, so we've got a bit more support than the drivers have got out there. We would have a calling system to denote how many karts are in the pit lane at any one time. If I knew it was one kart and I see the kart ahead of me, or I know that they're about to pit, it's the Formula One do the opposite thing. If that kart heads in, I don't head in. If that kart carries on, I do head in. But always making that key judgment of, like, I don't want to be one, knowing that there's one in the pits, there's one ahead of me coming into the pits, and it could be that there's another one in between on that chicken run period that my teammates had missed. So always to err on the side of caution and go round again, unless you're right on the edge of a pit window, of course, and you've got to make the pit stop and to avoid a penalty. But I think that's something that the drivers will gain a lot of experience on here in this level. Now, the slippery surface flag is out. I'm saying slippery surface. This might be one of those cases where it's not.
That
for a
came
slippery
out
surface.
when the cone was hit.
This is a stuff on track that shouldn't be on track flag.
Right, yeah.
If you follow my drift. So it's not a yellow flag per se because there's nobody off. But there is going to be a marshal going out onto circuit. That'll be covered by yellow flags to get that cone back and put it back to where it should be.
That's a brave person doing that job.
Yeah.
Very, very brave. Now, Oxford Brookes A have given us that secondary pit stop at 1 minute 35, so pretty quick, that one. A couple of seconds lost, you may say, but coming out in P10. Oxford Brookes A, it looks like. But we're still waiting on that stop from Nottingham Trent A. Cardiff now 32 seconds behind. So I think even just an average stop is going to give the lead to Nottingham Trent A.
It slipped away from Cardiff A, this one. 76 going round there quite nicely. Liverpool B up in 11th place. We pushing on to try and get into the top 10 here.
Manchester A, sorry to cut you off, mate. Manchester A pitted pretty early on in this stint. They're moving their way back up through the field nicely. 13th at the moment. But of course, we're still waiting for a lot of people ahead to come into the pit lane.
Fastest lap of the race still with Bath A, the 1 minute 10.289 they did in the first half of the race. Still the benchmark, but of course we've had a very short shower here at the circuit. The rain has stopped. Yes. So we're looking at our commentary box windows, and whilst we can't see all of the circuit, we can see if there's any precipitation at our point. So the wind's died down a little bit. Really was quite gusty at lunchtime a couple of hours ago. There is Bath A, the number 25. Having a fine season so far. Got them currently scored in 6th place in points. And whilst we've been talking about Exeter A and the big lead they've got and whether they could further extend it today, I tell you what we are going to get. We are going to get a humdinger of a battle to get on the overall podium in this championship, because at almost a halfway point you've got, what is it, 6 teams covering 6 points. Side by side there, Bath A trying to get through past some of the back markers with a bit of problem, and Josh Ladd's going to pounce on this, surely. Bath A's driver not happy about that at all, and here come Cardiff through. No, they don't go through. Well responded by Bath A there. In difficult circumstances, hold on to 4th place.
Interestingly, that back marker was Cardiff B.
Okay. bit of sportsmanship, a bit of professionalism in there. Not against the rules.
Well, I'm afraid I've lost live timing, mates.
You have lost, so don't worry about it.
The Wi-Fi's gone.
Yeah, six teams covered by 6 points. going into this round. Cardiff A, Reading A, Coventry A, Brooks A, Bath A and Birmingham A. And you've still got the likes of Loughborough and Manchester not too far behind. And Southampton A, who I know we're pretty much counting them out for winning overall now, because this is going to be a third dropped score in terms of, well, a third kind of score that you would want to drop if you were a championship contender, and you can only drop 2 of them. It's going to be a heck of a battle for second and third place in this championship at this rate. All to look forward to, and the Clubman Championship as well. And one driver there is particularly exasperated with the situation. I imagine they've got some form of penalty that we'll catch up with in a moment. And I admit, maybe I'm being a bit hasty here, saying that this is looking very good for X-Terrain and Insurmountable. Something could happen in the very next race that throws it all open again. Wouldn't say wide open, because the karts, the teams chasing them, have got a lot of work to do, but it can be done. We can see teams go on amazing runs through the second half of the season. Oxford Brooks were backing themselves to do that in the paddock interviews earlier. 12 minutes to go. Nottingham Trent still leading this race, but only by 0.1 of a second ahead of Surrey A. UEA A in third place as well. Here are your 2 leaders.
Indeed. Are we still waiting on a pit stop from Surrey A and UEAA then? I think I'm right in
I think
assuming.
we might be, yeah.
That's what I was trying to check.
Yeah.
And then my Wi-Fi decided it didn't like me anymore and shut me off. Ooh, this is getting feisty down the inside there at the top of the bridge. Oh, forcing the driver very wide there was the 33. Surrey A forcing that back marker wide. The back marker not happy about it. I think that's pretty fair. Well,
yeah,
it wasn't very fair.
That might attract the attention,
I think so,
of some of our observers. It doesn't matter whether it's for position or back marker, you still have to treat the other drivers with force of respect, and I don't think the 39 was afforded that, if I may say so. Might just get away with a contact warning on that one if it wasn't for position, which it wasn't. Dante Dillon, though, another superb drive from Dante Dillon, this time in the BUKC for Nottingham Trent. Now we do seem to have timing back. So you can see
even lost timing then, so I think it was them.
0.195 is the gap between now 1.4 between Nottingham Trent A and Surrey A.
Indeed. Nottingham Trent A. Dante Dillon looking very comfortable out in front, isn't he now? Just with Surrey A having that little kerfuffle with the back marker has given him a nice bit of breathing room. That was a really, really bad idea, you know that.
I know it's a bad idea, but I want to know. Have Surrey A made both of their pit stops? Forcing driver wide, penalty for the number 29 of Edinburgh A.
We might know the answer to your question after the race. Oh, wide for Dante Dillon. That's an unusual mistake. Is it raining again?
Ooh, it might be a short little flurry.
Because that's an unusual one.
Yeah.
For Dante to just chuck it wide by himself. There through the last couple of corners. He's looking up. That was, to me, a check for whether it's raining.
As an alternative way of doing that.
I guess you've got no exposed skin, have you? So no way to check that way.
Right, what was that? Penalty for contact for York A, the number 59. I've broken JR's laptop.
I dislike you a lot.
Understandable. Not long to go now. Well, now we've got our answer. Surrey A are suddenly 23 seconds behind Nottingham Trent A. So yes, they did owe as a pit stop. They've done it and they've re-emerged in fourth place. So Trent A from Bath A, Cardiff A is your 1, 2, 3. That is on schedule. So I think the closest battle that we've got at the moment is probably our 9th, 10th place battle between, and in fact, both 8th in there as well. Liverpool B Brooks A and Warwick B. Some key points to be discussed over in that one. 8 minutes of this race to go, so if drivers haven't made their pit stops yet, they'd be well advised to do so now. I'm not a massive fan of leaving it right up to the last lap possible, because you never know what could happen. You could pick up a black flag, you could pick up anything. You know, I've seen that before, where drivers have gone, yes, we'll push it right to the end. They pick up a black flag, and you've got to serve the black flag first, and by the time you've gone back round again, the pit window's shut. It's always a good idea to get one done in at least with a couple of minutes to go, and we are in that place now. What's impressed you most, John, about this performance from Dante Dillon in the Nottingham Trent A kart?
Just a consistency, I think, is the main thing. Just keeping at it. Obviously, we saw that one little mistake there through the Sector 3 earlier on. But other than that, just keeping consistent. And I think, to be honest, as you say, it is allowed in the rules to just have one driver do the full hour-long race. You can have 3 drivers completing the Enduros. That might give someone like Dante Dillon the advantage, because you just stay in that mental space for the whole 90 minutes. You don't need to do as some drivers have done. They've done a stint, handed over to the second driver to do a stint, and then jump back in, where you have that bit of time off. You might kind of get out of the rhythm of things. You jump back in and you can't quite get on the pace that you were on before. Dante's just been able to carry on lap after lap after lap, do his pit stop, back in, lap after lap after lap, and just get it through all the way to the end. But still very impressive to have such a lead as we head into the final 6 minutes.
Penalty for the number 44. I can see on the digiflag out the front of our commentary box. It's a penalty only, so positions at the end of the race for Southampton B. Tom Hawks just running across the circuit there. Doing some great photography as ever. Do go check out on the BUKC Facebook page all the latest pictures. Many a profile picture and a cover photo from those albums over the years.
Yeah, I've used plenty of those myself.
And a DDMM thumbnail occasionally. 5.5 minutes to go, so drivers, if they haven't completed their pit stops, need to be doing so now, because the pit window is going to close in less now than 30 seconds time. There goes Josh Ladd just across the line in 3rd place.
That gap between himself and Bath A, though, continuing to extend.
Absolutely. Here is your scrap for 8th place. So this is Liverpool B in the number 76, Oxford Brooks A in the number 1, and Warwick B in the number 10. They've been fighting like this for a good few minutes now. Some good pace in that Liverpool B kart, I've got to say. Holding that gap at around 0.6 of a second across 2 very quick karts indeed. We saw the Warwick B kart be involved in that tremendous couple of races to end round number 3. If you did miss race 5 in particular, you will be able to watch it back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and do. Not now, obviously, because we've still got more racing here at PFI. But once it's up online, rendered later this evening or tomorrow, whenever you're watching this, you just cut in halfway through. If you haven't watched race 5 yet from this morning's round 3, watch it. It's an early DDMM race of the year contender. And Warwick B were involved.
They were indeed, until they parked it on the inside of the apex at hairpin number 2.
That's a nice way of putting it.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, this man. 4 minutes to go. Pits are now closed. It's a straight sprint to the end then. And what can Oxford Brooks A do here? They have taken a 10th or 2 out of Liverpool B on that last lap. They're eking to try and get into the slipstream of the 76. Trying very hard indeed, because they know how crucial each position can be in one of these endurance rounds.
You can see how hard Oxford Brooks A and Warwick B are trying. Constant human DRS down every straight, trying to eke as much out of that car as possible. but Liverpool B remaining strong. They're in 8th place, and as you say, they've had some pretty impressive performances today. I've been impressed with the Liverpool B kart, and holding on to 8th place as it stands. Only got 3 more minutes to try and keep Oxford Brookes A and Warwick B behind.
It's the new suits. I like these.
Definitely.
New suits.
I love them. They look really nice, don't they?
With a Century Sim Racing sponsorship on them. Can it serve Liverpool B here to get home with another good result? Pushing right to the edge and slightly beyond the curb there. Penalty. Oh, now penalty for Bath A. That's the 2nd place kart for track limits. That is very good news if you are a Cardiff A driver. That means that, unless I'm mistaken and Cardiff A have picked up a penalty at some point in this race, they're on for 2nd place here. Really not good news at all for York A. They're going to lose 19th place due to 2 times ABC bumper pass. That equals a black flag.
Yeah, I've seen York A get a few penalties through this race. Now a black flag as well. Not the ideal enduro for York A here in race number 2 of round 4. Like you say, that penalty for Bath A will push Cardiff A up into 2nd place. I definitely would have noticed if they'd got a penalty, and I don't believe they have.
Sure you would have.
Through this one. So, yeah, Josh being the lucky beneficiary of that penalty for Bath A. But Bath A's pace has been brilliant through this race. They're still the holders of that fastest lap. And we can say now the pace dropping back down to practically what it was before that little rain shower. Last lap for Bath A was a 1:10.791. Their fastest lap, a 1:10.289.
2 more laps to go then. Can just see out of our window Dante Dillon going down, I won't say call it the back straight, we call it the middle straight. It's kind of in the middle at the span of the circuit. Back straight's definitely the one coming out of the bridge. But anyway, Dante Dillon's on that spot. He's got a lap and a half to go. Liverpool B continuing to hold on here. Oxford Brookes A closing in behind. No, they're not going to be close enough here on the back straight as they go into hairpin 1.
You can see there Oxford Brookes A checking over the shoulder. Warwick B behind just pointing forward saying, don't worry mate, I'm not going to send it on you. Keep pushing forward. Oxford Brookes A finding it difficult to even get within range of Liverpool B here, to even try and go for a move. You see just how hard the Oxford Brookes A driver is trying to eke everything out of that kart. It just doesn't quite seem to be enough.
Leader is on their last lap then. Coming through out of hairpin 1 now.
We've got a new fastest lap of the race. New fastest lap of the race for UEAA, 1:10.261. So clearly that rain shower completely subsided now.
A couple of rain suits I can even see out there. And here's
they're going to be hot.
A tale of different fortunes. I think it's Jake Taplin in the Hertfordshire kart ahead. That we saw these 2 karts fighting for the lead in the first 5 minutes of the race. Here they are on the very last lap. Hertfordshire trying to stay on the lead lap. Dante's lapped up to 18th place. He lapped half the field. Very mature drive. Nottingham Trent A are going to take the race victory. Dante Dillon comes over the line here at PFI to take the race win. He looks over his shoulder. There's absolutely nobody there for race position. Bath A should come over the line in 2nd on the road but have penalties. Here come the number 25 over the line. Still good points for Bath A though. There is Josh Ladd, who wraps up a very good day. Very good day indeed for him in the Cardiff A entries. A win in the sprints earlier on, and that'll be 2nd place in the Enduro. 4th for Surrey A. 5th for UEAA.
It's a good charge at the end there from UEAA.
Yeah.
Really closed that gap down to half a second, Surrey A, but just not quite enough to pit them. Maybe one more lap they needed there.
And if there's any other penalties, you know, Surrey A have had a penalty. I've got a funny feeling Surrey A do have a penalty. But a lot happened in that race. That could be a good gain for UEAA. Here's that battle over the line. Liverpool did hold on. So Coventry A 6th, Leeds A 7th, Liverpool B, good defence there. Kept calm under pressure from the reigning champions. 8th for them, 9th for Brookes A, 10th for Warwick B, Manchester B in Manchester A in 11th, Loughborough B 12th, Brookes B and C 13th and 14th respectively. Then we find Southampton B in 15th, Coventry D 16th, Brookes E 17th, Hearts A 18th. They'd held on the lead lap there. Coventry B and York A completing the top 20.
Rest of your result there. Warwick A had issues. They finished in 34th position.
But a good win there for Nottingham Trent A. One more race to go here at PFI today. Race 3 for round number 4 BUKC 2023. We can head down to Piers Pryor in the pits.
We join you back on the grid here as the karts are coming in from race endurance number 2, and it is definitely getting colder out here. You might have heard the commentators Andrew and John talking about a few spots of rain here and there, but it's temperature's definitely dropping. A dominant victory as we've just seen from Nottingham Trent A in the form of Dante Dillon. Let's hope we can grab a word with Dante in just a moment once he's taken all the lead and number plates and everything off his kart. I think he is around for a chat, and then we'll also grab actually, let's grab a second place. Josh, do you want to grab a quick word? I know you're not a big fan of the telly, but hey, come on in. Second place. Pretty happy with that, eh?
Yeah, it was good. Came out, got a traffic though, so that kind of hurt the chances. But yeah, it's hard to know what's going on really when you're the second driver. Yeah. I was trying to look at the screen of the stream to see what was happening, but it wasn't showing me. So
it was, I believe, third on the road, but second place after penalties. So yeah, well done.
Oh, cheers.
Right, let's see if we can grab a word with Dante. Dante, you grab a word, please, mate. Oh, well, he nearly drops his... Dante, it's a one-man team.
Yeah, it was. Unfortunately, my teammate Alicia had to go home for some birthday celebration she had. So, yeah, I had to do it by myself. Luckily, PFI is not as aggressive as Buckmore, so it's a lot more doable. And, yeah, I felt pretty comfortable. I really enjoyed myself, and, yeah, happy with the P1.
P1 for Nottingham Trent. It's been a good season so far for you lot, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been good. I think the earlier round was a bit iffy, but Buckmore was really solid, and it's nice to get a good result now. So yeah, it's looking good. We're having fun as a team. That's the most important thing.
That's why we're all here. That's why we're here. Well, anyway, is that your first or the second race? Remind me. Is it for Nottingham Trent?
For Nottingham, what do you
are you in race 3 or not?
No. Just one race for me.
So what was your first? Remind us of the first result in race 1.
Oh, absolutely no. I think we came like 20 something.
So in the middle of the pack, sort of in the mix.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's good to salvage some sort of result.
Great. Well done, mate. Again, a valiant effort on your own. So well done there. As we now start to head and think forward to the final race of the day now, race number 3. Let's have a quick word with this pole sitter. Who are you and who are you racing for?
I'm Will Day and I'm racing for Derby.
Racing for Derby A?
Yeah, Derby A.
Will Day for Derby A, right, okay. So I've just felt a couple of spits and spots on my face. The floodlights have just come on. The temperature is definitely going down. In fact, you can probably see the water on your visor. Going to be fun from pole, eh?
Yeah, it certainly will. I think the main target will just be to get a decent start and create a buffer to people behind and create a good gap for my teammate to come in halfway through and see if we go from there.
Absolutely, and you've got a pit stop strategy, I hope?
Yeah. Well, we had a pit stop strategy for the last race and it all went to pot when we were involved in an incident that we couldn't do anything about, so we had to switch it up. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that won't happen again. But yeah, we have one for now.
For now, okay. Well, we'll see if that holds true. Let's wander on back down the grid. It's very busy here for the final race of the day. Right, tell me what you were telling him.
We had a good race. We fought from 8th up to 6th, and it's great.
Nice. And which team are you?
Coventry A.
Coventry A. Tell us about the race.
Very, very entertaining. I did the whole hour, so I'm a bit dead now. But yeah, it was good. I don't know where I finished, but yeah, it was fun.
Part of the fun of an endurance format, though, you have no idea who's where.
Yeah, I don't know who finishes where, and just the fuel stops as well into the play, so anything can be my place now.
Hey, well done. Glad you had a good race. And we'll just wander our way back and see if we can grab a word with... Here we go. You look very, very calm amongst all of the chaos around here. Got yourself ready, you got your weights on the car, you know your strategy, I assume.
Pit. Don't know when. We're going to pit again. Don't know when I'll do that. And then my job's done, so...
Easy job, mate.
Yeah.
So, starting, what, 10th? 12th?
Yeah, 10th.
And did you go forward this morning?
by 1 place, so not amazing, but
Can you go better this time?
hopefully.
Excellent. Right, good luck. Right, let's find our way further down the grid. It's kind of pandemonium down here. I think everyone's been had a nice chilled moment during the longer endurance race, and now they're all getting themselves wound up. Can we grab a word with you, number 10 here? Once you've done do your little clippy thingy, do your clippy thing, and then I'll grab a word. I don't want to impede your race in any way. Jump over the car and we'll have a quick word if you don't mind. What is your name? Who are you? What are you doing? How's the race going to go? Tell me everything.
That's a lot of questions. Let's start from the beginning. I'm Alex, also known as Wizzy on Chatmania. What's the lasers? Sorry. Yeah, no idea. I've looked at the weather. It's very 50-50.
It's I was just at the front of the grid and there was a few spits and spots. It's definitely cold.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah. We'll see. I mean, I'm more confident than the guy, but we'll have to see. So, but I'm looking forward to it. So.
Excellent. Well, good luck. Hopefully it goes well for you. We'll see how that goes there. Let's see if we can grab with Charles. Oh, hang on a sec. Oh. Charles, Loughborough B. You're looking cold, mate.
I'm a bit cold, but I'm very cold.
Me too.
Yeah. It's not a very nice day, is it?
The warmest place to be is probably on the circuit. Although I was at the front of the grid just a moment ago, and it's a few spits and spots. Yeah. We don't mind, do we?
Pardon?
We don't mind a few spits and spots.
No, it's all right. I'm feeling all right for this race. I'm hoping things can go. We've had a decent day, so hoping things can go forwards from here.
Who are you pairing up with in this one?
Oscar. Oscar's moved into this team for this weekend. He had a brilliant weekend or day at Buckmore. I think it was 2 wins, or he definitely got the podium in both of them. So yeah, we've given him a shot and see how he gets on.
Lovely. Oscar's not running anyway either, is he?
No, we're big boys. So I think I'm 4 kilos over and he's 5 kilos over. So.
Extra grip, mate.
Yeah, exactly. When it rains, it's going to come all into advantage.
Right. Well, let's hopefully you can bring the Loughborough to the front of the grid. Come on, Charlie. Come on. Of course, a completely unbiased opinion here. Let's head on back and grab someone I haven't spoken to. I don't believe I've chatted to you yet. Who are you? Who are you racing for?
Ethan, I'm racing for U-Clan A.
U-Clan A, and you're starting quite a long way down the grid here. Of course, a team race. I assume you're doing it with a teammate.
Yeah, I've done it with Max as well.
Are you faster than your teammate, or is your teammate faster than you?
Pretty close, I would say. Pretty close.
You had to pick one. Who would it be?
Myself, obviously.
Obviously. And do you reckon we can go forward in this race? Have you got a good plan? You've got obviously tactics in terms of the strategy come into it in the endurance race?
Yeah, that's the plan. We're just going to try and get through the first few laps clean and go from there. Try and go forward.
Not always an easy job in the BUKC though, is it?
No, definitely not. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen, absolutely. Let's do one more person because the grid is clearing. Let's head right to the back of the grid. Who's in last place? Last place on the... Sorry, didn't mean to kick you. Last place on the grid. Can't go backwards. Only one way.
I can try going backwards.
I wouldn't recommend it if you want a good result. No. Who are you and who are you racing for?
Sheffield A, I'm Callum Barnett.
Callum, who's your teammate?
Sorry?
Who is your teammate?
Adam Naffer.
And do you trust Adam to bring it home later on? I'll take that as a no. Andrew, John, back to you.
Here we go then for the final race of the afternoon. Here is your grid. Derby A and UEA on the front row. Liverpool B and Bath B on row 2. Exeter B and Oxford Brookes A on row 3. Cardiff A and Coventry D on row 4. Warwick A and Edinburgh A on row 5. Nottingham Trent B and Brighton B on row 6. Lancaster A and Leeds A on row 7. Bath A and Liverpool A on row 8. Coventry C and Oxford Brookes C on row 9. Southampton A and Reading A on row 10, Loughborough B and Brookes D on row 11, Birmingham A and Montfort A go from row 12, U-Clan B and Loughborough C on row 13, U-Clan A and Brighton A on row 14, Exeter A and Cambridge A on row 15. Nottingham A and Bristol A on row 16. Leicester A and Birmingham B on row 17. UCL A and Sheffield A complete the 36-card field. Last race of the day then, 60 minutes to decide it. Given the nature of endurance rounds, it's a wide open affair for who will take the round win. But all eyes will be on Exeter A. Can they continue their great form that they've seen and shown so far this season? Or can someone else stop them in their tracks? UEA have had some great results so far today. They've got a good chance here from the front row. Derby A as well. Never been in this position before in the mains. Stepping up from the Inters. They'll have Inters tomorrow here at the circuit. Keep an eye on the BUKC socials for information on that. But here we go for 1 hour round PFI. Start of the race, good start for Derby A from pole position. Good start in general for those on the pole side of the grid. Couple of drivers running wide on the anti-pole side through turns 1 and 2, but it's another good start for everybody as they sweep up to the top of the bridge entry and over the bridge. It's a clean start at the moment. Oh, down the inside there. Was that Oxford Brookes A going for a move? No, it's Warwick A, the number 11. That's an incredible start for Warwick A from row 5. Are already up into the lead of the race. There is Oxford Brookes A in the number 1. It's all getting a bit tough on there. 4-5 wide coming out of hairpin number 1 into hairpin number 2. And carts tripping over one another in hairpin 2 indeed. Bit of a scrappy one at the back here, John Ratcliffe.
Indeed, yeah. Oh, big slide for the 76. What a catch there from the Liverpool driver. Is going to lose a position to the 21 because of it, though. That's UEA A down the inside of Liverpool B, but Liverpool B send it back through. An impressive catch back to second, but that just gives an even nicer gap to your current leader. And here they come then, and it is the number 11, Warwick A. What a start to the front of the field. Wide in the background there, that was for the 32 of Nottingham Trent B, as they get overtaken by a few carts. Yeah, as you say, a little bit scrappy on that opening lap. As Cardiff A, they're going to lose position. Down the inside go Loughborough B. Still alongside as they come now up to the bridge section, and finally Loughborough B get that move done. Yeah, there's quite a bit of contact through hairpin 1 and through hairpin 2 between a lot of the drivers there. No penalties coming through though. So no one clearly at fault. And is that the number 24 in the background? Sorry, 34 of Reading A. It is indeed with Ross Deal behind the wheel. Let's see what he can do there. He's trying to battle through the field now as I see him go down the inside of a couple of drivers there. At hairpin number 2, we do have a spinner though. At hairpin number 2, yellow flag. Oh, 2-3 spinners. Spin under yellow causes an incident there. It was the 31 who went into the 128, I want to say that is. So the 31 of De Montfort A must have gone into the 120 of Cambridge A. That was after a spinner from a different driver. Didn't see who that was, so clearly just getting flustered, seeing the yellow flag zone, getting those brakes locked up, and just losing it before you can even think about it for a couple of those drivers there. Come here across the line, then let's run you through your top 10. Warwick A still in the lead of this race, but UEA now with the fastest lap. They're trying to reel them in that 21 plated car. Battle for third, you'll see it on screen there. Liverpool B still just about ahead of Derby A, but for how much longer? They're followed by Oxford Brookes A in 5th place, then Loughborough B, Exeter B, Cardiff A, Bath A, and Coventry C rounding out your top 10. Now Derby A, of course, currently your leading clubman carts. Now to remind everyone once again, Clubman and Prems aren't scored any differently, but of course if you've got a good amount of positions between yourself as the leader of Clubman and then the secondary Clubman, you're going to be getting a lot more points than them, which is going to help you in that championship challenge. Lots of drivers still battling throughout the field. Slightly further back, bit of a wide line there for the number 1 of Oxford Brookes A. Not ideal. Still a minute and a half until that pit window opens. Joshua Vallance back in the car for UEA, and he's activating that human DRS. Same with Liverpool, same with Derby behind. Basically everyone's doing it. You kind of need to here at PFI. Usually it doesn't really gain too much time. I see people doing it at Buckmore Park and I'm like, what are you doing? That's not doing anything. Here at PF it does actually make a difference, as there's Ross Deal in the background going for another move. He would have been round the outside there going into that complex of corners, didn't make the move work. Still stuck behind extra B it is, and then they've got Bath A for company as well. Down towards hairpin number 1 now. Derby A still pressuring Liverpool B, but not able to make any moves stick. I don't think it's going to be close, to be honest, with these front runners, whether they'll be able to get round into the pits this time around. Of course, the window opening at 55 minutes.
Yeah, front runners are going to be cutting it tight, but I think, again, if you're in the second half of the field, there's an opportunity there. Very quickly, or as quickly as I can, situation for the round. Here are your class leaders in the clubhouse done. Oxford Brooks B have stuck 105 out of a possible 120 on the board. Loughborough A have stuck 103 on the board. So at the moment, those are the two leaders in Prem and Club. Brooksby obviously for overall as well. Here's your list of teams that can win overall. It is Exeter A, Cardiff A, Loughborough B, Reading A, Bath A, UEA A, UClan A, Leeds A, Loughborough C, Liverpool B, Brooks A, Brighton A, Birmingham A, Brooks C, Sheffield A, Cov D, Demantford A, Bristol A, Brooks E, and Nottingham A. Told you there was a lot of teams. In fact, Brooks E scratched them off the list because they were in 11th in race 1. And by definition, if you can win overall, you can win Clubman as well. So that's what we're looking at. A very big news story coming out, though, John, from race number 2. Manchester A, winners of the round this morning, and had finished 4th in their first race. And I'm just looking at where they would have been classified in race number 2. They would have been classified in 11th, were disqualified for restarting off the grass. That is a straight no-no in Club 100 to protect the clutches. Now what that means is they're excluded. That's 0 points from race 2. Manchester A will finish on 57 only. This is going to be a dropped score in terms of championship for them. And again, this is what we've been talking about throughout all of today and Football Park as well. It just feels that nobody is able to piece together a consistent performance round by round by round by round, unless you're from Exeter University. That is another one to fall by the wayside pretty much there in Manchester A.
Exactly, yeah, just one small lapse of judgment from the driver, just getting it trying to get restarted clearly after an incident of some sort, wanting to get restarted as soon as they can, and forgetting about the rule of no restarting from the grass. And if they'd done that in the sprint, it would obviously be very frustrating. You get excluded, but you could forget about it. In this Enduros, that is massive for Manchester.
Huge. Because it's, well, as we said, they will finish on a very lowly score here. They'll be ranked pretty much last. Even a team that would finish both races in the 30-somethings would score 30 points in at least in both races, get at least 60 for the round. That is a real not good moment for Manchester A. Let's get back into this race, though. Reading A are your fastest kart out on circuit, 1 minute 10.294, currently in 6th place, and there's a great scrap going on here. Warwick A and UEA for the lead. They are nearly 2.5 seconds, 3 seconds clear of Oxford Brooks A behind.
Yeah, Oxford Brooks A actually just overtook Derby A on that last lap to take 3rd place. UEA have been reeling in Warwick A for the last few laps and doing a really, really good job of it in that 21 plated kart. Now, right on the rear bumper of the Warwick A kart is Joshua Valance. How quickly can he get that overtake done, though? That is the question. And if he's not able to do it fast and these two end up squabbling a little bit, is that going to allow Oxford Brooks A and all the drivers behind them to catch up? Of course, we're into that initial pit stop window now.
That helmet strap looks undone, guys.
Ooh, we're getting word that there may possibly be an undone helmet strap.
That is an undone helmet strap. Just looking at that on the far right-hand side as Valance goes down the inside, takes the lead for UEA. That is a great spot by our camera crew.
Could possibly just be quite a long piece of fabric. Could be the tether that holds it on. Could be very, very long. However, of course, rather be overcautious than undercautious.
I'm Warwick A. I'll get that kart in now. Get it in now. Check before it gets flagged.
the pit window's open.
We're
so
not saying that they are guilty of
It's
that.
being strongly debated.
It is being strongly
and apparently
debated.
it's being debated by race control.
So we will wait to hear that.
I'll get that kart in now.
I think that might be a good idea. Just change up the strategy a bit. It might not be ideal for your strategy, but at least it means it's not a black flag.
Yep. There will be no apologies made if it's called as a loose chin strap and it is not, because safety is paramount here. So I'm not saying whether they are guilty or not. That's why I'm suggesting get the kart in now.
Yes, play it safe.
Do the check of the safety yourself. But that does look loose to me.
Does look a little bit loose. The 11 put the hands up, but nothing through from race control just yet. We'll keep an eye out and we'll let you know if something changes here for the number 11. But guys, basic stuff here.
Yeah, again,
very basic stuff.
I don't know what it is about the endurances that exposes these every slight bits of inexperience. And the trouble is, everyone can see it on the big screen here at the circuit. You can't quite see it from your camera angles that you're getting at home, but there is it's a great big screen on the far side of the circuit that everybody can watch, everybody can have a look at. The guys at home can see what we've been seeing, of having a little look at that flapping piece of fabric or whatever for the Warwick A driver, and I'm sure everybody else has as well. But at the moment, and mechanical flag, there it is. It's called.
Yep.
There it is. As I say, we won't know really whether it is or not, but if there's an element of doubt, it has to be called by race control. It has been called by race control. Either way, Warwick A are going to be kicking themselves right now, because they're going to lose a great position here in an endurance race, either because they've got a loose helmet strap, or they haven't done their tiny bits of prep to make sure that it's in, it's tied up, it's whatever. But that will be, in effect, a black flag for Warwick A, because there's a safety concern with how their driver is out on circuit. They're going to have to come in and have to see that rectified.
Indeed.
It's a shame.
Yeah, such a shame. And once again, as we said with the Manchester A exclusion, mistakes like that are massively costly, not only to this round, but to the full championship for Warwick A.
Yep. 48 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Right, so that's going to shake things up. It's not particularly good news for UEAA either, because they were quite happy sat there in the lead with someone bumping them along and keeping the pace up. They're going to be on their own now and susceptible to attacking packs behind. Warwick A do indeed pit. And we'll see whether they come back out with, well, surely they will come back out with whatever it is dealt with. So otherwise they'll get called again. So here's the number 37 heading down the pit straight here into turns 1 and 2. In the train of karts, this is, of course, Birmingham B. The Bambi team, which it's bad that I've never realised this. Piers not recognising what BHAM is has made me realise that Bambi is now the new name for the Birmingham B squad, because they always fall over. To be clear, for anyone who's like, what is this guy got it in for Birmingham for? They're at my ex-university, so I'm allowed.
You're allowed.
You don't even know what I call the Birmingham C team. I know, because I used to captain it. This man's having a coughing fit next to me now. You're okay, mate.
You can't say something funny. I'm dying at the moment.
Great pace from Reading A. 1 minute 10.183. They've just taken second place off of Oxford Brookes A. Reading A. Hey, I tell you what, they're doing a nice job here, because of course they got third place in race number 1.
And now we were saying we're looking forward to seeing Ross Deal behind the wheel. That's exactly where it is right now, and he's putting in some brilliant pace. He's getting close to the 109s, you know, 110.183.
Very impressive pace indeed. Still good track conditions here. Dry, cool, good for the engines. We've got a little bit low on grip off the racing line. Here are the number 50 and the 27 having a good scrap, just ahead of Leeds A. So this is Coventry C and Nottingham A, 8th and 9th places. Brighton B just off the back of this. So Brighton having another good run here. Quarter of the race gone, 3 quarters to go. Another fastest lap, or another fast lap I should say, from Reading A. They're pulling in the gap at a rate of about half a second now on UEA A. What do you do if you're Reading A? If you catch UEA A, do you dive straight into the pits? Do you try and get by them on track and pull out a lead before any visits for the service?
I can confirm to you now, sir, that race control were correct. Warwick A's strap was undone.
Good call. Spot on. Poor race preparation then from Warwick A. They won't do that again.
No, exactly as we said earlier. It's the basic things when you start. There are so many newer things that might have not done this for a while, might have never done these enduros. There's so many new things to remember and try and think, okay, I've got my window open here to come in. What are we going to do if this happens, if this happens? And it's just those little things, like doing up your helmet, that get forgotten.
It's Ocean Beach mentioned it absolutely spot on earlier. Before you even think about winning one of these races, you have to get the basics right. And unfortunately for Warwick A, they did not. They could still win this race. They could still have amazing pace that means they win. They're able to pull back this disadvantage. But where are they looking now? Yeah, I was going to say about 30 seconds. They're 31 seconds behind the leader.
And they still haven't technically done a pit stop.
And they haven't done a pit stop. They haven't done one of their 2 mandatories. There's the 5 and the 17. Leeds A and Brighton B just coming off the bridge down towards hairpin number 1 now. Number 5 with the white helmet, black suits. Brighton B, red suits, red, white and blue helmets. Thinks about a move into hairpin number 1. But decides, nope, not this time. This is also the point, mate, where I just start banging numbers into a spreadsheet. I like Reading A here, though. I like Reading A and what they're doing in this race. They're looking pretty good at the moment. Leeds A will be feeling pretty as well because they're in the contention for winning in Clubman. The 7th place in their first race, sitting 9th in this one. And well, there's your 1 minute 9. 1 minute 9.901 for Reading A.
Wow.
They are flying, and they are on Joshua Valance now.
See if we can find them.
In fact, they've changed. Just coming down into hairpin 1. I can see out of our window. Ross Steele has taken the lead of the race. Going into hairpin number 2 now. Reading A take P1 off of UEA A. Superb drive from Ross Steele so far. They started 20th on the grid, and if they do this, props to them, because I've always been of the opinion, I'll be interested on your take on this, John. I've always been of the opinion in these endurances, because they're longer races, because there's the pit stop strategy in play, but it's all about surviving that first lap sometimes in this one. I would much rather, as a team captain, have a race where I start from the top 2 rows and then the back 2 rows than the other, than 2 in the middle.
Definitely.
Because that's exactly what Reading A have done so far. They've had starts of 17th and 20th, and if I'm a Reading team captain and I see them, I go, oh no, that's 2 starts in the middle of Bandit City.
Exactly.
I don't like that. And they've already delivered a 3rd place, and if they can keep this up, I know there's a long way in this race to go, some 41 and a bit minutes, but this has been a superb performance from Reading A, very assured.
Exactly, as you say, it's often about surviving that first lap and then getting into some rhythm, getting some space, and just putting in those consistent laps. And it can be difficult to do that when you're coming from the middle of the pack. You could get taken out on the first lap, or you could have a decent first lap, but then end up getting in a squabble with someone who's on similar pace, and you're not able to make those moves forwards and progress and keep those consistent lap times.
Well, let's see what Rossdale does now.
I mean, they're proving us wrong, aren't they, at the moment? So up into the lead, and now extending that gap in the lead already. By the time they get to the lap time this time around, it might be closer to a second. As there, Rossdale activates human DRS. And what is that gap? It was just over 0.6 of a second last time around. Looks to be about the same as they've crossed the line.
Just doing battery changes now, the cameras might slow a bit.
But as you can see, we've gone into dusk here at Paul Fletcher International Kart Circuit. And you can see all of the floodlights now on, which will mean clear visors only.
Clear visors.
Anyone with a tinted visor seen out on circuit, that's a black flag immediately.
If you're not out already, you need that call to Rob Smedley to get you the white visor.
Felipe, baby, stay cool.
Stay cool, we're in a good position if you're Reading A. 0.6 of a second output now. There's a kart that I'm interested to see how they're getting on. X2A, Max O'Shaughnessy. I don't think we daren't press the laptop because it might break. He's going to do it anyway. Oh, I see what you're doing there.
Smart, you see.
That's probably
Thank
in
you.
the box. Have X2A made a pit stop?
Yes.
Yes.
A good one as well.
A good one. So X2A, Max O'Shaughnessy at the wheel, 30 seconds off the overall lead, and they've made a pit stop. That's not a bad position to be in. So what are we thinking? 4th place? Once pit stops are taken into account, if we say 20 seconds at least for a pit stop, putting you back.
Yeah, I think I'd say around
So again, it's another good start for X2A, and they won their first race.
They're looking good for the round win again, are they?
Yeah, they're definitely in the discussion once again. How is Sheffield A getting on? 13th at the moment. There we go, past our point. They're 13th again.
Warwick A have just gone into the pits now, so for their actual pit stop and fuel stop. They'll be hoping it's a quick one.
Now, is this the point at which we address that they may have given us so many Jaffa cakes, they've reversed the polarity of the curse offering and actually ended up cursing themselves because they've not had a very good round, have they? Maybe it's you've got to be here first.
That's got to be it.
That's got to be it.
That's got to be it.
Sheffield A have had a decent day.
They went for quantity. What we need is speed of delivery.
Speed of delivery and
That's what it is.
timing. No good bringing us cake after the fact. The gods have spoken, Warwick and you have been cursed.
We're going to have someone just come straight in here and take them all back.
No.
You don't deserve them anymore.
They're coming back down the A46 with me. They're not going back to Leamington with where the students live. They're coming back to Stratford with me.
Sounds like you're going to have a nice post-Valentine's evening by yourself,
Oh
mate.
yes. Popular in work tomorrow. 37 minutes to go in this one. Reading A extending their lead now, 1.7 seconds ahead of UEA. Here's a good scrap. This is the 63 and the 66.
Derby A and UCL A battling over 12th.
So Derby A, very short history in the BUKC. UCL, very long history in the BUKC. But what is common between them, these are two teams that have both stepped up from Inters last year into the mains. And I think Reading A have come in for their first pit stop because and UEA. So Liverpool B will cycle to the front of the order.
Reading are already out.
Yep, they
Fourth
are.
place.
It's a decent stop, 134.
UEA not such a good stop, not out yet.
Where I have...
Oh, a 144
Now.
for UEA.
Oh, okay.
It's a long
Thought
stop.
for a minute there that was a double stack. That was just a slow stop from UEA.
Not ideal.
Nope. Where does it put them in relation to Exeter? Because we mentioned that they'd already
They are
come
behind,
in.
two
They are
positions behind.
Exeter.
However, Lancaster I don't think have stopped yet, so
Okay.
effectively one position behind.
So really, we're looking at that Exeter A, Reading A gap, which is now 6 seconds. Derby pulling away from UCL A now.
Yeah, it's 6 seconds between Reading A and Exeter A, and then a further 6 seconds between Exeter A and UEAA.
Now, just a brief reminder of the tiebreakers, ladies and gentlemen. Race position first. That's the first tiebreaker, so if there's one win to Exeter A, for example, as they've already got, and no wins to Reading A once all of this shakes out, Exeter A would take the win. Reading A have a third, though, so you could have a scenario where if Reading A were to win this race, that'd be third and first, 118 points. If Exeter finished third, we'd be looking at fastest lap across the course of the round. Bit early to start getting those fastest laps out. It's all right because I've got them printed out right in front of me here. But this has got another one that's could be very, very close. We saw this a week ago in the second round. It was a different format, but we were looking at fastest laps and a point here and a point there. I had a third team involved in that on that night. That was Southampton. I don't think that's going to be the case today, unfortunately. Southampton. I think it's going to be quite a downbeat Southampton camp tonight. They were buoyed after round 2, really enjoying the season so far. It's turned a bit sour today. 21st position for Southampton A. Here in this one, they have not converted well to the longer journey for them up from the south coast.
No, it's been a day to forget, hasn't it?
It has. Liverpool B and Brighton B both in the pits.
One thing I will say, very, very few penalties in this one so far.
Yes.
So the drivers all being very respectful of the track limits and of each other. So that's good to see. Definitely a change of pace from some of the heats, or the sprints even earlier on in the day, where JB had to give the drivers a bit of a re-education, I think is what we ended up calling it.
Yeah. Pit window is closed, we should mention. Pit window is closed. So this is your order. Loughborough B leading the race, and therefore leading the round at the moment because they got second place in the first race. So Loughborough B have a score of 119 for folks to beat. Brooks A into second place, 9th and 2nd. So once again, it's the traditional teams that know how to run these races at the front. Reading A would be a 3rd and 3rd. Bath A would be a 4th and 4th. I'm going to go and do some maths, mate, whilst I leave you to it.
Go for it, mate. We're currently having a look at the battle for 13th. Oxford C and Leeds A have both managed to get past Cardiff A here. So Leeds A in 13th, Oxford C in 14th, Cardiff A now in 15th as they come around the final corner to start a new lap of this race. As we say, pit window now closed for 10 minutes. That will then reopen with 25 minutes left to go in this race. Closest battle on track seems to be 3rd to 5th. 2-3 tenths of a second between those three. Reading A in 3rd, Exeter A in 4th, and Bath A in 5th. Now that is a very interesting one, with the 34 at the head of that little train. Still looking here at Oxford C and Leeds A. Just managed to clear Cardiff A and now are beginning to pull away nicely. Here we look back nearer the front of the field, though. That's Oxford Brooks A, the number 1 in 2nd place. And there's the number 2. What's happened to Reading? Reading have fallen down 2 positions there.
Yeah.
Down from 3rd to 5th. Exeter A up to 3rd. Bath A now in 4th.
Yeah, not good news for them at all. So just before
it was a 1 minute
last result. Where are Nottingham A at the moment in this one? 29.
It was a 1 minute 12 last lap for Reading A. So yeah, just clearly getting swamped by those 2 other drivers. What have we got then, sir?
So at the moment, at this halfway stage, with half the race to go, we've got a win in the round for Loughborough B on the cards. After all that criticism I've given them about team selection and not getting it right, I'm going to have to eat my hat, because at the moment they're on for 119 points out of a possible 120. And if they hold this position, there's not really much anybody else can do about that, with the exception of Exeter A, because Exeter A are the only other team on the road
with a win. Yes, they are now up to third. But it's looking good for Loughborough B. Just revising some of those scores. BUKC are a bit hampered by having a 9th place in race number 2. So even though they're second on the road at the moment, I think it's going to be a bit tough for them. It is harder to get a podium, I'd say, in the endurances than it is in the sprints. Now, the question that I'm going to bring back up is the fastest lap times between Loughborough B and Exeter A. So at the moment in this race, Exeter A have the advantage of a 1:10.010. Loughborough D didn't beat that in race 1, and they did take part in race 2. So if there was to be a tiebreaker on fastest lap, at the moment, this pace from Max O'Shaughnessy would decide it. What I'm saying in short terms and simpler terms is if Max O'Shaughnessy gets past Oxford Brookes A, that would put Exeter A in round-winning position. Try to say that when you've had a couple. It's like round-winning position. Or if you're Jonathan Ross. Second half of the race has begun then. 2.5 seconds is the gap for Loughborough B to Brookes A. But that's the key one. Exeter A to Brookes A.
And it is closing ever so slightly. 0.3 of a second. Exeter A took out of Oxford Brookes A on that last lap. And there's what? 1.3 seconds between them at the moment. So they can carry on that pace. It's only going to be 4 or 5 laps until they're right on them. But then obviously, by then we're going to be into the second pit stop window. And then when do you decide to come in? Because obviously it'll be more beneficial for Exeter A to come into the pits rather than trying to overtake Oxford Brookes A out on circuit and lose them both time over Loughborough B. Well, they could come in the pits and try and save as much time as possible. So this could prove very interesting. As you say, that's lap time, fastest lap decider, only to come into play if Loughborough B win the race and Exeter A come in second, as that will tie them up on points for round number 4.
Keep an eye on Cardiff A as well, because coming into this round, Cardiff A were the closest challengers in championship points to Exeter. They are in 15th place in this race. Not going well. The story of the year continues. Here's a battle for 5th place. Lancaster A, driver with the Lewis Hamilton replica helmet there at the front of it, followed in by Liverpool B, UEA A and Reading A, who just seem to be fading at the moment through this race. I think you may have mentioned it earlier. They are allowed to do it. I'll try and get Ross Deal back in that kart as soon as possible for Reading A. Still time for the driver with Ross's speed to pull this back. Sun setting here at Paul Fletcher International.
Sunset's beautiful.
Yeah.
Absolutely lovely here. I'm sure the drivers won't be focusing on that.
Nope. Lancaster A, top clubman runner at the moment here. A little bit of away from the driver. Just communicating with the team saying, yep, I'm all good.
Oh, I thought he was waving at us.
Nah.
Oh.
Nobody waves at us.
You're welcome to, though.
You are welcome to. But I would concentrate on the road. I have an experience around here of what happens when you try and pay more attention to media, I wouldn't even say commitments, just media things, than your actual driving. There was once a time when my GoPro wasn't coming off, but it had just tilted back. And I thought, oh, I'll just switch forward and knock it forward a bit. And in doing so, I missed my braking point for hairpin 1. Don't do that, drivers. That's why I sit in the comms box and don't race anymore. Because I am an idiot. Tell you who isn't an idiot, Joshua Valance is really putting the Loughborough B driver under, the Liverpool B driver under a lot of pressure here. Edwards in for them at the moment. Pit window opens up in 1 minute and 15 seconds. What's the daftest thing you've ever done
when it comes to media.
We've only got 25 minutes left, mate. I don't have enough time.
At the wheel of a go-kart.
I couldn't possibly give you such details, sir. They're too embarrassing to say on stream.
Not good news for Cardiff A, track limits penalty.
Oh dear.
So this is not as good a round for Cardiff as they had this morning. But they're still very much in the fight, I'd say. I think if you offered Cardiff 3 top 10s from the first 5 counting rounds, including the qualifier, before the qualifier got going this year at the start of the academic year, they would have been pretty happy with that, as they look to build on finishing 6th in the championship last year. Race wins along the way as well. Race wins for 2 drivers on their team now. Pit window opens in 15 seconds time. Loughborough B consolidating this lead, 4.8 seconds, but they may have interests behind in that Exeter A are closing in on Brooks A.
Still just closing in little by little, aren't they? That gap now down to 0.4 of a second.
I've just looked at the best lap times in this race as well. So the best lap time situation now is simply down to this race, because neither of those karts set a 109 anything in the first 2 races, and they've both set 109 somethings in this race. The difference is 12 thousandths of a second. 109.915 for Loughborough B, 109.903 in favour of Exeter A. So if Exeter A can get a position on the road ahead of Brooks A, we're looking at a situation here where a round winning the BUKC will be decided by 12 thousandths of a second on 1 lap.
You don't see that in any other championship, do you?
But I do think the track's getting quicker.
Yeah.
I think the track...
Surprisingly.
Looking at the number of drivers who've set their best lap for the team, just reading down from the top of the order, lap 28, lap 26, 27, 21, 29, 25, 27. The track is, as the temperatures are cooling, getting a bit faster here. It could be that all you need is a bit of a good slipstream behind a quick kart, behind a quick back mark, and that could be it for Loughborough B. And we're saying this, we've still got pit stops to play with in this next 23
Let's not
minutes.
get ahead of ourselves there. Let's wait and see how this second pit stop phase plays out. And because yeah, you never know, could make some error in the pit stop and it all gets thrown wide open. And like you were saying earlier, I'm very impressed with Lancaster A in this race up in P5.
Yeah, it's really good.
Really
very,
impressive.
very good job. Just something very strange as well. Kart in last place has the fastest lap.
I noticed that earlier as well. Yeah. The Nottingham Trent B car.
109.890. As you do.
Pretty impressive.
But 2 laps off the overall lead. Track limit warning for Oxford Brooks D. Oh, now that is a big one. So Loughborough B have taken the fastest lap of the race, 1:09.807. So now they have the advantage in a tiebreaker situation with Exeter A. And back off now to consolidate this position. Furthermore, they've already done. No, it's not going to be that simple.
I'm sure they're going to do that. Yeah, not. They've got to keep pushing, and like the drivers, loads of the drivers have been saying in interviews, you have no idea where you are, you have no idea what's going on. You just got to drive as fast as you can.
Brooks A doing a really good job holding that gap to Exeter A behind, the 2 teams that went for it in the title chase last year. Brooks A came out on top. Finale, none of us could forget at Llandow. Talking of Llandow and Wales, Wales is where we're off to next for the next bit of BUKC mains action. In a few weeks' time, we'll be at Glannygores, one of my favourite circuits in the country.
Oxford Brooks A have just pitted.
Oxford Brooks A have just pitted. So, crucial point this, how quickly can Oxford Brooks A, arguably the best team at turning these karts round in the history of BUKC endurance races, what can they do with this pit stop?
it could decide the round. Not for themselves. Fortunately, their 9th place in race 2 is a little bit too far back for them to influence who's going to take the biggest trophy of all. There they go, out onto circuit. Now we'll just wait for a time to come through. They've emerged. I think they've emerged in what? Oh no, I think that was slow. I think that was slow. 48 seconds behind the leader. They were only 5 and a bit. That would indicate they've lost 43 seconds. That's too much. That's way too much, and I feel that they are. Add that to the list. Brooks have got lots of teams. They should be able to offer lots of cake for the next round to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, BUKC did a 153.576.
Ooh, so that is good news for Exeter. The door is open. The goal is there at their mercy. They wouldn't even need that quicker pit stop. They just need one that's clean and efficient to get out back ahead of Bath A. There goes Sheffield A. Had another back out on circuit for them. He continue his good season that he's had so far. 20 minutes to go. There are BUKC back across the line.
They've got some serious pushing to do now.
They have. They have indeed. And just at the point at where I thought that the BUKC season was starting to get going and be on the rise, they hit it's these little snags that they just keep having. The performances aren't awful. And this is the thing, it's the level of expectation based on history of the Brooks teams, which is why we're reacting in this manner of them not quite being up there at the sharp end. Loughborough B have pitted, but there's still plenty of positives, I think, especially from today's driving from BUKC. There have been the glimpses that they've definitely not lost it. They've definitely still got the drivers there with the speed and the depth, as we've always talked about with Brooks, to serve them well in the future.
Yeah, definitely the deepest squad in the BUKC, that Brooks side. But the A team, the one that needs to get it together, hasn't quite been able to do so far.
Not the best of pit stops.
No.
For Loughborough B, 1 minute 40.0 for their pit affected lap time as they come out of the pits.
A good 5 to 10 seconds slower than they would like.
Yeah.
But still 13 seconds faster than the Oxford Brooks A stop.
Indeed.
So keeping it ahead of them nicely, but now it's all down to Exeter A. Firstly, when are they going to come in? And secondly, how quickly can they get that stop done?
I think now that a pit stop of 24 seconds, 25 seconds.
They're in. They're in.
Good. Yeah, I like. Yeah. Good move that. Get in straight away. Put the response down as soon as possible. If they can get a pit stop of around 24, 25 seconds, they are going to be right on top of them. Out come the number 2. There are the number 19. They've got them. That is a huge moment in the context of this race, this round, this championship. Exeter A in the second round of pit stops have got past both of their adversaries up the road, and once this cycle of pit stops works its way through, it was a 1:34. I said they needed something about 24 seconds, 25 seconds. They did exactly that. Jensen Brown in now, who superbly orchestrated their move to the end of round number 3 earlier on this afternoon. He's got the job now, John Ratcliff, for the next 17 minutes. Get this number 2 kart home to potentially take yet another round win in the 2023 British Universities Karting Championship.
Exactly that, yeah. Did exactly what they needed to there, did Exeter A. And I think that's just really showing their how impressive they've been this season. Just the attitude that they're taking into things. They're so far ahead, and they're just being cool, calm, and collected. They knew what they needed to do on that pit stop. Calmly got it done, emerged from the pits in the net lead. And now Jensen Brown has just got to continue pushing that kart towards the checkered flag.
So Loughborough B, the gap is 1.3 seconds. Pace has got to come quick though, and the drivers have changed as well. be a period of the race where they just try and find each other out. Where are they strong? Where are their rival weak? Perhaps. Lancaster A, though, lead the race. How about that for a story? Lancaster A, ranked 118 in 2022, lead a race in the full Mains BUKC Championship.
That is awesome.
Take a screenshot of that one.
That is awesome.
And circulate it round the university. It'd be great to see Lancaster grow in terms of their participation. It just shows as well that I'm very aware that we may have people watching this from home whose universities don't have teams and don't, you know, maybe have the confidence to step forward and formulate the team. Here's why you do it, because this championship, this platform, offers the opportunity without needing huge budgets or anything like that that dictates a lot of things in motorsport. You can come along, race for university and be competitive.
And even when you're just starting in the Inters Championship, oh, bit of kerfuffling there going through the first couple of corners. Even when you're just starting out in the Inters Championship, you don't even need to have your own kit.
Yeah.
You can borrow kit from the lovely people at Club 100 for those first opening rounds just to get yourself bedded in.
Yep.
And then you feel, okay, I'm comfortable with this now, I'm going to buy some of my own stuff.
Yep.
So really, yeah, the entry cost, the entry level is so low, just get involved and give it a go.
www.bukc.co.uk. If you are at a university that doesn't have a team competing this year, do head across there on Facebook and Instagram as well. Get in contact via the social medias. I'm sure the team will be more than happy to help out. Lancaster A do pit then. So they'll cycle back through. Hopefully get a good pit stop in here. There's the number 17 of Brighton B. They're yet to pit yet now. I think Liverpool B are in as well.
That was a substantial move there from the extra A car round the outside on that flat out first couple of corners, but made it work. That gap pretty stagnant between the extra A car and the Liverpool B car.
But that's fine. That's fine if you're extra A. As long as you keep that lead, keep it this way round. 60 championship points are going back down. I don't know, how would you get back to Exeter from here? Maybe across M42, M5. Maybe.
Sounds about right.
But going southwest.
Exactly.
A long way.
That is a long way. As you were saying, all Loughborough has to do is get in front. That is the main thing they have to do.
Yeah.
They've got that fastest lap, which would break the tiebreaker and give it to them. They just need to get ahead of Exeter A. That gap currently at 1.8 seconds. And they're doing pretty similar lap times, to be honest. So we'll keep an eye on it for the last 13 minutes of this race, but looking less and less likely as those laps tick on.
UEA A have cycled to the front of this race, at least through this pit stop phase. And out the pits there come the number 27. That's Nottingham A, racing in the club class this year. Should check in with club and see what's happening there. I think it's pretty close, actually. I think Leeds A might have something to say about Loughborough A's clubhouse lead in Clubman, which by our calculations is 103 points. If Leeds A finish in their current position of 11th, that would be 104. That would be enough to give them the win. Should be very good indeed. Leeds A have won Clubman here at PFI before. They always make a good racket during a podium ceremony. Are they going to have something to celebrate here tonight before they proceed back up the A1M? That one I do know.
An interesting one.
I was on it this morning.
Sam Pooley's there in the Nottingham Trent B kart, which you saw earlier was 1 or 2 laps down now. But he's absolutely flying through this pack. So it's an interesting one, isn't it, of how aggressive does he be? I think Sam Pooley, from knowledge of watching him previously, doesn't really care about what everyone else's race is going on. He's just going to go as fast as he can and try and fly through them. But also another thing, a mental thing. You see Sam Pooley go past you, you've assumed you've lost a position, but you haven't. because he's a couple of laps down.
Yeah.
So, the interesting one, drivers getting in their own heads.
But at the same time, it's Sam Pooley. If
Yeah.
I'm one of these drivers, my speed, I look and go, yep, come on through, mate. Go on. I ain't going to fight you.
I'll just follow you for a bit, that's
Yep.
fine.
I'll try and hold on to you for one lap and be proud of myself, and then I'll make a mistake, and then he'll be gone.
One thing of note, Exeter A have extended that gap to over 2 seconds
They
now.
have. Yeah, Jensen Brown's doing a really good job here. Just waiting on UEA A and Brighton B to make these pit stops, and right on cue. Thank you, Brighton B. In they come for their second mandatory pit stop. We'll cycle Exeter A back into second, Loughborough B back into third. And on they will go. There's the number 17 hopping back out, Brighton B. I am just going to check Lancaster A's first race result, just to make sure I'm not going to end up with egg on my face. No, they got 26th in their first race, so they're not going to be in the fight for Clubman honours today. I'll still be pretty happy with this race result if we can bring it to the end. Less than 10 minutes to go. Similarly, Brighton B are ineligible, but it doesn't matter. We ignore them. 9 minutes and 40 to go. There's Sheffield A. They're trying to close in on Reading A at the moment, who are less than 2 seconds up the road.
Ross Deal
And it
is back
Ross
in the
Deal.
cart now,
yeah. Reading A, well, I think they'll still be on for some good points in the championship from this today. I don't think they're going to hold on to a Premier podium. Bath A have been very good today, are looking like that. We've also not come back to the Oxford Brooks A story, which has not got any better, I'm sad to report. They are currently ranked down in 21st position at the back end of 3 and a bit minutes of this pit window to go, John. That's a shame. That's a shame. They were running so well in the early stages of this race.
Indeed, yeah, that's far from ideal. They were really looking like they'd be challengers here, but it's just slipped away from them, hasn't it? We've got now 8.5 minutes left to go. That means only 3.5 minutes left of this pit window. UEAA at the front of the field still owe us a pit stop. Here we're looking at the 13, the 6 and the 5. This is Birmingham A in 10th, Cardiff A in 11th, and then the 5 of Leeds A in 12th.
Big move if you are a Loughborough A follower. Cardiff A have got past Leeds A. Here they are on screen for 11th place. That ties it up on points 103 versus 103 by our calculations. Leeds would have the benefit, though, of a 7th place finish with Kieran Harrison in the second race versus the 8th place for Owen Johnson in the first race. But if Leeds A drop one more position, no tiebreakers required, Loughborough A would be on for a Clubman round win, but we have been here before, ladies and gentlemen, so I'm not going to call that one again prematurely.
We haven't got too long to wait now, so let's just wait for it all to settle down at the end of this
Check
one.
something as well. Have we missed something? It's not affecting the round result, but have we missed something with UEA A?
No, they still definitely owe us a pit stop here.
Definitely still owe us a pit stop?
Definitely still owe us a pit stop.
Okay. Get better, make it quick then. They've only got a couple of minutes to go.
There's no way that they've made up that amount of time. There just isn't. There just isn't. So they surely must owe us one. I can't check because my laptop is no longer connected to the internet, but I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it. As Lancaster A lost a couple of positions that last lap, Reading A and Brighton B both getting through. So Lancaster A no longer the leading Clubman car in this one. Brighton B have gone through. Now, Brighton B today, we've seen them get a decent amount of good results, but Brighton A haven't really been anywhere, really. I haven't
No.
seen them really up in the top 10 at all, whereas Brighton B, I've seen 3 or 4 times be up battling in the top.
They are ineligible though, so it could be any
Okay,
old
maybe it
Tom,
is.
Dick
Okay,
and
sorry.
Harry in the Brighton B cart, to be honest.
Gotcha. Okay, no problem at all then. Ignore everything I just said.
Or they could have got their team selection really wrong. Or it could be A drivers having another go and going, that's how you do it.
If you don't get it right first time, try again. Yeah. There you go. Finally, they've come in the
Thank
pits.
you.
There you go.
Thank you, UEA.
Come on. You know I was correct on that one.
I knew you were correct. I was just
Thanks,
testing
mate.
you.
You were never doubting me, were you? Never doubting me.
No, never.
Well, let's
Just
see.
doubted myself.
Oh, they've already come out.
They have already come
Decent
out, 7.9 seconds behind. So 2 seconds is the gap then for Exeter. 5.5 minutes to go. Boy, oh boy, this is going to be a unique championship table at the end of today. We mentioned earlier, we calculated that it was a 20-point lead for Exeter A after round 3 that I don't think I'd ever seen someone in the BUKC with a 20-point lead, even at the end of a championship. Such has been the competitive nature of second down. This is the thing, that there's a lot of teams taking points off one another and no one can get on terms with the Exeter juggernauts. They could very realistically, we have seen teams in this position before where we've done the maths and gone, ooh, they could get it one meeting early, but Exeter A, the way they're going, very much could be looking at not even winning to win rounds at Glanigors, John, and wrapping up the championship. They could still a long way to go, but the fact that we're talking about it as a distinct possibility is truly remarkable and testament to Jensen Brown, the Exeter A team, and everything they've done.
Yeah, they can be super comfortable, can't they? They just can sit back and relax and just comfortably take home the win. I mean, they've been super relaxed anyway when they haven't had it in the bag, and now they seemingly do have it for the season. Obviously not mathematically yet, but it's looking good for GYG coming up in a few weeks' time. So yeah, they've been super, super impressive. Now that UEA stop was a 1:36, if my memory remembers correctly, so it was a decent stop for them. Only a few seconds lost over the ideal. And coming out in 3rd place, it's been a pretty good race for the UEAA car. That Nottingham Trent P of Sam Poodies, that's another fastest lap of the race there. They're still down in 34th place.
Great fight back here from Ross Deal. Reading A back into 5th place. They may be crawling, pulling their way back onto the overall and Prem podium tonight.
During that section between the 2 pit stop windows, I think they were down in sort of 14th or 15th, weren't they, at one point? So yeah, what a fight back from Ross Deal. Very, very impressive. Clearly putting together a good pit stop and now just cranking out those lap times.
It's going to be close between them and UEA actually. In fact, yes, no, that's going to be a fastest lap tiebreaker scenario between UEA and Reading A as to who gets 3rd place in the round. 2 of maybe what you would say are not traditional BUK teams, not a Loughborough or a Brooks or a Coventry or an Exeter now, because they have been around in this position for so many years. This would really mean something for either the UEA, University of East Anglia, based in Norwich, or Reading, to get an overall podium here, especially at the biggest circuit in the country, the host of the British Grand Prix in karting. It doesn't get any bigger than racing round PFI.
Exactly. It feels like such an honour to race at PFI.
Yeah.
It's such a lovely circuit. And that bridge section, I'm so glad they added it in 2011. It is so much fun.
Just over 2 minutes to go. Where is the lead? I think the lead has just come over start-finish line. It's heading through turns 1 and 2 now. Around the bridge. Should see them shortly. There's Oxford Brooks A passing through your shot. It really just has not gone their way so far in this race. It kind of typifies their first half of the season. Lots of speed, as expected. Just no luck at all for the reigning champions. They'll keep fighting on, though. If they can't win the championship, they'll want to win as many races and as many rounds as possible. They don't just give up at Oxford Brooks. That's why I've got a lot of respect for them. There's the 31 of De Montfort A. 76 of Liverpool B as well. They've had a really good endurance round today.
have indeed. Here we see a couple of drivers coming up on a back marker here, the 27 and the 76 battling here. The 76 of Liverpool B is in 3rd place. They've managed to get past UEAA.
8th and 3rd place on for them at the moment in these 2 races. It's going to shoot them up the league table tonight.
Really, really good results from the 76 plated car. So actually, I think both getting past back markers here. Yeah, the 27 is Nottingham A. They're down in 29th.
Here's your race leader, Jensen Brown for Exeter A. Not sure. I think they might sneak one more in, John.
I think you could be right. It's going to be pretty close. But only 2.8 seconds between Exeter A and Loughborough B, so you don't want to back off.
And changing club, Southampton A have just got by Leeds A. Why is that important? Because that's now 7th and 13th for Leeds A. That is a lower score than Loughborough A from earlier. Loughborough A not in this race. May finally be on for a club win. I'm still not going to call it though, because I've called it wrong for them at least once so far this season. I don't want to do that again. Something we can be very sure though is that Exeter A are going to have a huge lead in the BUKC Premier Class and Mains Championship overall when we leave Lincolnshire here tonight. What a season so far for Jensen Brown and the whole team at Exeter. They came so close last year, hence why you see the number 2 plate on their kart. And the number 2 plate can be a real heavy burden sometimes in the BUKC. We've seen numerous teams over the year wear it, want it to become a number 1 for the following year, get so close to making it a number 1 and falter at the end. They are not there yet, but this is a huge step today for Exeter A to improve from being runners-up in 2022 to be the 2023 champions. They have already won 2 rounds so far this season. Jensen Brown comes round the final corner here at PF International to make it a 3rd round win in 2023 for Exeter A. They take race 3 and round 4 of the BUKC for 2023. Loughborough B pushed them all the way, more like the Loughborough we know and love. 2nd place for them. They will be on the podium tonight. 3rd place for Liverpool B. Very good round for them. More points and they will move up the league table in Prem tonight. Reading A finish 4th and may have just sneaked it. It is too tight to call for 3rd place on the podium between them and UEA, but that may just be enough to get them there. 5th place for Brighton B. They're not eligible. Count them out of the result. That puts UEA A to 5th, Sheffield A home in 7th, Lancaster A, a brilliant drive for them in 8th, 9th for Bath A, just faded a little bit towards the last 10 minutes of that race. 10th for Southampton A, a good top 10 there. They finished the day on a high at least, to Southampton A. Birmingham A 11th. They're still in that picture for a strong finish. They'll be happy with their first half of the season. Leeds A were 12th on the road, but if I am correct in saying Brighton B are your ineligible team, they may actually have got enough points there. So Clubman is too close to call whether it was Leeds A taking another win here at PFI in club class or Loughborough A, but either way it's good points in the championship for both teams. Cardiff A finished today in that race in 13th. Brooks C 14th. Derby A continue to impress, a top 15 for them. UClan A 16th. Liverpool B 17th. Exeter B, Bath A and Brooks A complete the top 20. What could have been for Brooks A in that race. They ran as high as 2nd for a good part of that race. John Ratcliff, the train continues on for Exeter A. They just look unstoppable in this form, and they will go to Glanigors, to Wales in what could be some very unpredictable conditions at that time of year, but they have a very big lead in this championship, and it very much now looks like theirs to lose.
Yeah, they've been so impressive throughout this year. Of course, earlier on this morning in round number 3, didn't claim that round win. They looked like, okay, maybe the momentum might be shifting slightly. Oh no, into round 4, and they've absolutely smashed it once again, getting another round win, as you say, 3 out of 4 so far in 2023. That is just ridiculous. Shows how cool, calm and considerate they've been out on track, just getting those moves done when they needed to, held their nerve and got the results they needed to claim those round wins. So they've been incredibly impressive, and I can't wait to see what they can do out of GYG.
First, second, third, first, if you include their qualifier at Wilton Mill in November. 297 points from a possible 300. They could still achieve the perfect score, 420 for the best 7 scores out of 9. That is all the racing we've got here today at PF International. If you've enjoyed the commentary, at @MM and at Ratters Media across your social media networks, we very much enjoyed being with you. Always a pleasure to commentate here at PFI. If you haven't already clicked the subscribe button for the Alpha Live YouTube channel, do please do so. The next Club 100 related action that we'll have for you will be down at Buckmore Park in a few weeks' time, and the first round of the Sprints Championship. If you watched our stream 1 week ago from Buckmore Park, you know how good that place is for wheel-to-wheel racing. We very much look forward to joining you there. John, any last words before we check out for this evening?
Well, today has been brilliant. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and very interesting to see the Enduros back for 2023. Always provides some interesting action. Very, very different from the sprints, but it was still fantastic to watch, fantastic to commentate, and yeah, thank you to everyone here at the circuit. Thanks again for having me on commentary for the BUKC.
Thank you very much, mate. Thank you to our crew here today: Piers Pryor, Sophie Pollock, Alice James, Luke, Adam through the window next to us here. Apologies we didn't get COMMS box cam working today because of the bandwidth issues, but we will put that up on the #MM YouTube channel later on this week. And a last call for tonight, at least, if you are involved in the iRacing. That's a different view, isn't it? That's the man in charge of all of this. What's going on? If you're into your iRacing, entries are open for the Club 100 BUKC iRacing Championship, where you can win some free track time from JV if you're fast enough. So do get involved in that. Head across to the DDMM socials to get all the entry bits for that. Is that about time we've got for us here, Adam? Yes, it is. So we're going to wrap up there. Thank you very much, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you at GYG for more BUKC action in a few weeks' time. And before then, we'll also have the old Mr. Mitchell back for Buckmore Park Sprints in a few weeks' time. Very, very much look forward to that. Thank you for joining us here. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been John Ratcliffe. This has been an Alpha Live production for the BUKC and Club 100 Racing. We'll see you in a few weeks. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thanks so much, John and Andrew, for calling all the shots today. It's been great to have you, of course, commentating on all of our wonderful BUKC action, both in the sprints this morning and the Enduros this afternoon. We have just watched the drivers with their...